few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Also, apparently, if you're using the YouTube app on iPhone or Apple iOS to super chat, Apple takes 30. So the math is, say you super chat 200. It's 200 multiplied by 0.7 and multiplied again by 0.7. So that leaves like $99 of the original 200. So 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. So that's us. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We do have a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. You can mute a microphone, pop a bottle of champagne, and if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. You can pop a bottle of Cristal here, which is like a $500 bottle of champagne. You can do a 15-minute voice call-in. Those are for different Ethereum prices. I don't know. See the description for all details. If you want to just tip, have 100% of your contribution go towards us, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Yep, there they are. And I'll give you guys a shout out too. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you want to, Streamlabs will know when you make a purchase here, so we'll shout you guys out if you do that. You can follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM us there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States, total tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other cool stuff. That's discord.gg/whatever. Here are all the links for those. Okay, so disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Reagan Gallegos. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I'm a landscaper and high school diploma.
Age?
I nailed it all. 29.
29. And you said, sorry, you're a landscaper?
I am. I started my own company 3 years ago.
What kind of, is it a specific kind
Everything
of
in the
landscaping?
beds.
What's that?
I stay in the beds, so I don't touch the lawns, no mow and blow. I'll do any pruning. I call myself a pruning princess, and I'll trim any small trees.
Oh my God, that's the third time. A laptop came out of nowhere. Okay.
I put the can
Gardening?
in Mexican.
Is it? Okay. All right. Cool. What about you?
My name is Christina Jones. I'm 40 years old. I am an actress, model, and hairstylist from Wisconsin, and I went to Martin's College of Cosmetology.
Are you actually 40?
Yes.
Okay, you actually look younger than 40. And you said
my age range I play is definitely not 40. Take that off.
You said you're from where again? Sorry.
Wisconsin. Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
There you go. And did you get a degree in anything or in
Cosmetology.
Cosmetology.
And real estate.
Okay. All
Real
right,
estate agent too.
What about you?
My name is Lily Kate. I'm 23. I'm from the Woodlands, Texas, and I am a business owner of a small social media management company. I also do content creation and influencing, even though I don't like that term that much.
Okay. All right. And any college or university? Or?
Oh, no. I was homeschooled, though.
Homeschooled. Okay. What about you?
My name's Lily too, and another Lily, and I'm 20 years old. Now an international student in UCSB, and this is my first quarter here.
Okay. And where are you from?
China,
China.
Yeah.
What part of China?
like the south of China,
Okay.
next to Shanghai. Have you heard of that before?
Near Shanghai.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And what are you studying at university?
Because I study engineering in my own university, but here I study statistics.
Statistics.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. And you said it's like an international school program. How
Mhm.
long are you planning to be here?
I plan to be here for 2 quarters, but
2
I'm not
quarters.
sure about how long I can stay here.
Oh,
Yeah.
why do you say that?
Because actually I'm junior now. I had to prepare for my master degree for some preparations. Yeah.
Okay. And so you got here, when did you get here? Like,
Oh, last month, I think.
okay, so you've only
Yeah.
been here for a month.
Yes.
Is it your first time in the US?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Your English is pretty good.
No, actually. No.
Did you study English in China?
Yes. Like when I was 3 years old, I began to study it.
Got it. Okay. And so you're planning to be here, you said, for a couple months, basically.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Cool. What about you?
Hi, my name is Savannah Craven Entau. I'm 23 years old and I'm a full-time pro-life activist and I make YouTube videos. I went to college for musical theater in New York City, which is where I still live.
All right. And are you from New York City?
No, I was born in DC, but grew up in South Carolina.
Got it. Okay. Welcome. What about you?
My name's Roxy, and I'm from Beijing, China, and I'm an exchange student too. My major is journalism and communication.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
21. Got it. And you said you're from Beijing,
Yeah.
China. Got it. And how long have you been here?
1 month.
1 month. Okay. Did you guys know each other? in-
Yes.
Okay, so you came together,
Yes.
sort of. Okay, gotcha. And okay, you're from Beijing. You've been here, and is it your first time in the United States?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. What about you?
My name is Taina. I'm 33. I'm from Jersey City in Jersey. And I'm almost done with my bachelor's at John Jay, but I'm a mom, so trying to balance the two.
Okay. Your bachelor's in what?
Bachelor's in English, major law minor. I'm a paralegal, so
Paralegal. Okay,
Yeah.
very cool. What about you?
My name is Callie. I am a mother, and I also run a pro-life, pro-adoption organization called Talk About Adoption.
Age.
I'll be 40 actually this August.
Okay.
Mhm.
Where are you from? Or
Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. All right. Welcome. What about you?
My name is Nadia. I am 30 years old. I'm from Jersey City. I am a server, a live stream TikTok host, and also an RBT, registered behavioral tech. I have some college and certified CDA.
Okay. Cool.
My name is Jimbob. I'm a YouTuber over at madebyjimbob.com. I'm also a satirical cartoonist. You can find my comic books at madebyjimbob.com, Savage Memes Volume 3, 4, and 5. And
Do we have those books?
yeah, we do. No, I gave them to you. They should be at your house, Brian. They're
yeah.
right there.
Okay. Got it.
And most people don't know this about me, that I went to school for metalsmithing. So I became an expert goldsmith, platinum smith, and silversmith. But I quit all of that to make funny jokes.
All right. Rock and roll. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I've been single for like a year now, and my longest relationship was 4 years.
1 year, longest relationship, 4 years. Was that the one that ended a year ago?
Correct.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Why?
Where do I begin? Political reasons, and we just basically were not going the right direction in life. We want different things. I couldn't even spend my first 2 Christmases with his family because I was unvaccinated.
You were unvaccinated.
So I was not
Okay.
allowed in the house.
What were the political or you said political reasons?
I'm red, he's blue. It was a discussion that his family would only talk about political things, and it was just draining. And I'm sorry, I'm from a Mexican family that just wants to love and not talk about that kind of stuff. So
Okay.
there was just some tension.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. What about you? Let's scroll back up, Mary. Scroll up on that. Go ahead.
I've been single technically like 16 years. My longest relationship was 3 years.
Been single for 16 years.
It's a long story.
Longest 3 years. Who broke? Was that the 3-year one? Was that the one that ended 16 years ago?
That one ended 17 years ago.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you've not had a boyfriend in the past 16 years?
Not officially, no.
Not officially.
I've dated.
Yeah. What's the longest period of time in the 16 years that you've seen a guy? Like you saw.
So I went 8.5 years without dating at all. And I was abstinent.
You're abstinent for 8 years.
8.5.
Celibate. I guess.
Celibate. Yeah.
When was that? How old, from what age to what age?
That was 24 to 33.
24 to 33. Okay. Why?
Well, I got sober January 6, 2010. So before that, prior to that, I had just bad relationships. I wanted to just be alone. And then I met someone in sobriety, but he couldn't stay clean. So I waited for him for 8.5 years.
Okay. Got it. Mary, you can fix that. So sorry guys, we've got a technical issue. You see where it says scenes on the border? No, on the border. I'll just go fix it. Okay. Can you tell us the story?
Which part?
The juiciest.
Yeah, I mean, I met someone in NA, Narcotics Anonymous. I had 6 months clean when he came in. And it was like a love at first sight situation. He couldn't stay clean in and out of jail, but I loved him. I wanted to wait for him. Hopefully he could get it together. And that did not happen. So 6.5 years ago, I started dating again. And then for the last 6.5, maybe the longest I've seen someone is maybe like 2 months.
Okay. So how about recently though? Are there any guys in the picture?
As of very recently, yes.
Okay, how many guys are in the picture?
One.
Oh, just one? Okay. Have you ever had a roster?
No.
Have you ever had a roster?
No.
Never?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
Too messy.
What about you?
Currently single. My last relationship ended a month ago. My longest relationship was 4 years. And it was with my neighbor back home. Super sweet. But his parents didn't like me, so it wasn't going to work.
Was that the one that ended a month ago?
No, that was someone else.
Okay.
Broken off engagement.
So the most recent relationship, how long were you dating him?
We dated for 9 months and then got engaged after 9 months, and then we were engaged for 3.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Who broke up with who?
He took the ring from my bathroom.
He took the ring from your bathroom?
Yep.
Okay. And then the 4-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I left him.
You left him.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm actually now in my first relationship. Yeah.
Okay.
For like 3 months, I thought, and it was the longest relationship. Yeah.
Okay. And is he here in the U.S.? or
No,
he's
he's
in-
in China.
he's in
Yes. We are the same college and we are in the same badminton school team. So I just know him from the game. Yeah.
Okay. And you said it's your first ever relationship.
Yes.
Okay. How did you guys meet? Was it a dating app, in person, or
Just in person. Yeah.
from the badminton team? Is that how you
Yes,
guys
a
met?
badminton team.
Okay. Are you good at badminton?
Maybe I just can't say that because we lose the game.
Oh.
Zed donated $200.
Oh, thank you.
Very cool panel tonight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Z. All right. Okay. What about you?
I'm happily married for 4 months, and my longest relationship is the one that
This
I'm
one?
in now.
How long
which
have you
is-
guys been together?
Yeah, since March 2023.
Okay, so just over 2 years.
Yes.
All right. Rock and roll. What about you?
I have been single for 1 year, and my longest relationship is 1 year.
1 year. Okay. And who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
You broke up with him. Okay. And have you dated at all here in the United States?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Well, you said you've only been here for what? One month?
Yeah.
1 month?
yeah.
Okay, so maybe you've been busy with school. Would you do you have a preference for would you date while you're here, or do you feel like it's not worth your time?
I'm sorry.
How do I frame this?
No.
But is it because you're only here for a short period and you're working on school, or is it because you don't like American men?
How to say? I'm busy at school.
Busy with school. Okay.
That was a nice answer. All right.
Have you ever been on a dating app?
No.
No. Okay. And have you gone to any parties?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because UCSB, it's a big party school.
I went party with.
You party with her. Okay. Okay. And do you get approached when you go out to the parties? Do you guys hit on you? They come up. They come up and flirt.
Do men talk to you?
So they talk to us. Friends of mine just take us to the party.
Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. What about you?
I've been in a relationship for 3 years. We're definitely going to get married. It's just a matter of figuring a bunch of things out, until we can do that.
Longest relationship?
5 years.
5 years. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. What about you?
I have been married for probably 8 going on 19 years, I think. 18 years total. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's crazy because you look 18.
Yeah.
You're blowing my mind.
We met in college. So yeah,
A happy
we were young.
relationship will keep you.
All right.
Mhm.
What about you?
So I'm in a relationship. We're about to make 5 years. My longest relationship is 5 years.
So this one.
There was another one, but
Oh,
I was a
okay.
baby. So does that really count? I don't know, but
Who
this
broke
one.
up with who? And the other one?
The other one, it was mutual. It was.
Okay. All right. It was mutual. Jimbob, what about you?
I've been with my wife for 9 years. What's up, Meg
right.
Bob?
A lot of people in marriages, relationships at this table. So, okay, cool. So let's see. Do we have chats? Okay. Okay. I'll read it. Chef Dylan, I would like to know what the lovely Oriental ladies think of the Chinese Communist Party. Okay. Don't be nice. I don't know if you guys want to answer this. You don't have to. Friggin' Chef Dylan.
Chinese Communist Party.
You can say no comment.
I'm not sure about what's the Communist Party. What's that?
Oh, wait.
What's that?
How do you
Troll
feel about
back.
Chinese government?
Wait, you don't.
How do you feel about Chinese government?
No, that's not the question.
Yeah, that's not the
Well,
More
it
general.
kind of. I guess it's kind of.
skip.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chef. I read it. There you go. Okay. Oh, and then this is below the threshold. Oh yeah, you got punched.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Matt.
unfortunately we can't show it because like YouTube doesn't like assaults. But what happened? Do you want to tell us what happened?
Sure. So I was out doing work for an awesome organization called Live Action. We're talking about the defund Planned Parenthood efforts because right now Planned Parenthood, which is America's largest abortion provider, takes nearly $700 million of our taxpayer money. And even people that are pro-abortion, really don't want to be forced to pay for other people's abortions. And yeah, it was like any other conversation with somebody who supports Planned Parenthood. We were just talking. She was very much in support of Planned Parenthood. And she said something really outrageous, which I think even pro-choicers and pro-abortion people would think is crazy. She said that we should kill babies in foster care, and that's like better than them being born. And that is an argument that a lot of pro-aborts use to defend abortion. And I simply just repeated back what she said to me after she was kind of going on this long rant about how she doesn't like the police and bringing up Elon, Trump, things that don't have anything to do with what we were talking about. And I was like, well, I'm not the one who decided to kill babies or said that it would be okay to kill babies in foster care and kill children that have been abused. And she said, that's not the point. And then she punched me in the face once with her fist and then twice or another time with her phone, which broke open my face and I had to go to the hospital and get stitches.
Good times.
Yeah,
That
it's really
sounds
fun.
like a good, fun experience.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to get into the pre-show notes here. So where do we begin? You know what, Savannah? We'll just start with you. You respectfully disagree with the host on marriage and religion. What do you mean? Are these interconnected or are they separate?
Yes. So I believe in marriage because I'm a Christian. I believe that marriage is created by God. And yeah, it's the most beautiful thing I think that two people can do because it's man and woman being brought together and becoming one person. And it's beautiful. Having children within marriage is something that I want to do one day. And I believe I'm a Catholic and Catholic Christian because I know that Jesus died on the cross for our sins. He paid the ultimate price so that we could have the chance to live forever with him in heaven. And there is more proof for Christianity than any other religion that's been created.
What's your specific disagreement, though?
My specific disagreement? Well, I'm not totally sure about your opinion on religion, actually.
Why don't you relate the disagreement to marriage, though? What is your disagreement?
Do you believe in marriage? Because I'm not sure how they got that I disagree with you on there. I don't know who put that in there. Yeah.
It says, I respectfully disagree with the host on marriage and religion. But okay. Yeah, I understand the religious arguments for marriage, but from a secular perspective, and there are even warnings that you could give to somebody who's Christian or who's of another religion. There are certain risks, typically to the breadwinner, which is typically the man, although sometimes the woman can be the breadwinner, but there's some differences there too. Essentially, marriage, my view, is divorce, at least the divorce component of marriage, is financially quite harmful to men, disproportionately. I don't really see the point of marriage outside of religion. And maybe you might actually agree with me. What would be the point of getting married if you're not religious?
Yeah, because I don't really think it is a marriage if you're not religious. It's just like you're signing a paper,
Okay.
joining two people together,
Sure.
like legally.
Well, then I would just, I guess, advise even religious men, even Christian men, although the religion would compel one to, maybe not compel is not the right word. Marriage is obviously strongly encouraged. That there are still risks even for religious men when it comes to getting married, and these risks should be weighed when making such a decision. So the financial component, and also even if you are Christian, the religion doesn't oversee the marriage; the state does. So in the event of a divorce, well, I guess you're Catholic. Do you believe in divorce?
No.
Okay, so
I'm a little bit different than Protestants there.
Right. Okay. So you're like, I'm not kidding. You're married, right?
Yeah, you have to take it really, really seriously. You have to make sure that this is really something that you want, because you're literally going into it forever, like literally to death do us part, and willing to go through the ups and downs. And there are a lot, you've been married for 9 years. I'm sure you've been through a lot already. I mean, my husband is from a different country. He moved here so that we could be together and get married. Like, of
Wait,
course,
where's he from?
India.
India?
Yes.
It's not like a green card marriage, is it?
It's not. No.
It's like a 90-day fiance situation. Like,
well,
I love it.
We got married on the K-1 visa, which you do get. It's 90 days to get married once you get the visa.
As her maid of honor in her wedding, I can certify he actually does love her, and I made sure of that beforehand.
She doesn't seem like she's settling for less. So,
Yeah. Husband is awesome. But something I want to say too, from a secular point of view, marriage is an institution. It is the most basic political institution. And if people can't revere an institution and keep it institutionalized, then the whole society is going to fall apart around it. And so that's from, a non-religious point of view, why marriage is actually so important. It's one union. You become one person. And that's a good thing, because then a country can have structure around that. Not only children can be reared properly and well, but then you can actually have reverence for whatever form of government you have.
But you would.
Well, I was going to push back on that a little, because the context for marriage, as Savannah said, from a Christian lens, visualize it like this. Two people are inside of a circle, and at the center of the circle is Christ. And so when you move closer to Christ, you get closer to the circle, closer together, right? But from a secular view, you're actually marrying each other's preferences. And so now there's two dots in the circle, and none of them are Christ or the faith. So what happens with a secular marriage is you're basically, the cliche, till death do us part. Well, a secular marriage is basically till our preferences change, do we part. And that's why it really has, even if you borrowed the general foundation and said, oh, this is like in reverence to the state and the structure of society, descriptively, I kind of agree with that structure is better than none. But if you have a structure and it has no foundation or context, it's really just a structure on sand. And I think secular marriage is basically on sand.
And as a Reformed Baptist, I fully agree with you have to have Jesus at the center of marriage, because there's no other way you can get through anything if you don't. But from the state's point of view or someone else's secular point of view, I mean, it is an institution, and it's commonly described, especially in conservative founding philosophies and such, as the basic fundamental institution. And so, just another way to think about it.
But I agree with you. It's become something that we just expect, that people kind of do. The main difference here is if you guys asked us, do we have an obligation to stay married? The answer is yes. If you ask a secularist if they have an obligation, they don't, right?
Right.
So it's okay, you can borrow the Christian paradigm and sort of try to slop it onto a secular framework. But if there's no obligation, it's kind of like good luck they're kind of like playing. It's like LARPing. It's like live action role playing
Playing
Christianity.
Yeah.
And it's like, I do agree somewhat descriptively that like structure for children is better than no structure. But it's like, what's the structure derivative of if it's not Christianity? I've never gotten an answer in all my years of debating.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I
And
don't
with
think you
There
can
is
have
none.
that.
That's why.
yeah, there's no.
With
Yeah.
bringing up children, it's better if children have parents that are married.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Just
Why is that?
statistically.
Yes.
Well, there's a strong bond. Of course, from like if you're saying, there's a little girl that the parents have, she can look to her parents and her father to who would be a good person for her to look to marry one day. As somebody who grew up without my father in the home, just like many, many children, and especially minority children in America today have the same experience. It is, and even President Obama has talked about fatherlessness within the Black community, just how it's more likely for the daughter to grow up and be with men that don't want to marry her, have children outside of marriage. And we know the effects of that. And just men, like little boys, going into gangs, turning to drug use. If you don't have a strong mother and father figure in the home, like it just isn't a positive for children.
I mean, even for boys, it doesn't even have to be as extreme as like doing or selling drugs. It could be like they don't have a healthy example of what a relationship is. So they're going to see mom trying to date, going through guys, or mom not dating at all. And they have no point of reference of how to treat a woman. Or even to be in a relationship and to be your best self, so you can be that for another person. They have no point of reference.
It's also a marriage inside a house from a Christian lens is reflective of the hierarchy of the society. So there's a natural hierarchy. Feminism fights against this hierarchy, but you can't without borrowing from the dudes ultimately. And so to add on to what she said is that when you're married and your bond is to Christ or the church and you're an extension of it, even we teaching our kids very early that they are the fruits of the marriage. But if you're not fruits of the marriage, what are you fruits of? Just an act, right? Just like an act that's either sterile or not. Whoops, we had a baby. Like there's no context for it. It's just strict like nature, right? That's the context. Is you're an effect of nature. Like, can you imagine teaching your kids they're just merely the effect of nature and nothing else? I mean, no wonder they act like animals.
Well, and then families that have a strong father who is Christian in the home, typically you'll get children who are also in that same religion. In single mother households, the difference between having a father who practices the religion and just a mother who practices religion is like 40 points. So you will typically not have children who go into the faith if they live in a single mother household. But if they live in a single father household and he practices Christianity, they will likely be in the faith. And then obviously the odds are even higher if both parents are in the religion. So for the perpetuation of a strong and stable faith, households must be held together.
Can I mean, absent religion though, can anybody present to me any compelling and convincing arguments why I or other men should get married? Like,
I just feel like it's manly to dedicate yourself to one woman. And
Is it?
Yes, I know that that's not a popular opinion.
Yeah, do you need marriage to dedicate yourself to one woman?
No,
Yeah.
but I think that it's more likely since it's like a stronger bond. I feel like when you marry someone, I mean, just by experience, that you just become closer to each other, and there's a different level of dedication. It's like, if tomorrow I decide to just leave, it's not like I can just walk out the door. It would be a long process.
I mean, even if you could always make the argument, okay, if you want to have kids, continue your legacy, it's always better to be married. But even if a man like doesn't want kids, okay, but when you're old and 80 and you need somebody to wipe your butt, like, do you want to be doing that alone? Do you want to be in a nursing home having a stranger just letting you sit in it all day? Or do you want someone who loves you, who's going to be there and help take care of you?
Yeah, you don't need marriage for that though.
It just always, I feel like it gives it more of like, it's a 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We were just having this conversation the other day. It's like having 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Like you need some sort of commitment. For me, I'm like, if you're not committing to be married, or if it's not a goal, for you in your relationship, it's kind of like you can bounce whenever you want. And that doesn't really give stability in your
people
emotions.
get divorced all the time.
Right, but it's a much lengthier process. And again,
Okay,
I
so
mean, I was raised Catholic,
You're
so I don't
staying
believe.
together under because it's a little more complicated.
Not to say that you stay together because it's more complicated, but it kind of gives you more time to also evaluate the relationship or evaluate yourself. Is that what you really want to do? If you choose to, more power to you. That's your decision. But I mean, I feel like it's not an easy way out, because people also like the easy way out. They like the convenience.
It's kind of easy.
Unfortunately,
The
they
divorce
made
process?
divorce really
It's easy to just leave someone if you're not committed
Yeah.
in a marriage.
Well,
Yeah.
but so I guess all the things you guys have listed, though, so you have somebody there in old age, you have a family, you have children, you can have all of these outside of marriage. So I could stay with the same woman for all my life. We could have multiple kids.
We're
but
also
we just never
assuming
get
every
married.
guy is a good partner too.
What's that?
We're also assuming every guy will be a good partner. So
What
I
do you
mean,
mean?
not everybody. I feel like, I mean, we have so many people. What's the ratio of like women to men in this country?
It's
I don't
like
know. I
3
feel like,
women to 1 man, or
yeah, and not every man want to get
It's
married.
not 3 women.
it's about
I don't know
2
what
or
it is.
3 women.
But I feel like women are.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Because
I would say, Brian, if you're not converting to Christianity, then you're right. There would be no ultimate reason, because the context for marriage can't just be the kind of outcomes, because like Brian said, you could produce all those outcomes without the marriage. So it really brings into the question, well, what is a marriage? And from my perspective, my faith is you're actually marrying to a body. There's a third aspect to it. It's not just to each other. And so without that, the question is, why should you convert to Christianity is a question before why should you get married. And so if you were exploring that, Brian, I would start with, should I consider Christianity as a practice, as a life? Then that would give you your context for marriage. But otherwise, you'd be right. Without the context, it's kind of a useless question. Like, why would you get married? There would be no use or purpose, or there's not even an ontology of marriage from that perspective.
Okay. Let's see. I guess who here is, because Christianity has come up a little bit. Who here is Christian? Just show of hands.
Catholic, yeah.
Christian. Okay.
Catholic is
Just curious. Let's see here. Jimbob, under Christianity, are wives, should they be submissive to their husbands?
Yeah, it's kind of view it like this. The husband is the head and the wife is the neck. And so you need the neck. It's a component of the body. And the marriage is an extension of the body, which is the church. So everything has a hierarchy. And when you say women should be submissive to men, it's a duty difference. It's not a value difference.
Yep.
It just naturally, even in nature, there's a discrepancy between male and female, as the debate yesterday, if you saw it, that men are geared towards certain duties and behaviors, and women are geared toward others. And that could actually kind of inform you what the duties could be. So the problem with the term is submissive has been largely in the last 100 years been railed into women's head, and now men, that it's a bad thing. But the problem is under Christianity, the man is also to be submissive to someone higher. And so this is one thing I push back with people who are sort of like red pill. They're like, they borrow a Christian lens to say women should be submissive. But if they don't see how being submissive from his perspective is a virtue, why would they follow you?
Yeah.
So you're the God, you're the Pope, you're the master. Well, who's your master? And so it's not a riddle to me why women are taking it that way. They're like, why would I submit to you? And it's like, because I'm strong, right? Well, no, that's not a good enough reason. Because I'm rich, still not even a good enough reason. So yeah, from a Christian view, it's a good question, because if you ask the same question from a different view without a Christian lens, I'm not sure there's a good answer why women should submit to men.
Yeah.
We have a message here from Lucas. It's regrettable, but secular marriage is no longer a manageable risk for men. Approximately 50% of marriages end in divorce. Approximately 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Approximately 85% of alimony is paid from men to women. Same with child support. Men are mostly, and he looks like he has a follow-up here. So I'll wait for that to come through. But I guess going back to the submissive thing, would you guys consider, those of you who are married or in relationships, those of you who are Christian, would you or will you be or are you submissive to your husband or boyfriend or whatever?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And it's in any situation, it doesn't matter who's making more money, what situation you're in. If he's sick and you're healthy, like he is the head of the household and you're the neck, just like
Sure.
Jimbob said, I would agree with that.
Case for you?
Oh, well, since I'm single, I guess right now.
When you get a boyfriend or married or.
Yeah. I mean, the dating process is for figuring out if they can be a good leader to you and they actually are submitted to the Lord. In my recent relationship, the hierarchy was, God, him, me, of course. And then he stepped right out, and then it was, the hierarchy remains still God, myself. And so, we weren't married and we aren't. And so, that's just something we had to figure out. But, my dedication to the Lord does not change based on the relationship I'm in. And if the husband is not submitted to the Lord, then, he steps out of line. My direct line is still to the Lord because he's the ultimate authority.
Sure. What about you guys over here?
I was going to say, you made a difference between secular submission and biblical submission. And so for me being married, as long as I have, we do biblical submission. And I do want to mention, Paul did say before the submission towards the wife towards the husband, he did say we are to submit to one another under Christ. He did lay that foundation. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
but it's are you saying that it's like
no, I'm saying I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm just saying secular submission and biblical submission are two totally different things.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I don't even know how would we even define.
Yeah.
Like to me, a secular submission would be a set of manipulations that either could do.
Yeah.
Right. That's all it would be. It'd be like,
Which is why I feel like this whole feminist idea, like what it derived from, it was like, well, it was already doomed from the start. There was like no basis in the relationship. If you're only submitting to the man, it's just like an ego stroke. So like, no, it's not going to work. And then you're going to have women acting out, but that's not how it's supposed to be.
Well, and then feminists always assume that submission means subjugation and that she's going to be a slave. And I always tell feminists that's not what it means. It means yielding.
Yeah.
It means yielding to his leadership and yielding to the things that he wants to do. And that is a really edifying thing for a woman's heart. It's so healthy. It's so good when it's done in the right way. And so feminists, though, they really like to come after specifically Savannah and I because we always say, like, it's not subjectivity. It's not beating a woman into subordination. That's not what the Bible talks about. And if feminists actually wanted to read the Bible and actually look at what it says, then they'd figure out really quickly that Eve's curse from the beginning has been she wanted to dominate over her husband. Obviously, the pains in childbirth part, and that's very easy to understand, but she's always wanted to dominate and control over her husband. And feminism is really the institutionalization of Eve's curse. And that's why I'm against it.
Yeah.
And I have a question for you, Savannah, related to this. So you're married. You do quite a bit of social advocacy when it comes to your anti-abortion stuff. Maybe you do some political stuff too, or?
Yes.
If your husband asked you to stop your social media stuff and stop your advocacy, would you?
It would have to be a conversation as to why.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. If it was like causing issues in our marriage, then obviously yes, because that's what's more important to me. But as we are both Catholic Christians and we're called to speak out and against abortion because it's the intentional ending of an innocent human life that's made in the image of God, it would kind of make you question, like, well, is he disagreeing with what God is telling us to do and what we're supposed to be called to do?
Let's assume he's on board with the message. He's not pro-choice or anything.
Right.
But he just makes a determination. He's like, you know what? I just don't want you out there on social media like that. just don't want you to do it.
Yeah.
Would you?
Okay.
So you'd stop?
It's actually something that I asked. Yeah, I would. It's actually something that I asked him about before we got married. Like, because obviously I was already making political and pro-life content
Right.
before, and I was just kind of like, what do you think about this? Because I really eventually want to take this to the next level, and that's when I recently kicked off my YouTube channel. And I was like, this is what I want to do. This is what I feel called to do. Like, how do you feel about it? And it was definitely something that he thought about, because there are a lot of risks that go into it. Obviously, you can see I got punched in the face. Like, it's
Right.
not exactly safe all of the time. It's not fun a lot of the time, going into these big crowds and getting screamed at and called names. And I know that he's very protective, and he doesn't want to see me get hurt. And so he wouldn't want to put me in a situation where that might happen, just as a
Right.
guy.
So just a point of clarification. You said there would have to be a conversation about it.
Well, I would want to know why. Like, I would say yes, okay, but can I know why?
Okay. I don't really think I have any pushback there. Maybe the situation could be you got attacked. He could be like, yeah, your safety. I don't want my wife getting beat up on the street. So
there's also another element there that will probably, God willing, will be on the horizon, is once you have children, the thing you're weighing ultimately within a Christian paradigm is, can you fulfill your duties at home as a mother, even if what you're doing is like super amazing and, you know, pro-Christian and everything.
Right.
And that seems like if you're already in a Christian paradigm, it's like a no-brainer anyway. Like, you'd be like, you choose your kid over potentially getting punched in the face,
100%.
just with the potential that you could change one woman's mind from doing what she's doing. But that ends up coming first. So some people don't see it that way, though. They go, well, no, you know, I'm a boss babe, you know, I'm a Christian boss babe. And you're like, yeah, but does that mean abandoning your duties? And you're
Right.
well, yeah, if I'm a boss, God made me a boss babe. And they basically take this approach, and then the marriage suffers. And if there's children, they would suffer as well from that view. And that's why on this podcast, especially, we ask people who are who say they're Christian, but then really it comes out later that they're really just kind of feminists, like undercover, where
Right.
they really just want to win and be the center of attention. And so, you know,
Yeah.
it's always a fair question to ask.
Yeah. We had a conversation after.
Hold on.
Christine donated $200. Ladies, let me give you some game to counter Brian. Just say that you are Christian and trick them into signing the paperwork, and feel free to divorce and take half his stuff later. Easy game.
Prenup.
thank you, Christine.
Thanks, Christine.
That's funny. No, we're not going to do that. Yeah, my husband, I mean, I said to my husband, because, I mean, he's going out there with me as well. He's my cameraman. He saw everything that went down when I got attacked. And I asked him, I was like, you know, are you just going out there with me and recording me because you support me and you're like loving what I'm doing, or do you really feel called to do this? Because I don't want you to just feel upset every time we go out and just like nervous. And he told me, no, I'm actually starting to feel like called to doing this, which is like my dream. I'm so glad that he is feeling called to speak out against the preborn and against, you know, the gender ideology stuff that's going on in our country, and just the attack on children in general. Because it's a lot. It's like I said, it's not always fun. So I'm glad that he supports me in that. But again, if you know, I was asking him that question because I was like, if this is making you upset for me to do and it's stressing you out, like,
Wait a second. Your husband saw this, and that woman who hit you still has her hands?
Yeah. So I mean, if you can watch the video, like, you see him like go after her, and you know, obviously he's not going to put his hands on a woman, because in the Western world, that doesn't go very well, even if you're in the right, you know, she's in the wrong. And so my husband reacted to the situation better than I think anybody could have, because of course there was just so much built up anger and rage. The woman was a lot bigger than me and a lot bigger than him as well. And my husband goes to the gym every single day, like has huge muscles.
Are you sure it wasn't a man?
Well, she did say, suck my dick, like as she was walking away.
I thought I should
and
check.
I mean, and then somebody called her Brian Rivers the other day. Her name is Brianna Rivers. And I'm like, maybe something's starting to happen. But yeah, I feel like the suck my dick is just like a Bronx saying. That's just like
Yeah,
what girls
now
say
it's
in the
a
Bronx.
common thing
gonna
for
say.
girls to say.
As soon
Unfortunately.
as you explain
How
the
classy.
situation,
It's
I'll say New
okay.
York.
It's all right. Okay, Lucas, he sent this one in. I read it earlier. He continued, relegated to weekend dad since men are still the primary breadwinners. Men forfeit 50% of their hard-earned wealth. It's unfortunate, but a secular marriage contract is easier to break than a cell phone contract, and women are incentivized to pursue divorce. Oh, he's got another continued? Wow. You got another continued? Thank you, Lucas. This is the original, if anybody missed it. He said 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Lucas, appreciate that. There it is. For rather capricious reasons, ironically enough, my skepticism of marriage today comes as a married man myself, albeit both devout Greek Orthodox. Wow, that was well written, Lucas.
Lucas.
He's married himself, Lucas, and he's. Aren't you a lawyer? You're a lawyer, right?
I want to know what he does because he does this often.
Yeah.
He's an attorney, and he's a handsome guy, right? Look at that. Look at that
got his
handsome guy.
personal injury.
All right, thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it. We have a message here from Desert Joe. He says the institution of marriage for men in modernity is akin to jumping out of an airplane with a parachute that has a 50% chance of opening successfully and was packed by someone you thought loved you. Damn. Oof. Oh my goodness.
Who hurt you?
Desert Joe.
Right.
Is there anybody here who doesn't want to get married? Anybody?
Based. Okay.
Yes, you do.
Anybody here who doesn't want kids?
Me?
Don't want kids? Don't want kids? Why is that?
Because actually, if you have a kid, you will have more responsibility for them, and you have the responsibility to educate them and help them to be a good guy. And if you are not, or like we said before, maybe divorce or doing something with your husband, then they go a bad express to your kid. Yeah.
Okay. And why for you?
I certainly hold the idea that look after a baby is very hard. It's too hard for me, and I think I don't have enough time, money to give the baby best education or something like that.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question to your answers. Was it pushed on you guys being from China that having children was like a negative, or that, because I know that my husband's from India and everybody says, have children, but no more than two. And like China's had the 2-child laws in the past. Did your parents tell you that, having kids is a big burden or like a big weight on you? Or?
Actually, it varies from people to people. Yes, because I know some of my classmates. They have the dream. They hold the dream to be in a marriage and have a kid, but there's. It's just something some people like me, and also my mom tell me that she told me that I'm lucky to have you, but actually you don't have to have a baby or being in a marriage with yourself because you are the best head of yourself. Yeah.
What about you? Did your parents tell you that having kids was going to be hard, or?
Not really, because I think education in China is really hard. As for me, my undergraduate university is not very famous, but I still spent my I spent 3 years to how to say Chinese 高考. I think it's really, really hard. I don't think I can give my baby best education. I don't want see my baby um, spend a hard time same as me.
Okay.
If you had a husband, would you want to have a kid?
Maybe.
So you don't want to be a single mom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But it maybe if you had a husband who was helping, you would want to have a child? Or you would be open to it?
Maybe. Maybe I will.
Yeah, it sounds like, and this is something obviously present here in the West, is I would call it propaganda. Not that there isn't a realistic focus and concern when you do have kids and when you're trying to prepare. But as everyone knows, even if you thought you were prepared, you're still not prepared.
Right.
But we're pretty much bombarded constantly with baby means you're a slave. Baby means your life's over. Baby means everything that you liked is over. This is just hammered into American culture through every facet of communication. And so it's interesting to see from your perspective from another country how much of that is there. It's probably less at this point, honestly. We got it bad over here.
Yeah, considering how
because-
top-heavy China's population is, I imagine there would be a lot more pro-baby propaganda,
Yeah.
but it sounds like maybe not. But you said, I don't remember which one of you said it, but one of you said, I don't want that responsibility of having a baby. Is that, who said that?
I said that.
Why would you not want to take on something so amazing?
Because actually, if your kid is good, oh, that's fine. I appreciate that. But what if he's had something wrong or done something wrong, and you will get upset, and you will think, oh God, how do I have a kid like to do that? Because I make you, I had you, and I like put my heart on you, but why you done like
Oh,
that?
you're afraid to have a little shit kid.
Yes.
Well, they are at some point. I mean, they go through a phase. So if you're ever considering having kids, just know there will be a phase where
Yeah.
you'll go through that, but that's just a phase.
But you're going to love them so much still because
Yeah.
you made them. And
Yeah.
have you ever talked to a mom about how her life changed when she first saw her newborn baby?
I'll tell you right now.
That's
Literally,
Tell
no, it
us.
was literally the best moment of my life. Like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like there's the cliche saying like you don't even know what you were doing before you had kids. I truly cannot tell you like the purpose or direction like my life was going in, because I always had like dreams like and goals. Like I've always been very, very goal oriented, and school and work and career and all of that. But that doesn't fill your soul the way the love of a child does. It's like everybody loves their dog and their pet. Every day you go home after work, you know they're gonna love you no matter what. It's that times a million with your kid, and it's just unbeatable.
Don't tell those dog parents that. They'll fight. They'll open your face.
I love animals too. Like I've had pets my whole life, but there really is not. It's like they came from you.
Yeah.
Well,
And
I
you-
also think, like, on a psychology point of view, like, we are happier as human beings when we're being selfless.
Yeah.
Because the
Yes.
moment we are selfish and just thinking about ourselves is actually when we become more depressed. And us women were literally made to be nurturers, lovers, caregivers. Like, we just have that natural talent. Like, a lot of times, like, what your wife knows things before you do, she's on top of that. Like, we have that sixth sense.
Yes.
Like, we are programmed for
Right.
that.
If I could just chime in on that real quick. As someone, I don't have any children just yet, but I've been a nanny for years. And, you know, whether I was in a classroom teaching or I'm with kids, it didn't matter the age. They made me so happy. Teaching, even crying, I'll take the tantrums. It was great. Honestly, it made me stronger. But kids just do something for you where it's just like, wow, like you remember why life can be so beautiful.
I think it's
Yeah.
just because they're so pure and innocent, just
Yeah.
like the dog mom or the cat mom.
Yeah, and
Like,
you
it's
just
the
want to foster
innocence
that
in
and
it.
give it more love. And the more you love, more love you put into your kids, the better they're going to turn out. They're going to make mistakes. Look at us. We make mistakes. I could tell you so many I made as a young girl, but it gives you more hope in the world. With so much ugly crap happening everywhere, you look at your kid, you see such pureness, happiness, such love, and it just gives you more oomph to get through the next day.
Well, you have a chance to make the next generation beautiful and
Yeah,
stronger
right there.
because they definitely have been trying to mess with us.
Yes.
And we're to the point where we're waking up and we're over it.
Right.
Question for you two, though. So, I mean, you're both young. You're both 20, or is 20 and 21. Is that? So, do you think maybe when you're a bit older, your viewpoint might change, or are you pretty set in not having kids?
But now I will say that I won't change my mind of that. I know I love kids because I have a little brother. Yeah, I love him so much. But actually, I won't have my own kid because I'm afraid if I have a kid, so my love of him will become the first one.
You're an engineer, right? You're going to be an engineer? So you're afraid to take on the biggest engineering project of your life?
Because maybe like that. Yeah, because I have to be in my goal, have to just be in my dream, and I'm afraid if I have kids, so he will become the first or she will become the first. I'm afraid of that. Yeah.
And then what about you?
As she said, maybe I will change my mind when I have a husband or when I get in a romantic relationship.
Can I say something real quick? As a nurse who goes into homes, like it's really sad when I go into homes and those older people do not have children. So you're gonna eventually, like as you age, you're gonna see, that difference, because when I go into homes and I help the older population, that don't have kids, it's really, really sad compared to when I go into homes and they do have children.
I'm so happy you said that because
Yeah.
my mom actually just passed away in March, and to be there with
Yeah.
her through that whole entire process has inspired me to want to be a death doula.
Okay.
And just the fact that I was like able to stay the night with her, be with her in her last moments.
And I'm sure she appreciated that, yeah.
Are your
So-
parents married?
Yes.
And they're still together?
Yes.
Yeah. What about you? Are your parents they're married?
Yeah.
And do you have any siblings, or
Oh.
do you have a brother, sister?
No.
You said one younger brother?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the oldest child.
Actually not.
Oh, you have an older brother, older
Yes,
sister?
I have an older brother
Okay.
because my parents, he is the son of my father, and my father got twice marriage, and but we are good, yeah, because we played all of the time.
Okay.
Mhm. And you said you're from China, right?
Yes.
Okay, so was that where the 2 kid or the 1 kid implementation was just dropped, where now you can have as many kids as you want in China? Did y'all hear about that?
But now our country just encourage us to have more kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Can I ask you what a death doula is?
Think about like a birth doula, a woman that's there to
that.
basically help that process. It's the same thing. It's a woman that's there to help that person pass to the next phase.
I love that because I lost my mom 2 years ago, so that would have been
I feel
very
you.
handy.
I
Yeah.
feel you.
Mhm.
And by help, you don't mean like a pillow, right? I'm just checking.
Getting back into the notes, I'm going to go to Nadia. Who's Nadia?
Right over here.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
You're hiding. You wrote you're bisexual and you've had years of dating both genders.
Yes.
Is anybody else here bisexual or a lesbian?
Okay, don't always be on that one. Hold on.
So there are 2 genders. We're putting that out
Clear
there.
on that?
Right there with you.
Yeah.
Have we figured that out?
So you said you were in a 5-year relationship and you're currently there's a previous one, and are you dating a man or a woman?
So at the moment I'm dating a man. That's the one that's going on 5 years. The other 5-year relationship was with a woman.
Okay. Do you have a preference for one or the other?
You know,
You prefer men or women?
At the moment, I would definitely say men. That definitely had to do with a lot of, growth and stuff like that, and just preferences I didn't know that I had before. But at the moment, men for sure.
Okay, got it. You said you wanted to speak on gender roles and expectations in relationships.
Oh yes, yes.
So,
oh, the juicy stuff. I love it. Well, yeah. I mean, as someone who was dating a woman for years, and yes, I was the more masculine one. If we're just wondering, it wasn't always like this. No, yes, she'll tell you. My sister.
Is it always like that? Like there's one masculine, one feminine?
I would say 9 times out of 10, I think there is, but also I will say from where I'm at, because all different parts of the world, there's so many different types of people, and I would say where I'm at, New York, New Jersey, it's usually like that. You have the one feminine, one masculine. But I also, with years of dating women and not dating men, now that I'm with the man, I'm just like, okay, got it. Like, it's not only, I'm like, it's not really supposed to be like that, but I have seen like feminine or even masculine that's happened.
Right.
I've dabbled. Yeah. But it's a thing.
Who pays on the date if you?
Let me tell you, I was going broke, so I would say.
Can I tell you all the questions you guys are gonna have for her? I've grown up asking her, so I can understand.
Yes,
So,
she's
why
still
do you
studying me.
think that is? Like, if you guys are women and you want to be with a woman, like, why is one trying to look like, or I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but why is one looking like a man or trying to look like a man?
Oh yeah, okay. So I can't speak for all of us, right? But for me, initially, I felt as if I had to take on that masculine role, right? So that was also a lot of trauma response too. So if we're being real and diving deep into things, a lot of it was I felt like I had to be that man, set that good male example. So even if that means you're playing the part, you're playing dress up, like for me, that's what it was. And I wasn't able to be like in my feminine energy and as soft as I wanted to be. Don't get me wrong, still super masculine, but that was the thing. Now I'm a little bit more feminine. Yeah.
Were you playing that role before you met or was that after, or is that a discussion y'all had?
With my current man?
No, with before the woman that you were dating.
Okay.
Like, did y'all discuss who was going to be more masculine?
Honestly,
I'm gonna tell y'all, no, that was a very natural situation. Watching it unfold.
If we're being honest, my father definitely raised me to be the little son, little boy. She was the girly girl, I was not. But also, I still, again, to this day, I'm super tomboy. I think I just pushed it a little bit more because I felt like that was what was right. It was comfortable, and at a young age, I was like high school when this was happening. Easily impressionable. Everybody was like the pad. Everyone could do it. You know what I mean?
And I would just like to point out, like, again, this circles back to our topic about like marriages and things circling back to Christ, because like our mom raised us very Catholic in the church. God is everything. And our father was atheist. Probably still is.
Yeah.
So granted, they were married till her dying day, but that was also very confusing and affected us a lot in our decision making growing up, our personalities, especially partners that we've chosen. I'm not with my father of my kids. We were together for 5 years. That didn't work out for various reasons. But the person I'm with now for the last 3 years, I mean, he's wonderful. He's like best dad in the world. Like, their dad is still around, but stepdad for sure.
The whole acting out the traits of the opposite sex is really interesting, because if you look at men, homosexual, who are attracted to the same sex, they start to almost present a caricature of a woman that even women don't even sound like that. It's like it's like a woman that's cast in like a TV show that's over the top, but then with the hand waving and the lisping and all of that, what's the equivalent for lesbians?
Well, I got you. First with let's jump into.
Is it like crushing a can?
Sitting with your legs apart.
What do you do?
So first with the fashion, so it's the look, right? You gotta nail it, right? You gotta sell it.
Like Young M.A.
Yeah.
Hello,
so you look
goodbye.
like Rosie the Riveter. You're all like, let's go to the bar.
The snapback was a thing. It was a thing. We didn't sag the pants because that's not
white
cute.
tank top.
Yeah, what? Listen, tattoo showing. I'm
Doc
like, yeah,
Martens,
like
rolled up.
No, Jordans. It was
okay,
Jordans. It was Nikes. Yes, kept it cute. She would have.
Not my sister.
But also it's just a matter of like everything. Again, it goes back to wanting that male presence in your life to be that good example. So I'm like, okay, what would a good man do? Walk on this side of the street, pay for the dinners. You know, somebody looks at you crazy. I'm just like, what's up? We got issues, you know what I mean? And again, sometimes that didn't put me in the best positions in life. And you know, but that's part of learning, right?
You said something really interesting when you were saying I was pretending to be the masculine type. You said it was a trauma response.
Yes, yes.
So you, in your masculine energy, that was a trauma response?
Yes, because I saw it as, again, when I was growing up, as my sister explained, like our father figure and stuff, I feel like love him, but there were a lot of things that I feel he didn't protect us in ways that he had to, you know what I'm saying? And we didn't get the best version of him that we could have. So in moments where I felt like I needed it the most, when life is hard, high school, you know, you're going through all these like life changes, I was just like, all right, I'll just do what I think I need to do. And also, you know, there's a lot of that codependency in that relationship too, because she kind of had a male figure that wasn't the best at the moment. And we're both trying to figure it out. But yeah, I think that's really what it was. Not to say that it wasn't real, the feelings weren't real. I think it's just I wasn't being real to myself.
It's really interesting though, because feminism obviously pushes women in a masculine direction. It argues that they should prioritize masculine things. But on the flip side of the coin, feminism also waits for a woman to be hurt by a man. Then it jumps in the picture and promises everything. So a lot of times I'll go to colleges and I'll talk to these girls and I'll say, we've all had bad experiences with men in our lives. Every single guys have had bad experiences with men, but feminism waits at your doorstep and promises you the world to heal you from that trauma. And it just seeps in at the wrong moment. And that's why I find feminism is so predatory on women who may not have had good father figures or have had traumatic relationships, or, you know, women who grew up with a development of an attachment style trauma. If they had an anxious attachment develop because they were abandoned, or avoidant attachment develop because they were also probably abandoned. A lot of times girls with trauma will end up as feminists, and it's, you know, and then be presenting as masculine because it's literally a predatory ideology.
Yeah, there's also, they used to study it more. They just coincidentally kind of stopped putting in the spotlight, but like early abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse used to be studied with both men and women, homosexuality. And they just kind of like, no, I was born this way. They kind of skip that aspect, and they're like, no, I'm going to just skip to I'm born this way, which doesn't make any sense still to this day. Because can you imagine the doctor like raising the child and being like, it's gay? It's like, it doesn't make sense. There's a lot more to these stories, but because it's been sold as like, I agree with you, that sort of reaction, it's sold as empowerment. You're going to be a feminist and a lesbian, and then they just jump right into the role. But it's like that's why I wanted to ask you, not that you could know this, but would you suspect there are other women who went through kind of similar thing as you, and they are essentially doing a kind of role playing? Not that you would confront them directly, you know, that might not go well, but can you tell? You think you could tell?
Oh, 100%. There's people that either like I've worked with in the past, just a friend of a friend, and usually those people are the one that are telling me their life story immediately. And just through that, if you know, I'm a firm believer, all you got to do is listen to somebody for a few seconds to really get an understanding of who they are. And because I've been through it, they're talking, and I'm just like, yeah. So I would definitely say it's a thing, you know, just from what they say, how they act about certain things, even bringing certain things up could be touchy. They get defensive, and I'm just like, yeah, that's all trauma.
Would you say that women who are feminine are also healed or healthy?
Honestly, I would like to lean towards that, because I would say I've been in relationships, whether it's male or female, that I just felt like I always had to be on guard. I had to be the lead, and it was too much. And I'm like, this is not natural. Then going into a relationship where I'm like, oh, like this is actually great. I like being able to just do my job and be a woman, because like that's what I am. And it is healing. So I would definitely like to side with that. And yeah.
And like the trauma can put you, like as a woman, it can put you like one of two ways. You either have that kind of response where you dabble like sexually with like the opposite sex, or you're in the other category where you dabble sexually with the same sex, but now everybody gets it because you think that you're in your feminist power. You can just take control of your sexuality and give it to everybody. Like I subscribed to that when I was younger, and it didn't do anything for me. I had to like literally give my life back to Christ and like remember my roots.
That's one of the one of the most egregious from the feminist ideology is like it takes what's leverage for women, your sex, your virginity, your chastity, your virtue, and it flips it and says, no, that is your power. And a Christian says, yeah, that's partly is your power. But it says, give it away, basically give it away. Like, here you go, like free. And again, there's a long process here. You go back to the 60s, there's a dedicated movement toward psychedelics, free love, concentrated effort to get that to happen. And lo and behold, just a couple, decade or two later, the foundation of the home starts to wither away. And then women are like, I'm not having kids. Like, I'm not going to be a slave to the kitchen. Meanwhile, if you just kind of, it could be the case that the truest form of feminism is being a homemaker. Right. What if that was a form of feminism? If you watched the debate yesterday, I asked Oliver that. I said, is it possible that being a homemaker is the best feminism, right? Could it be redefined as like the best expression of women? And he couldn't combat it. It just happens to be the case, like you said, that like there's this like feminism produces a bunch of weak men impersonators. They're not even strong men impersonators. They're weak men impersonators. And it's just not, I think it's God willing, it's starting to fall apart now.
The other silly thing that feminism does is it makes women hold two completely contradictory ideas in their mind at the same time. And specifically relating to how they view sex, it's either super casual and I relate to it the same way that a guy does and it doesn't affect me at all, or on the other extreme, don't look at me the wrong way because you're sexist, I'm going to take you to court. And so if someone, and feminism is full of these, I'm writing a book right now called 100 Ways Feminism is a Failure, and it's going to be good, it's going to be fun. We go through a little bit of the history of feminism and uncover all the dirtiness, because most people don't even know that the suffragette was like equivalent to BLM in the amount of damage that they did to society, like physical arson, bombings, everything. But we also go through every single major contradiction that feminism holds at the same time, starting from I'm a woman. Also, there's no definition of a woman. Sex is not important at all and totally casual. And also, I'm going to Me Too you at the first opportunity that I can. We go through a bunch of other stuff as well, but that's how feminism controls women. It literally makes them crazy because you cannot have two separate ideas in your mind at the same time, because you're going to be split between them and someone's just going to be able to come in and insert whatever they think the truth is on you.
Make sure to add in the book the early contradiction of the suffragettes physically and basically any way possible shutting down what was the majority of women coming out to say we don't want
to vote.
They're like, no, you can't do a preliminary vote against your own vote. They like shut it down.
Yes,
which
no,
is
exactly.
a contradiction.
That's a huge part of it. And also, it's funny. You have Rosie on your shirt, and what's funny about Rosie? She worked for 5 or 6 days in the metal factory, and then decided it was too hard, it was too dangerous, and she left. She became a cellist after that.
And it's funny because you'll always see girls on Instagram, like feminist girls, talking about, oh, I don't want a simp. I don't want a guy that's just gonna like submit to everything I say. But then in the same tone, they're like, I will
not submit.
I will not. Like, what do you want then? You don't even know.
Speaking of submission, I have a video I want to show you guys. This is a video I took of my we're broken up ex-girlfriend. This is my expectation in a relationship. Go ahead and play it. All right. So boom, she's got to bow.
Okay.
She's got to bow.
She picked something up too, right?
Oh, I threw my slippers off.
Okay.
And I got, it was a long podcast. I get home. She's got my food ready. She's got my food ready. She gets me the beer.
As she should.
This is my expectation. I had to scold her. Those tomatoes are disgusting. I don't know why she did that. And then get ready to play it again. Play it again, just the beginning part. Pause it. You see the bow. You see how deep the bow is? Do you see the...
I have a question. Would a curtsy work for you?
No, I mean...
A bow's kind of masculine.
If you want to... If you want to curtsy, I'll accept it. But going around the table... Would you bow for your boyfriend?
I would curtsy.
You would no, but he says, "I want you to bow."
Yes, I would.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Okay, we'll come back to that. What about you?
I'd have to ask why, because that's not a Western European culture thing. But I'd probably curtsy as a former ballerina.
Also,
Okay.
I will ask for why. The reason.
Wait, you'll ask her why?
Yeah, for what?
For what?
Yes.
Do they here we'll do they bow? Is there bowing in China?
No, definitely not.
No bow.
Korea. It's Korea. They definitely bow
Japan?
to older generations.
But in China they don't bow.
No, not at all.
There's no bow. No bowing.
No bowing. No.
Not in China.
No.
What about in like certain parts of China?
No, definitely not. Maybe in Asian they will do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But not now.
Like
bow.
just bow to him just to show respect.
Yeah. Like okay, here's
I don't see
he gets
okay.
Yes. You do?
Yeah, like if that makes him feel good, like why
Okay.
not?
What about you?
I
No?
won't. Yeah.
You wouldn't do it?
No, I won't.
Damn, that's crazy. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm gonna flip and say let's bow to God together instead.
Yeah.
That feels
And
better.
I'm gonna say no. So would you bow though, or no?
What if he bows to God and you're behind him and you bow?
That makes more
Okay.
sense. Yeah. But like I don't know, that was uncomfortable.
I think it's funny. Like my husband and I joke all the time.
No,
If he
yeah, it
asks
would
me
be a
to
funny
bow,
joke.
I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, he wouldn't ask me seriously. Like he would find that weird. But
Right.
yeah, that was funny. That was a good comment.
Yeah, but would you?
Ugh, I really got to think about this because I'll submit to my man, but like bowing?
Yes, bowing.
I know, I get it. I don't know. I'm torn. Like, I'm not trolling. Can you come back or can I just like?
It's really deep. He's got to think about it.
Wait, what did you say?
Because I'll make him a sandwich. Said it, you know.
Would you bow when
bow
you're
while you're
making? You are kind of bowing when you're making a sandwich. It's a long bow.
I mean, if you're at the table,
Especially
and
if
I'm
it's a bow.
serving him. I mean, yeah, I'm bending over to serve him at the table to get everything. So count that. Yeah, count that.
No, he specifically wants a bow.
At the door with the slippers.
I'll bring his slippers to the door. I'm not bowing at the door, but I'll totally bring his slippers to the door.
Will you
But
put the
what-
slippers
I thought
on
you were
him?
submissive. I thought you were submissive.
I know, but I'm not a slave. Like that's when the
Why would
things
that
start
make you a
getting
slave?
complicated. Like,
Why would that
what?
make you a slave?
I also just don't like feet.
Wait, what?
I don't like feet. My man
What does
knows.
that
Like
have
we
to do
we
with
talk
it?
about
That's
this all the
hilarious.
time.
What does that have to
I
do
don't
with the
wanna touch
bow?
his feet. No, he said
Or
put his slippers on his
slippers,
feet.
yeah.
That's why.
Okay, just stick to this.
You
Okay.
don't touch your man's
The
feet?
bow. For guys.
Sorry.
Y'all are all over the place.
That's a great moment.
Get the feet shit out of here. Forget the feet shit. Would you hit the bow?
You said boyfriend, so I would definitely say absolutely not.
Not,
Yeah.
My
not to the
husband,
boyfriend.
yes, but
Husband,
I mean,
yes.
but then you
Well,
have
you're
to
in a
ask why is he
relationship, right?
asking that?
Right.
He wants a demonstration of respect because he feels like he hasn't been getting it from you lately. What have you done? for
My
him
husband would
lately?
never ask that.
Right,
though.
mine
That, like
either.
that's
Right.
Yeah.
But what if he
hold
did?
on. What, question for you. If you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
Stop me.
Huh?
Me?
Yeah.
If I didn't have breakfast this
How
morning,
would you feel? Yeah.
if I didn't have breakfast this morning, how would I feel?
Do you want me to repeat it again? Yes.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering why you're asking that question.
Just answer the question.
She hasn't been online.
I'd probably feel hungry.
Okay, we'll accept it. It's to test if you can engage with a hypothetical.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So if you were to say, but I did have breakfast this morning, it means you can't engage with a
Okay.
Okay, but so So I get that your boyfriend or wait, no, you're married, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I get your husband, he would never ask this. But like if he did, would you?
I would probably laugh and do it.
Right. That would be more of the
Because he would probably
Okay.
be asking
Yeah.
because he's trying to be
Alright.
funny or something. I don't know.
What about you?
Oh, I'm like, okay, because I'm like, I like jokey jokes.
I feel like if he said that and laughed, I would do it. But if he was being so serious, looking me in my eye and was like, I need you to bow out,
I would still laugh.
no, thank you.
Wait, I have a follow-up question for you. Back when you were role-playing as a man, if you asked your girlfriend at the time to bow for you, and you said it in a low voice like you used to do,
like low,
like hey, would she do it?
The type of woman that she was, it was almost the same. Like she would do it, would laugh, but she wouldn't take offense. She would do it and laugh. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, I think the way you ask is
Yeah.
really
The way I
deliveries are
yeah. Not
Tell
you
us how
specifically.
you would
like,
ask.
the way he would ask. Like if you,
Oh, I'd show her the video.
off
This
the
is
video?
what I want.
Okay.
Wait,
Do that.
so my man showed me the video and was like, do this? No,
Yeah.
thank
Look,
you.
I think it's a playful thing, especially in the context of like a more like a Western culture. I don't think you'd well, it could be a serious thing, but
because some of those things, like, you know, I mean, we're Latino women, we were raised like you feed your man when he comes home, like all of that. So in reality, like we do that, just not as frantically, but you know, we serve him when he comes in.
I think the frantic adds.
But if he needs a physical sign of your submission, doesn't that mean he's like super low IQ and can't see the other things that you're doing and offering to him? I mean, if you're making him food and he's like,
What would be
that's
an
not
example?
enough. Of what?
You said
Like
a
being,
sign of your submission. Like what would be an example?
well, like if he were to make a decision and you maybe disagreed with it, then the woman would yield to that and say, you know, I may disagree, but I respect your headship of the house and I'm going to allow you, you know, or not allow you, that's so bad, but like I'm going to yield to your leadership here.
But the idea here is that the bow is completely pointless, really. Like it doesn't serve any purpose, but she's willing to do it regardless.
Yeah. I'd be willing to curtsy because it's a lot more feminine to
curtsy.
do that. But I don't know. It's kind of silly. I just
Wait,
do it
I have
as
a
joke.
question.
Yeah.
What if every time, not that there's a lot of times this happens, but like every time you did yield to him where you kind of disagreed and you yielded anyway, if only at that point did you do a curtsy? Like only in that instance, every time. Like it was like a custom. It was like a tradition in the home where it was like, okay, I don't agree with you. I'm yielding. You're the man of the house. I gave you my opinion, but you're the leader. And then you go.
Yeah, I mean, sure,
Right.
for sure. I would also totally do it at the front of the door if he came home, you know?
Because it brings up a bigger question just about general cultural traditions that America really has none. You know, we have fast food and consumerism is our new tradition. But when you look at, I think the bowing thing is becomes so contentious is because, especially I think in the West, you associate it with worship. And it makes sense because every visual you've ever seen of bowing means worship, but bowing could mean veneration, respect. And it's just interesting to watch people generally in this generation, they have like a visceral reaction to it. You had a visceral reaction.
because it's like you almost like a trauma response. You tap back into those old feminine ways, like the old feminine mindset. I don't mean like technical. I'm saying like the knee-jerk reaction rather would be
It's like, don't tell me.
Similar to her trauma response.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying it's similar to her trauma response, the way she responds. That would be like my knee-jerk reaction to like what? Because you know you associate that with like slavery and all these like horrible things. But I'm saying what you would normally associate with it because of the way society pushes you to think and pushes you in this box. But if it's coming from like a just, you know, the more like respectful or whatever way you just put it, that would make more sense to me. You know, like yeah.
Okay, so just a recap here, show of hands. Who will do the bow? Who won't? Show of hands if you will do the bow. Yes, yes.
I guess that no.
So wait, no.
If it's a boyfriend, no.
Okay, so for those of you who said no, wait, sorry, if it what?
You said boyfriend.
Yeah, boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, that's an interesting. Okay, well, I can go that route.
Bees in the
Yeah, you
chat
said
if you're gonna bow.
boyfriend.
Bees in the chat.
So you've
And I will say, in reality, like, because I've been married for a while, most men, when they get home, they want food. So they're not going to ask for you to bow to them.
Right.
You know, you're going to want to have food for them when they get home from a long day at work.
So, like for example,
So-
she's been in a relationship for 3 years. You think yes to the husband, but no if it's a boyfriend?
Well, I've never dated that long. Like my husband is the longest man I've dated, so I don't know her
Well,
situation.
would you do it for your husband or no?
Yeah, probably, but he would just, he wouldn't ask that, but I would
Right.
laugh and do it.
Right.
She'd laugh and do it. Okay.
I would think he was being funny.
So those of you who said no to the bow, those of you, do you want a man to open your car door? Like say he's picking you up for a date. Do you want him to open the car door for you?
Can I say something? I would want him to want to open the car door for me. Does that make sense? Like if he feels pressured that he has to open the car door, then I don't want him to open the car door for me. But I would want him to want to do that.
So okay, that's a yes. What about you?
I honestly don't care if he opens the car door for me. I know that
Sure.
can raise some eyebrows, but it doesn't bother me.
What about you?
I mean, I would like it. It would be nice, but it's not a make or break. And
Wait, are you yes on the bow? Or were you a no?
partial
She said she
I
didn't
think
know.
now I am.
It was no.
Only for my man though.
Okay.
But yeah.
Do you want a guy to do like those gestures, open the car door for you?
I don't care about this.
You don't care? Okay.
Yeah, definitely yes.
Yes, you want it? What about you?
50-50.
Okay. You half want it.
It's not like a requirement.
Okay. How about this? Walking down the sidewalk.
The man walks that's
You
on the
want
side of the
you want
street.
the man to be walking closer to where the cars are. Do you want
Always.
that? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want that? Or maybe I don't know if this is a thing in China. I don't
Maybe
know.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Oh, do you understand?
I didn't hear.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if this is something that is the case in China, but it is considered a nice gesture or chivalry when walking. Say there's the street with cars, you're walking down the sidewalk. The man would be closer to the road.
I don't.
Don't care. Okay, you guys over here,
Yeah, it's not make or break, but I would like it.
you'd like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
My husband did.
Oh wait, actually, I'm sorry. I was still thinking about the car door. My man never lets me walk on the side near the cars. By the way, he never.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You got me. Okay, that one, yes, I want that.
Especially in New York, because people like abduct people in the street. So many crazy
Yeah.
things
Oh,
happen.
abduction.
They punch you in
No,
the
not.
face.
Oh my God! Don't roll your eyes because in New York,
It's a thing.
that thing is very common. You maybe not out here, but
Have you
too
been-
many things happen.
Have
in
you
the
been
sidewalk.
abducted?
It doesn't even have to be abducted. A car could run onto the sidewalk, which
Mhm.
happens all the time in New York City. Like anything could happen. So my man always walks on the side of the street.
Okay, and then final question. Let's see. Open doors. What about like paying for first dates? You want a guy to pay for first dates?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. I was
Actually,
like,
one more.
yeah.
I'll do one more. Do you think should a man be willing? Should your boyfriend be willing to, boyfriend or husband, willing to take a bullet for you?
I
Your
think
answer?
you should be willing to take a bullet for each other.
Okay.
The same to each other.
Each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he's not, you're with the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's that sacrificial love. So in protection. So yes.
Yeah, same. 100%.
Okay. So I ask all these questions because, especially the walking closer to the street one, y'all won't do a bow, but you want a guy to put himself in danger. You want a guy to potentially be closer. So in the event of a car, he gets run over and paralyzed, but you won't hit a bow. I'm sorry. The expectation on me as a man is you have to be willing to die for me. Yeah, you better hit a bow. Like that's crazy, you know?
That's why I kind of changed my mind because when you put it into perspective, it is really like a small ask for like such a.
Oh,
heavy
it's so
cry
small.
out. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so
It's
small.
I went to
It just-
musical theater school. We bowed all the time
There
to
you
like
go.
people that hate us. That are like
As long as it's like
judging
on the
us.
floor, I mean, it's different.
But the pushback though on the like, well, maybe for your husband, but boyfriend, but it's like, well, you would have expectations even maybe on the first date. you want the guy to pay for the first date. You'd want him to maybe open your car door. You'd still, even on the first date, want him to walk closer to the road.
So you're talking about more like honor in a sense,
Honor.
like, you know, I mean, that's what I see.
Chivalry,
kind of,
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's like an obligation in a
'Cause you're-
sense for a
yeah.
man to protect the woman, and if that's embedded in them, they're not going to have a problem. But Brian makes a good point. Like you said, you want someone to pay for your first date, right?
Mhm.
So, what kind of date would it have to be for him in exchange for paying? Just ask you to bow after the dinner to him. After he signs the check, he's like, "Oh, big tip too." Would you bow for an expensive dinner?
No, because I can buy my own expensive dinner.
Oh, so then, okay. So, but the reason you want him to pay for the first dinner is why?
I just think it's more traditional. I mean, I guess.
Like you like the tradition of that, like that it's like the man is taking the lead.
I used to pay for my own, but I actually did change my mind on that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not feminist, but I'm right in the middle of all these topics.
Yeah.
I'm very independent, and I think in my story.
Are you an independent boss babe?
I am. Yeah.
You seem like you're in I don't mean this like insulting, that you're like in a survivor kind of mode person.
Yep.
Where you're like, I'm not going to expect anything from a man based on everything that I know from your experience.
Yep.
And so why not train myself to exist without that? And if I get into the situation, case in point, you haven't been dating for a long time or whatever. If you get into the situation, you might become sort of dependent on the man and resort back to that traditional thing and maybe get like burned from it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So that you're like this built up armor chick, and then like if you get into a situation where, let's say, you fall in love with a man and it ends up being a sort of traditional setting and you end up liking it, you're gonna fight it all the way, right?
Yeah, this is interesting. You bring this up. I just had this conversation this morning. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like the guy that I was with for 3 years, we lived together. When we split up, he took care of everything. I was going to school. He was paying for everything. He ended up cheating. When I found out, I left, but I was homeless. I didn't have my own money. I made a vow from that point forward, I would never depend on a man. And I never have. I've never depended on anybody. Parents, nothing. I'm completely self-made. So, when we're talking about bowing, I think a lot of times with modern dating, a lot of men have taken on a feminine role. So if we're talking about the Bible and marriage, there's different types of marriages, like you said, and you spoke it well. So if a man is to protect and provide, and he is serving God, that's different. I'm not coming home to bow to you when I made just as much money or more money at my job.
No, I mean, that's fair enough point. If there's no context for the hierarchy, like if it's not reflective of something, you're just getting sort of like a tough guy red pillar, not to throw shade at red pillars, but they're descriptively right about the situation. It's just that the expectation for men who want to be this masculine role, but they don't actually have a foundation for their tradition, then why would you submit anyway?
Wait, I actually have to push back on this though. So, I mean, you're saying, okay, well, if you guys are making the same amount, why would you submit? Even if you're making the same amount though, you're going to have one directional traditional expectations of him regardless of the amount that's made. So for example, you probably want a guy who's a leader, who takes initiative, and who will protect you. And so a guy can do all of these even if you guys are making the same amount of money, or even if you are making more than him.
Isn't that kind of like, when it comes to men, like masculine men, isn't that naturally what they want to do anyways?
Yeah.
Just like females, they naturally want to do certain things. Don't men naturally want to do that?
Whether they want to or not. Brian's saying, and I think just to get clarity on you, Are you saying you don't expect men to do anything for you?
I'm a little bit of a different case. The only relationships I've been in were not good ones.
Right.
So I've never been with a great man that was a leader that I could trust, that I felt safe with. That's not my story.
Right.
So, you know, and especially I just had my 40th birthday. So I'm thinking a lot about these things. Like the kid thing. Obviously, I'm running out of time. I don't want a kid for the sake of having a kid. But I could, if I found the right man that I'd want to have a family with, but my experiences with men are very negative. So I automatically have trauma responses come out.
What's the likelihood that the right man who wants to settle down and has want to have kids with you holds a traditional system of thinking and will expect that played out in the relationship?
What are the chances that that's the kind of man that would choose me?
Not choose you, but
What do you
like
mean?
if there was a man out there who is likely going to want children and a family, isn't it more likely that they're going to hold a traditional mindset?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why
Yes.
Brian's asking, like, you pick and choose where you want the tradition to come in, like chivalry and paying for dinner. And we're asking, well, what's the trade-off if you're not, what's equal to that for the woman?
I get what you're saying.
From that view.
So just recently, I went on a few dates with a Nigerian man, and very traditional, but his idea.
Do you know the way?
No. Sorry, go ahead.
His
You're like, it sounds just like him. You're like,
Do you know the way?
So I think the problem is a lot of men mistake tradition with power, and they mistake money for power. So a lot of times men will, if they're taking care of you financially or whatever, like this was a conversation I had on the date with him, that I would never have to do anything. He would take care of everything. But if I wanted to go out with my friends on a Friday night and he said he didn't want me to, that I just can't go and I can't ask any questions. I'm not the type to be controlled.
Good for him. Controlled? Why is it controlling?
Because you're telling me what to do.
And you're not married to him.
So?
Not for me.
There's no commitment.
What?
Even if there
There's
is.
no marriage commitment or contract.
Well, yeah,
so,
obviously, if you're not married,
know,
there's no marriage commitment.
Right. Well,
but you
there's
can
no,
still be committed to somebody and be in a relationship with them.
Well, coming from a Christian standpoint, there is no commitment.
Okay,
with
so
her
just to be
situation.
clear, you said you've been married for 18 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how long were you, before you got married, how long were you dating him?
2 years.
Okay,
we dated
so just
2
to be
years
clear,
total. So
if
we
you
dated for a
if
year.
you slept with somebody else during that 2-year period, it wouldn't have been cheating because there wasn't commitment?
No, it would have been.
But I thought that, hold on, but you just said there can't be commitment absent marriage.
Well, you were speaking of her situation. She was not married to, right? You weren't married to him.
Mm-mm.
But so?
Well, marriage is between a man and a woman, and that's the commitment. That's what I was referring to. And so, if she's not committed to her partner, then it's almost like confusing, you know, and like she's her own person in a sense. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like anybody who's in a relationship but they're not married, they can just sleep with other people then.
That's pretty much what they do.
But there's also a difference
between even do when they're married.
People are in relationships all the time, and they're
that's not happening. No, but there's also a difference between being in a relationship and dating, like courting somebody. Like in that situation where you're saying, you know, you go out on a date with a guy, whatever, he's courting you. He's showing you the value that you would have as his wife. He's showing you like in other ways, like that he will take care of you. Like these are. You make the face, but these are traditional things. Yeah. Like it's true. Like he's courting. So yeah.
I want to ask you.
But okay, this all stems from you were dating this guy. How long were you dating him?
The Nigerian man?
Yeah.
We went on like 3 dates.
So they weren't in a relationship.
I was thinking y'all were cohabiting.
Yeah, it might be a little soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
If it was like
I was asking questions like this from jump.
Oh, wow.
So I don't guys don't usually last long with me because I figure out who people are very
Yeah.
quickly.
Do you think
I
it's a possibility that a good man could love you well enough to where you'd put your guard down and
Yes.
allow him?
Mhm.
Yes.
What would he have to do to showcase that he is loving, trustworthy, etc., to make you put your guard down?
Consistency. That is the number one when people ask me all the time, why are you still single? Why are you still single? I have not found a man that I am also interested in that has been consistent. So
what
if
does that
you're
mean? What do you mean?
consistently show up, consistently text me, consistently plan dates, consistently be a good person, consistently have integrity, consistently show up as the same person day in and day out.
Are you consistent in
Yeah.
how you show up for a partner?
Very much.
How so?
Well, I haven't had a partner.
Well, like when you did have a partner.
I can't answer that because I wasn't sober. I haven't been in a relationship since I've been sober.
Wait. Oh, okay. You said you did date a guy for 3 years, but
I wasn't sober. That was before I got clean.
what was your poison?
Alcohol and drugs, opiates.
Opiates. Okay. What
Do
is-
you
I mean everything, but if I had to choose.
do you feel like the area you live in also contributes to like the dating pool? Like I know you said you lived in Hollywood, and like if from what I hear, like it's hard to date in Hollywood.
Well, I'm also from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. That's a town of 30,000 people. So then I moved to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. That's bigger, but also very segregated. That was a big reason why I left. So I have not been in, yes, I have not necessarily been in positions to find great men to date.
Maybe you should go to another country. Because I mean, I'm just telling you, like the traditional is like there is no traditionalism here. Like guys are so feminine. I mean, even if they make a lot of money, they still feel like the woman should contribute just as much financially.
100% agree.
But also like do all the submissive
100%
things.
agree.
And so like, yeah, I tell people like my friends who are like, girl, I just like cannot find someone even at like these conservative events that we go to. I'm like, girl, maybe try going out of the country.
It's not that much of a
for me.
priority. It's not that much of a priority for me.
Where are you like finding, like, where did you find your past boyfriends? Like, how'd you meet them?
She had one, right? And
No, I had 4 serious relationships.
But you were on meth, or wait, what was it?
I was not on
opiates?
meth.
Oh my God. What's some examples?
Opiates is like heroin, Oxycontin,
Oh,
Percocet.
okay.
Downers.
Yeah,
Probably-
downers.
Are those worse than meth?
I mean,
Hey, they're 2 totally different things.
Or wait,
worse in
Meth
different
will
ways.
do meth will have longer term psychosis, but opiates
I
have
see.
a greater risk of killing you.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
you could die from withdrawals of alcohol and heroin.
So look, I want to
You
bring it
can't from
back.
heroin.
I want to bring it to this.
You can't.
Bring it back to the bullet thing. Me and Jimbob probably disagree on this, but should men be willing to sacrifice their life for their girlfriend or wife? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they should do it. Anyone disagree?
You don't think so?
No.
Why wouldn't you?
Oh, there's plenty of reasons. So let's say in the example, we have kids together. Well, I'm gonna be better suited to financially provide for the kids. And then what's the other reason? Oh, like single dads are better than single moms. So
Do you think you'll find a wife with that kind of mind state?
why would that? Why would that? Well, yeah, that's
if
true.
that's
I don't
even
wanna
your goal,
get married. I don't wanna
right?
get
If
married,
that's
but-
even your goal, right?
Yeah.
That comes first.
But like if you were in a situation where you knew like if you put yourself in front of your wife that you were going to block her from being hurt or killed, would you do it?
I would use her as a shield, a meat shield.
Well, this is
No, I can't believe that.
Well, this is
like the feminine man.
Oh yeah, like wow.
This
Oh,
assumes
my
you know the
goodness.
outcome, though. So, like, the question ends up being, is there any relationship you'd be willing to risk that you might get hurt or even death, but you don't know you're going to, that you would actually take the risk? It could be even saving someone's life and not in a situation where you're even getting shot, like swimming out, 50 yards to save someone.
Yeah, Brian, would you do it for your mother?
Would I do it for my mother? I'd be more likely to do it for my mother than my my girlfriend or wife.
I
Wait, I have a
believe you
question.
called her a flesh of meat.
Meat
Would your
shield.
dad have
Meat
felt that way
shield.
about your mom?
Specific.
Oh, my dad would probably take the bullet, but why are we so I just weird, like why
I have a
should men
question.
sacrifice their life for women? Why?
I have a
like make
question,
an
though.
actual argument for why.
Okay, I will after this question.
Okay.
So what's the order for you? Like wife, mom, kids?
It's probably like children, parents, wife.
Bro. Oh,
Wow.
Because you think should it be wife, children?
I feel like it should be wife, children, mom.
No, it should be
Right.
children. So you sacrifice your life for it should be children, should be wife. Or sorry, children.
Yeah, you had it right.
Sorry, no, children, mom, or dad, wife.
So your wife is on the bottom.
Yes.
The woman that you decided to like dedicate your life to that will be there longer than your mom will,
create
Right.
God willing.
Right.
So
I can't get
The
another mom.
the woman who gave
Hold
you
on.
your children.
Is it
Hold
safe
on.
to assume that
I
you're not
can't-
following
Yeah, right.
Listen.
Right.
I'm a family guy. I got a lot of my mom and dad.
Your wife is your family.
Hold on,
So when you get
hold on.
married, your mom and dad are no longer your immediate family. It's your wife and your kids.
Yeah, I understand that, but oh, what the fuck is going on?
And it's wife and
Fuck.
kids because your kids will grow
Man,
up
you
and
gotta
have their
fix
own
this.
lives.
Right,
You know?
Here
exactly.
we go. Okay, it's that. No, it's the. Hold on, GH5R. Yeah, you got to leave that up. Okay. All right. Sorry, what were you saying?
So like when you get married, your parents and like your brother and sister are no longer your immediate family. It's you've created your own.
Yeah, I can
immediate
just get
family.
another wife.
Bro.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't imagine that you follow
I
Christ.
can't get.
right?
I can't. Hold on. I can't get another mom or dad.
True.
Well,
They're the only
hopefully
ones.
you would say that your wife is irreplaceable because you pick such a great one. Like that's
Oh yeah, it would suck for a couple
because
weeks.
you agree
Wow.
that like finding good women
couple
is
days, I would
hard,
be
right?
upset. I think here's my thing is maybe I shouldn't troll on this. I think the funeral reception I should be back on Tinder.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you think like that. You said you grew up with a married mother and father, and you
Why-
said your
why would that
father
be-
would.
Yeah, sure.
I'm
Why-
just
why would that
you
be
said your
surprising?
father would take a bullet for your
Probably,
mom,
yeah.
right?
Probably.
Okay.
But why would he do that?
I think the question is
That's just like the
Romantic. Just
Yeah,
romantic.
he'd probably do it. Why? Just because my dad would do it doesn't mean I have to do it, though.
what trauma have you not worked through, Brian?
Do you feel like your dad set the example for the husband you should
would
be?
it be? Why would there be like a trauma indication if I'm not willing to die for a woman?
What woman really hurt you?
Yeah, why would that? I don't. How does that compute?
Do you think the fact that they
Wait, hold
chose
on.
yeah.
Let me go ahead.
Because right now it sounds like you don't care about that nuclear family and that you're okay with destroying it and that you can handle it all
What?
on your own being that single father.
Well, hold on. The scenario is either I die or the woman dies.
Wow. Okay.
Why is that a wow? That's literally the hypothetical. So, why would it? I mean, it would tear apart.
So you're
the
just
family
saying
if I
that
was-
women
Yeah,
are
you
just
gotta you got to stop interrupting. It would tear apart the family either way if one of us died. So what?
So you're just saying we're replaceable, correct?
Well, that's what you're saying about men. And yes, you are.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, in the instance someone dies, both ultimately get replaced in either scenario,
Mhm.
right? Eventually,
Yeah.
with time, right? So
Would that be something that you'd be proud to tell your kids? Yeah, I pushed mom in front of me just so that I could live longer. Is that something you'd be proud of doing?
Oh yeah, I would tell my kids.
Ouch.
I'd be like, "Why is it?" They hate this one.
Like, didn't you say that when he like? I see that more like a feminine behavior.
That is
You know,
so.
like
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. You're saying it's a feminine behavior.
I see it a little bit more so like that. Yeah. Like,
So you
because I would think
could-
a man would want to do something like
Men
that,
would want-
especially
yeah,
to
because
his
they've been
if he's a
men have been
Christian man and he's
brainwashed Men
He's
have,
married.
I would say
men have
programmed.
been
I mean, why do men go to
programmed
war?
and brainwashed, and society has deemed men as the disposable sex. Okay, we send you to war, you die. We don't really care if there's like a terrorist attack. They're like, this many women and children died, but they kind of don't care that there's more men that died. So there's all these kinds of societal narratives as to the disposability of the male sex. So I've yet to actually hear a compelling argument for why men should die over women.
Can I ask you a
we're
question?
different.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you Christian?
No.
Okay,
Although
so-
I have positive sentiments towards Christianity.
Yeah, so that's the answer.
Yeah.
That's
Why-
the whole
Hold
answer.
on, you could be secular and still be like a simp.
No, but what you said earlier, when you were talking about marriage, you were saying that the men suffer through the divorce and the men pay.
Yeah, that
There's-
would also happen to a Christian guy, but
No, I know, but I'm leading into something else because so you have more of a. I'm more masculine. You're more feminine.
it's not going to work between us. But go ahead.
No, it never would. I would have to take a bullet. But there's nothing wrong with that. That's your view.
Why is it feminine to not want to die? Why is that
No,
feminine?
no.
That's literally what you said.
Well,
Why is that
no.
feminine?
No. So the reason I asked if you were Christian, because a lot of what you were saying, like the Bible, I've never really studied the Bible. I believe in God. I'm more,
Yeah, what? Go ahead.
you know, so in the Bible, it talks about the man protecting and providing. It talks about whatever you give a woman, she will multiply. Like these are all things in the Bible. So if you're Christian, and a man, you're going to take that bullet.
Yes.
You are going to protect and provide. You are going to make different choices.
Is
Then
there actual scripture on?
Well,
Oh, yeah.
well,
Yes.
there is, but without getting into like scripture, there is like a certain paradigm of men leading with sacrifice. The question is, what kinds of sacrifice that are you willing to commit for? From that position, like from that position, does a man have the obligation within the Christian paradigm to be the first to basically volunteer himself to sacrifice? And I think going to war is kind of like that. So I guess a better question for you, Brian, and anyone else listening who's kind of like going, yeah, Brian might have a point, is could you be compelled to fight, pick up arms and actually fight with the risk of death? Like, would it be an invasion? Would it be
You mean
a town at the town level? Picking up and being in a war. Like that would be the question. It's like, is there a scenario where you would actually risk death to go to war if it's local or foreign?
But with draft, I would be forced, right?
Without the draft, that you would actually feel
volunteer?
compelled. Yeah, you would be compelled to risk death for a reason bigger than your own, current state of affairs.
I mean, most warfare is kind of bullshit. So, I mean, I don't know.
I agree that most wars are
I don't
bullshit.
think it would be like, for example, like a draft dodger during the Vietnam War. Like,
Okay.
I don't have any. Like, okay, why were we in Vietnam? That was
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I guess it comes down to, is there ever a justified war, I guess, in some sense, that you could imagine? And if there was a justified war, is there anything situation
Sure.
that could compel
Alien
you?
invasion?
Alien invasion?
Risk. They're gonna fucking kill us all.
Okay, kill us all.
I'll step up.
Okay.
I'll step up. But if the U.S. government and all these like Raytheon and
right.
They just want to make money by having young.
I
men die.
agree. Without all that, no, I understand. So the question is, if you were with someone, and let's say you were in love with the woman, let's say you had kids and a wife, and the aliens came, and they had to choose. The government came, and they were like, "Who's going to be fighting?" You would send your wife, or would you step up?
So I have a choice whether it's me or her. Yeah,
She's still going to fight aliens.
Still her.
All right,
still sending her. Right?
All right. So you only step in. Okay, so you only step in if Yeah, but that's weird. In the instance where you don't have a
If I have a
wife, why are you
choice.
still going? You have a choice not to go.
Oh, I have a choice to not.
Yeah, because
do
that's
it?
the hypothetical.
I
Is there
thought
any
that-
scenario where you would actually voluntarily step in and risk your life to fight? You said aliens, but now I just added that you have a wife.
But I thought the scenario was if I don't fight, the world is lost.
Oh, it's just on you. So it has to be on
The
you
drama.
only.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can make a graphic novel.
I want
First whatever graphic
want to
novel.
bring it back over here, though. I've still yet to hear a compelling reason for why.
Well,
men
I will
should
say in the Bible, if you're a Christian, Paul says
make a
that-
secular argument.
Okay.
I
well,
would say because men are not as emotional as women. Women are very emotional and we can become
Good.
unstable.
Good. Let's send those emotional women to the front line.
So I just feel
They
like
can-
also too psychology wise, men are more the risk takers, women are not. So I just feel like they
We don't want risk takers in the military.
okay.
We should throw the women, have the women. Yeah, but look, okay, here, I'll give this example. I'll give two examples, actually. First off, in chess, you lose if you sacrifice the king to save the queen.
You can't do that actually, technically. Like you can't put the king into. Sorry.
What do you mean?
You can't
Check.
put the king into check. You can't move him there. You actually can't do that. Technically.
What
Like,
do you mean, technically?
So like a chess piece, you cannot move the king into a place where he'll be in check. You're not allowed to do that. But sorry.
Wait, but someone could like mistakenly.
No,
put
but
themselves-
you like with actual rules, you're not allowed to move there.
You're only in the threat position. You can't be in the active death
So
position.
someone can
Oh,
move
okay,
into put you into check and then you have to move out of it. You can't stay in it once you're in check. And you also cannot actively move the king into check.
Damn.
Yeah, but your analogy kind of still works in your
That's
favor
right.
because the queen will sacrifice herself
It's not
before the
against
king
your
in the game, though. So
Yeah, the queen will sacrifice herself.
But also the queen in this context is like way more powerful than the king. Like the king can only move
That's
one
true.
space at a time. The queen can move
that's true.
every
It's
single
not
way.
reflective of reality.
No, not at
Chess is a
all.
lie.
It's just
Yeah.
an analogy.
Chess is a feminist propaganda machine.
Oh my God.
Let's run with that.
Yeah.
I have a question. Would you be mad if you were on the Titanic and they were like women and children first?
He would
yeah.
jump in there.
He was the guy that got on the boat.
He'd be like, "Give me that wig."
one guy. Yeah, was just the guy that like fell off.
the one guy that pretended it was his kid. He
Right. You would totally be him.
I'm
Oh
getting,
yeah.
At least Brian's consistent.
I'm
though.
getting on the lifeboat.
He's consistent.
Well, okay, so here, look, but you guys want to say, oh, it's a weak man who wouldn't sacrifice his life for a woman. He's very feminine. He's kind of a coward. But like, if you look at certain historical figures throughout time, Genghis Khan, this guy had like dozens, maybe hundreds of wives and concubines. Genghis Khan, if he was presented with a scenario where he had to die for one of his wives, you think he's dying? Genghis Khan is going to be like, you know what? I have 30 wives, but I'm going to sacrifice one of them. Or I'm going to sacrifice myself for one of them.
I mean, if you have 30 wives, that's totally different.
Right, but what I'm saying is this idea that, oh my God, you wouldn't sacrifice your life for a woman. That's like beta. I'm like, Genghis Khan, this guy's the alphaist dude to ever have alphaed, you know?
I don't think that. I think
bro, this guy, I'm sorry. If you look at the genetic lineage of, bro, that guy, he fucked.
So
okay?
you define masculinity by how many genes you produce and how many children you have?
It could be a component of it, but I mean, like this idea.
So what are you waiting for? It's time to get going. Get started.
Well, girls won't be with them because they'll get sacrificed.
Exactly. They would want to be shields.
Look, look, I've yet to actually hear a compelling reason why men should sacrifice their life, why they should take the bullet.
Have you had
answer the question
on a first date? Have you told a woman that, and how did she react? Have you told I would sacrifice you?
That's his opening line. That's his opening.
Well, no,
I would
because
sacrifice
I'm
you.
wondering because if masculinity is defined by how many kids you have, you got to at least get past the first date, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, I think it's kind of interesting though. So basically, your metric for which you would date a man is he must die for me.
No, I'm asking you, is your metric that you date a woman, her being okay with her dying for you?
Oh, she doesn't have to die for me, but I'm definitely not dying for her.
Okay.
At least it's
Fucking
fair.
I don't think men should
But
be
yeah,
willing
she
to
should- it
die
would be
for
better.
any woman. I think it should just be his one woman.
Yes.
Like
Right.
if a woman's walking
No,
down the
yeah.
street, like
No.
he doesn't even know her,
Yeah.
like, and she walks into traffic, I'm not going to
Even
expect
your
him to
wife,
run
though.
out into traffic.
Even your wife.
I mean,
why
if I
should-
fall into traffic or something, like, yeah, I expect my husband to like at least try to get me out of that
Oh, of
situation.
Look, just to be clear, I would absolutely protect my wife.
But you
But no,
might get hit by a
up
car.
to a point. Up to a point, though, I'm not gonna die.
So like if a burglar like comes into your house,
he's
into
gonna-
your bedroom,
he's gonna die.
Like
I'm gonna
But-
kill him.
what if he finds your wife first? What if you're in the bedroom and she's in the kitchen? He goes to the kitchen first. Like, are you willing
So-
to run into the kitchen and like
I'm gonna
block
take out my
yourself?
gun, and
Okay,
he's gonna get some lead.
great.
Okay, if you're
But are you going to
outnumbered.
stand in front of her and use your lead, or are you going to stand behind her?
No, what if you're outnumbered?
Yeah.
Like, which one are you going
Wait,
to do?
what if you're outnumbered? What if there are multiple?
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him in my sights, and I'm like, get the fuck out the way, lady. And then he's gonna get shot.
Lady.
When your wife is standing in front of you and has no weapon of her own because she's just like making dinner,
Why
about
is
to
she
get ready to
standing? I
bow
got a
to
gun.
you. She's getting ready to
This is a
bow, and she
crazy
doesn't have
scenario.
She's getting ready to
her.
bow.
She doesn't have her gun on her.
What the fuck? Sorry. Didn't mean to
Not
do
the
that.
bow.
She's preparing her best bow.
Making dinner and preparing her best bow. Is that what you said?
Yes.
I actually think if you're confronted with the moment
Mhm.
like that, not the kitchen scenario, but
No.
in a scenario where you were going to take, I really think deep down something in your biology would probably step in the way and push her out of the way.
I feel like
really
it's
I know, I really think so.
Luckily, I have overcame. I've transcended.
Your instinct.
I've transcended.
Hold on, but in handgun practice, there's like this rule that you're only going to be 50% if you're actually really good at with accuracy with the gun in a moment of stress. And so I think your biology would actually kick in and you'd push her out of the way. And if you took a bullet in the meantime, you'd be like, well, that stinks, but I think it's a biological thing. I think you want to say that you would mentally override your initial reaction, but
Yeah.
I don't think men are wired that way.
Yeah.
You also don't fully know when you're in you don't have full knowledge of if you're going to die or get hurt a lot of times. You're just
Yeah.
kind of guessing and reacting to that. But he does make a good point because ultimately from a secular position, there isn't a good answer to this question.
No.
Yeah, there's not.
So there's only a pragmatic utility, and Brian's holding the pragmatic utility position, and you can't really defeat it unless you insert a theological view. I would argue, particularly a Christian view, which he doesn't hold. So in this instance, he's not married anyway because he has no reason to do that either. So I mean,
Yeah.
why would you die to defend a woman, the status of which you'll never have as a wife because you don't value that part first. So it's like it's all downstream from like, oh, it's just a human. I can get another human, and
Wait,
it's like a Pez dispenser.
Related to this, just curious. Who here is a virgin? Anybody a virgin? Never had sex.
I don't know if they have a different word.
Never
for
had
that.
virgin. Never. No sex.
Yeah. Born agains either.
No sex. You've had sex? No sex. Okay, we got two virgins. If men should be willing to sacrifice their life for their girlfriend or wife, whatever, should women be virgins?
Wait, what?
Wait, just to be clear. So here's your argument. Not a virgin. Not a virgin. You're married. I don't know if you were a virgin.
I wasn't when I got
Okay.
married.
Have kids.
You're married. Were you a virgin? Okay.
Mine was a joke.
So
being
just to
a
be
virgin.
clear,
Mine was
just
a
to be
joke.
clear, traditional gender roles, men should be willing to die, but women not virgins. So explain to me why, and I think in comparison, even if the woman is a virgin, that's wonderful, that's great. but I don't think that's anywhere comparable to the sacrifice of giving your life. Why is that a fair trade-off? Like, you guys can't even bring virginity. I mean, they can, but
Yeah,
but
there's 2 women.
you want men to die for you, but you're not virgins. Explain it.
So you only have value if you're a virgin.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, another way of asking what he's asking is what's equivalent to that then? Because he's just putting it out there. Like, what if men valued virginity, virtue from their women? They wanted a society that women actually, not only valued that, but tried to actually actualize it. The same way they're expecting men to actualize sacrifice to death, war, etc. So if it's not virginity, I think virginity is actually a pretty good one to present. But if it's not that, what else would it? What's something comparable then?
I think it also changes if you have kids. So, I mean,
But what's comparable though to that? Because let's say a bunch of women said, yes, we expect men to potentially die, be on this side of the road. Maybe they get hit by the car first. They open the car door for us. They go to war. They keep society thriving. They do all the grunt work. If you asked all the men, and then let's say it was like 95% men said, what do you want in return? And we say, we want you to value your virginity. What would be, if it wasn't virginity, what else would it be? Like, you know what I mean?
Healing Brian from his sickness right now.
Healing. Yeah, I think.
I mean, I
fertility
understand
in
the
general?
point you're trying to make. And like for someone like me, for instance, who has children, obviously I can't get it back.
Right.
And I love my children. I wouldn't trade them for the world. But I also, now in hindsight, if I could have waited to marriage, I would have. Totally.
But what would your argument be to, like, let's say I put a should claim on women and I say women should be virgins. What would your rebuttal be to that?
Then the women who aren't virgins have no business dating you or trying to.
No, I'm just saying, well, you would make a should claim as to all men should be willing to sacrifice their life for their wife.
can we
You
agree
would make,
both?
huh?
Can we agree both? All women before marriage should be virgins and men should.
But they're not.
Well, the thing is too, that's like something we can't take back. And it's something that like I feel like at a young age, it was like hyped and whatnot. We're just going through a whole bunch of programming. Like they're wanting us to be confused, to be promiscuous, to engage in partying and keep us distracted at a low vibration. And it sucks because I think we could agree that we would wait for our husband, but unfortunately that's something we can't get back.
And I feel like now, like in terms of me and my relationship, like, okay, I can't offer him virginity, but I can offer him
a bow,
loyalty. And, yeah, that was a good one. But also, you know, knowing that no other man is ever going to touch my body. I'm not going to do things to try to entice men to even want to be near me. You know, I mean, I'm never going to be provoking men's attention or anything like that. That's the best that we can do for women who aren't virgins. And, you know, if a man is willing to accept that, great, you know.
Sounds like modesty. The question is, why don't the men in our culture, why haven't we earned the modesty before the marriage? You know what I mean? Because it's like there's this trend where it's like, yeah, you found the man of your dreams. You both, let's be honest, both wish you could erase a lot of your past. But now you want to, you know, kind of settle into the modesty position for your husband. But it's interesting that it's kind of at the tail end and it's not at the beginning. It would make more sense that women were modest for their potential husbands.
But that plays into how you're raised and like your life experiences that you have. You know, again, like I was growing up, like I subscribed to the whole feminist, independent woman, all yada yada, all that jazz. But growing up, having a children is a big thing too, like to shift your mindset, because it really puts perspective, you know, priorities into place, and it puts into perspective choices that you made, things you would have done differently. So like hindsight is 2020. Like I totally would have changed a lot of the things I did as a teenager, knowing if I would have known what I knew now.
Well, I think we could all agree that descriptively, at least in the US and some other countries, that the movement away from traditional values, particularly Christian ones, the pursuit of feminism and liberation, and the women get targeted, like clearly. Like men already have a sense of individualism just because of our nature. We're not out to find. That's why there's no men. There are some men's groups, but we laugh at them. They're not like fighting for their liberation. It's never reversed. So you're always hearing from the women, we want this, and you're basically asking the men for it. But I mean, in the last 100 years, I mean, this has really messed up women's mindsets because they're attributing value to something that doesn't give them a return that they ultimately want, but they don't know they want it until they're older. And then they're suddenly like, oh shit, you know what I want? Well, it turns out the thing you wanted all along, you could have had, and you didn't need to sacrifice all of that. You didn't need promiscuity. You didn't need practice with sex. You didn't need any of these things, but the women are taught this. And taught you can just be just like a man. Burp. Have you seen like female comedians? They literally act like just gross male comedians. Like the ones they're impersonating aren't even funny male comedians. But that's like a microcosm of what I'm looking at. Is there's this like effort to have women go out there and be like sloppy because men can be. It's like, is that really a good fight to show up in public and like, you know, you look like you're in your total pajamas and you're like, liberation. You're like,
I was gonna say
what
pajamas.
are we doing?
Yes, that's a big thing. Susie Orbach wrote a book called Fat is Feminist. And the whole premise of her book is that male beauty standards are too restrictive and women should rebel against them by being fat.
Yeah,
and this was in the
that.
60s or 70s when it was published. And so when feminists tell you like, oh, it's an act of rebellion. Like they really mean everything. They also say one of the other contradictions of feminism is men's beauty standards are too high and impossible, and men will screw everything that moves. And I'm like, which one is it? Is it that they're too selective or that they'll do anything?
It's
also
they'll have sex with anything.
It's also
Male
very
don't have
funny
high
that they put it on men because like if we didn't have like social media, magazines, like things in front of our faces showing us what we would like, again, men don't care. Like they really wouldn't have these kinds of preferences. It's really media, the world, society that pushes those kinds of things on us. And we want to blame men because, you know, like it's just the easiest thing. They're right in front of us. But that's not realistic. It's not fair.
Men don't
it's
have
not
an
right.
obligation to protect us from our own emotions.
Right.
I used to think that, and then I learned that really quickly. I would literally told my boyfriend one time, I was like, I feel like you should just protect me from my emotions. And as soon as it came out, I was like, no, that is not your job. That's not a healthy boundary either.
The best we can do is essentially equivalent to go to your room, like go over there for like 20 minutes until the thing is over, basically. But that's the best we can do with
Well,
that.
it has to start with destroying the nuclear family. And the first thing is messing up the women's mindset, telling them to compete with men, getting them out of the house, and then confusing them with this feminist movement. And now they've moved to attacking kids and saying that you are actually in the wrong body.
You're in the wrong body.
Yeah,
I love
and
this panel
that's
today. I swear. I really do. Because
So anyways, here we have some chats coming through. Lucas says, the queen may be the most powerful, versatile chess piece, but the game ends when the king is taken or checkmated. More importantly, the queen can be replaced if a pawn is moved.
That's true.
Across the board. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Lucas, always very spot on. We have some super chats too. We have Perception Music. This is for Jimbob's underwear itches.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Nice.
100 for that.
Love it. We have Emotional Damage. None of the women in America is a woman worth marrying. Okay. My advice for men is to have fun with these hoes. Wow. That's all that Emotional Damage.
I was just
Right.
gonna
And
say
look at the
that's the
spelling.
name.
Come on.
Working for you.
The grammar, everything about this is
If you
effed up.
are looking to get married, go overseas and get a woman who has her priorities right and value motherhood. You will. Okay. Wow. He does
They didn't
not
hear
like
me talking
American
about
women.
motherhood earlier.
Thank you, Emotional Damage. Lucas, wait, did I just hear the good old feline "who hurt you" shaming trope? Oh, this is probably like the most I've ever gone. The "who hurt you" did it actually come from the reformed drug addict. Oh, okay. Have you any idea how revolting that is? Stop, it doesn't work. You come across as super manipulative, bad faith, instant rejection. Boom. Thank you, Lucas, for the soup chat. Appreciate the
I don't know
support.
why I care what your opinion is.
Because look how handsome he is.
Not my type.
He's got a wife. That's not
He's
how
not
it
your
is.
type. What's your type? Do you like
I
black
like black.
guys?
I like black. guys.
Did I say it first? Did I say it first?
They're strong enough to handle me.
Oh.
They're strong enough to handle you. What does that mean?
They're not so sensitive like that.
They're not sensitive.
First of all, everybody has baggage. Everybody has baggage. I was just talking about this. The longer you live, the more baggage you have. I have baggage. You have baggage. You have baggage. Our life is a series of things that have happened that have formed the way we view the world.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
It is
So
a fact, yeah.
So yeah, I wasn't insulting you when I said that.
Oh.
Like who hurt you? Who hurt me? People hurt me. People hurt everyone. You know, hurt people. Like obviously someone hurt you because you felt the need to try to make me feel bad, which ain't gonna work. But
That's right.
yeah, everything we go through forms our views. And that's why everybody has different views, because everybody has a different life.
Beautiful. I love that for you.
It's a fact.
Fact. This is going to sound really bad, but like, actually, I shouldn't say it.
Now you have to.
Yeah, right.
You
Yeah,
can't
no,
do
you have to
that.
say it.
Come on.
Share with the class.
Are you blushing?
He's red. Look at him.
This is going to sound really bad. Or is it? I don't know.
I don't know, just say
Do
it.
we have
Just say it.
tissues?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can look at somebody. Never mind. I'm not going to say this.
I feel
I
like
feel like
you have
sometimes
to.
you
Come
say
on.
it. I can't say it.
I feel like we all have
Raise
thick
your
skin
hand
at
if
this
you want
table.
Brian to say it.
I think we all have
Say
thick
it.
enough skin.
We're all here. We're having a conversation
Chat.
together.
Hold on, yes, chat.
Wow, you
Chat.
did
Should I
that.
say it? Should I say it, chat?
He was gonna say he could look at me and tell that I like black guys.
Yeah, that's what you were
That's
gonna say.
what-
I knew that's what you were gonna say.
Oh,
But didn't
Was
he
that
already say
it?
that?
He did.
yeah.
But I don't think there's anything
guessed.
wrong with that because it's,
So
it's
what?
just like a stereotype.
Literally,
I
it's a
mean,
stereotype.
you already had mentioned that you were with a Nigerian man.
Yeah.
And I mean, respectfully, you're like a gorgeous white woman who, I mean, you're wearing cheetah print. You definitely like black guys.
And the more we pay
And you know
attention
what I
to
mean?
things like that,
I like black people. All my friends are black. Everybody in my life is black.
Are you black?
No, but it's a preference. But it's a preference. I don't think I'm
identifies-
black.
Wait, do you
I
like
don't try to be
like
black.
cheetah because cheetahs are in Africa?
No,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
I don't even.
What? I'm just wondering if there's a correlation.
but I also feel like we shouldn't pay attention to crap like that. Like, who cares what skin color you are?
Yeah.
The more you pay attention, the more people are gonna pay into these divides and feed into it because, like, who cares? Like,
Yeah.
really?
Okay, I'll just say it. Or maybe no. Wait, no.
I already said it for you.
It's like you can look at somebody
Mm-mm.
and you can kind of guess if they would date somebody else.
Yeah, sure.
know?
No, I know.
Like, okay, this is gonna sound.
Wait,
this is
what if
gonna
Everybody
sound-
can tell
What if
that.
you went around the
Outside
table
of
and
their
guessed all of our
pool,
types
racial.
then?
Oh well, hold on.
Could
Just to see if you're good at it.
Could and can are
I'm
not
not
the
saying
same.
I'm not
See if the
saying I
chat
can
can
like
guess all
look
of
at
our
somebody
types.
and like know with certainty the type of person they go for, but I do think that there's just like a certain subset of white woman,
Mhm, I agree.
and you're just like, I think they prefer to date black men,
No, it's 100%.
and I can tell by, I don't even need to speak to them. I'm just like,
Yeah.
she does that.
Wait, can I ask?
Probably like your white
can I ask you?
chocolate.
She does that?
Do you
No.
get disproportionately more attention from black men than white men?
I prefer black men, but I mean, every race has been. Every race.
It's not
has
like
been interested.
it's not
in
an
me.
obvious.
It's not like
Okay.
I only get black men that approach me.
Mhm.
No.
But I've tested this out.
Mhm.
This one time, wait a minute.
I think you should try to guess.
You can no, but you're right. You can tell. I think a lot of people can look at me and
I feel
Tell
like 'cause
that.
for the most
Yeah.
part,
they
like,
call me spicy mayo. Like,
I am Chipotle mayo.
You look like an NBA wife. I think that's just what it is.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, I feel like because for the most part, like, generally, you can't make specific statements, blanket statements about everybody. But from my experience, most black men are very dominant, strong type of guys. I'm not saying anything bad about white guys. Don't try to go there. I'm not saying y'all can't be, but
She's about to say some racist
No,
shit.
not at all. I'm just saying that a strong personality, it would make sense that she's going for that strong
Love it.
type. But again, it's not to say that you can't find that in white people, because
Wait,
absolutely.
what?
Sorry, repeat that.
It's not racist.
How is it not racist?
I don't know what she said.
Wait, sorry.
Because
Hold on. Wait,
you
just,
can-
wait. Hold on. Can you just repeat what you said?
If you're talking about a white person, people can't be racist to white people.
Okay, so hold on. Before we have people jump in, does anybody agree with her first?
No.
Oh, you agree.
To a certain degree. Okay, let me say to a certain degree. Systematically speaking, you can't.
Wait, systematically
Well,
you
okay,
can't?
like think about it like this. Yeah, white people. When have white people been oppressed? So I'm certain.
The word slave comes from the Slavic people. That's where the word slave comes from.
Yeah.
White people were the first people to be enslaved, and people. There's way more white people that have been enslaved in history than black people, hands down.
Okay, so you're saying like Jewish people, Slavic.
Yeah, anybody who's considered white or lighter skinned, there's been way more white people enslaved than black people ever.
Okay, well then I would say. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and when we think about, why were black people enslaved, who sold them to Americans, their own people,
Who still has slavery?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Africa still has slavery today.
exactly.
And so, because technically, slavery is not a skin color; it applies to people.
Plus, I want to just clarify something. Is that enslaving people? It doesn't have to be about race. Like you can enslave a bunch of dwarves. It wouldn't be racist.
Yeah.
Black people weren't enslaved because they're black.
So
they were available. I mean,
right.
that sounds horrible.
So it
but
brings up the
that's just the
question:
truth.
what is race? What is racism? Isn't it? Someone define it because they keep changing the definition.
It's where you think your race is superior to another
or inferior.
Yes,
you can say your own race is inferior.
Yes, but if I say and you're like, I'm addressing this question to you. If I say like I hate white people, is that racist?
I think it's prejudice.
If I say I hate black people, is that racist?
I think it depends on what race you're. I mean, somebody bring up the definition of racism.
Well, it's thinking that your race is superior to someone's, or that your race
based on race alone.
or that somebody else's race, is superior
because race is
to yours
color.
for whatever reason.
That's all it is.
Because like prejudice is like racism is prejudice against race.
Right.
So, I mean, you can say it's prejudice, but it's still racism because you're saying like, well, I hate all black people or I hate all white
I actually would make even a
because-
further distinction there. I think you could be prejudiced against all sorts of people and it not be a fully racist position.
Yeah.
Because we can prejudge based on particulars that we gather to generalities. And you can prejudge for a variety of reasons. And that's actually a form of us navigating the world in a lot of senses. Like, anyone have kids here?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the things they come home and say based in school is like, it would be seen as taboo, but yet they're just describing a generality.
Right.
And so the racism thing has really gotten out of control because the strictest form of racism would just be this assumption that there's superiority or inferiority only based on race, not based on a collection of behaviors even, right? Just race alone, just the distinction race. But because of that, that distinction, that definition has changed so much in the last 100 years. People think that any sort of judgment about any race that's negative is racism, but that's not the case. Like you can just not like things about people's culture, right? You're like, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't prefer that culture. How could that possibly be racist? So when you say white people can't be racist, that's why it was a great question from you. When you say, I don't like, I hate white people, is that racist? She says, no. If you say, I hate black people, is it racist? You're about to say yes, but you caught yourself and you said, wait a second. There's an inconsistency here.
Yeah,
And
I
I
did a
feel-
whole YouTube video on this, like asking people, can black people be racist, or can only white people be racist? And most of them were saying like, yeah, that's because racism is because you're in a position of power. It's like, no, you can just hate people. Like people just hated Jews because they're Jewish.
Yeah,
And
it was nothing about like,
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I feel like it was really interesting when you said like it was prejudice for white people, but then it would be racist. And I feel like that comes into play because I feel like in this country specifically, because of our history with racism and how horribly, black people were treated back, in all those times. I feel like in today's age, a lot of white people feel guilty about everything that happened, that the guilt kind of comes into play. So you won't accept that you can have white racism against white people, because it almost feels like you're saying going against Black people, almost like,
Here,
right?
well, let's have you actually state your position.
I mean, the only reason, white people aren't suppressed like Black people are, and different.
I'm suppressed. I'm oppressed.
I mean, with DEI recently, where like these companies and these schools,
I'm left-handed,
are literally making sure that they bring in a certain amount of Black people, a certain amount of Asian people, like people from other countries, and not letting white people in. I mean, we've seen that I know that at Fordham University, which is in New York City, they had a whole issue with that in the past few years, where they were purposely making sure to like give scholarships to a certain number of Black students just because they wanted their university to be more diverse. And it's like, you should be judged on how well you do in school to get into a school, especially like Fordham. It's very expensive. It's very prestigious. It's a private school, like not just because you want to make your school more diverse. Like that is racism right there to me. I believe DEI is racist.
Can you give an example of the Black people in America right now being, would you say, oppressed, suppressed, oppressed?
So, I mean, white people have more advantages.
Like in the law, or just like socially?
In general, socially, economically.
Can you give an example?
Is it that more white families choose to stay together?
No, it's poverty. Look at most of the Black neighborhoods. It's poverty. It's the crime. It's
what causes poverty,
why
though?
is there so much crime in Black neighborhoods?
Because they're not given the same advantages white people are given.
No, it's because, like Lily was saying, that these families are not together, and when, you know, your parents don't stay together, you're more likely to get involved in crime. And the reason that these neighborhoods, these Black and minority neighborhoods, are more police, it's because, you know, Black men are, what are they, like 13% population, maybe less than that, 6% of the population, something like that. Yet they commit over 50% of the murders in this country.
Well, and also
it's like, of course, they're going to be more policed in those areas where there's more crime.
And I think up to 70% of Black children are born without a father in the home as well.
Yeah.
And we know from our previous discussion that that is one of the biggest determining factors for the success of a person and a community, because before the Civil Rights Act and the welfare state was built, the Black community was thriving. I mean, the Uncle Tom movies literally talk about how these communities were so great, and they were based around the church, and most families were staying together.
They own more businesses too.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Per capita. And so what your position is that we as white people have privileges, but what we're saying is our parents just made different, and I would argue sometimes better, choices.
Like, is it a privilege? Is it a privilege given to someone if they decide to keep their family together, like a father? Is it a privilege that's given to me from someone else if I stay in my family as the father, and another family, in another family, they leave? Because that's an action, like she just said. All of the statistics around fatherless homes the correlate is so massive for these kind of instances: crime, mental illness, drug abuse. There's so many things. And so when you say, well, it's a privilege, well, what if it's the case that your culture and your ideology actually provides the privilege? What if I granted you that white people are privileged, but it's not given by some power? Isn't it possible to generate your own privilege? Can't you generate your own privilege? I mean,
you can. I mean, every situation is different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you delineate the privileges that are a fruit of the ideology and the culture and the practices and the choices from the ones that are sort of granted from this invisible arm of power that's like, you're white? I mean, have you been to the South? Like some of these places are super poor. They're not privileged, right? Like, what's his name? Theo Vaughn was like, I'm not privileged. I had to share a plum with my Black friend, right? We're like, look at this plum we're sharing. It's like, this experience of being privileged it's not even predominant everywhere there's white people. It just happens to be particular types of families who have basically established generational wealth. Yeah. How can you establish generational wealth if the father is gone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I also think that it's sad to think that a child having two parents is like a privilege, because that's just something that a child deserves, should just That should just come with, you being a child. It shouldn't be something that's like, oh my gosh, you're so lucky that you have two parents. Like, it's sad that we've come to that. You know, there's so many divided families and separated families that when I see somebody that has two parents, I'm like, oh, they're so lucky. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, white people are more privileged. And like...
How?
Well, in many ways, but you don't have to worry about driving when black. Look at how many black men have been killed by the police for doing absolutely nothing.
What situation are you referring to?
Well, can you give
George
us
Floyd
a
is
couple?
one.
He was doing absolutely nothing.
Well, not enough to get murdered.
He was high on fentanyl.
So
that's what killed him.
The autopsy actually says he overdosed. Yes.
Yeah. He was screaming, "I can't breathe," before they even put him on the ground.
I don't know. I didn't watch the video.
Yeah, and I mean,
that's the whole.
I mean, that's really, you really should, because the reason.
And this is not a dig at you at all. I promise. I feel like that's the biggest problem with everything. People are not willing to do the deep dives and really check their sources of where they're getting the information. Because, like you said, back in the day, before there were programs like welfare and Medicaid and all that other stuff, Black people did do better because they had more of a drive to, because there was more of a reason to. When you give, and it's not a dig on Black people at all. My father's Black and Puerto Rican. My mother's Puerto Rican. Like, I'm mixed. So, but it's just about people. If you're going to always give people an out, then the wrong people are going to take it. And it's not saying that Black people are the wrong people. Don't ever take it that way. It can be white, Puerto Rican, Asian, anybody. Because if you go to New York City, you got all kinds of people on government programs that are just willing to pass down their Section 8 or their food stamps to the next family member. And that has absolutely nothing to do with their color, race, religion, whatever. That has not that. It's just about who's really willing to do the work. And in today's day and age, not many people are. And that goes into doing something as small as doing research as to why things are the way they are.
Do you think that women can be sexist towards men?
Yes.
That's for you.
Do I think women can be sexist towards men?
Yeah, like kind of in the same way that you don't think like white people can experience racism, like a Black person couldn't be racist.
I don't think white people can necessarily experience racism this day and age because there is more privilege. There's more.
Right. Do you think
more is given to white people?
Yeah. Do you think men are more privileged than women?
Well, if you want to get technical, I mean, they are technically paid more. I mean, right? Across the board, aren't men?
But they also have to go to war and die for us.
Yeah, that's true. No, the way that the gender pay gap started to exist was they took all the median earnings between all men and all the median earnings between women, and they basically matched them up and said, oh, well, look, there's obviously a difference. But the problem is, if you take the lowest paying jobs, early childhood education, caretaking, nannying, etc. Those are like 98% women dominated. If you take the 5 most lucrative professions, pharmaceutical science, rocket scientists, et cetera, then you find that those are heavily male dominated. So of course, when you factor in personal choices, which feminists never want to do, you get this, what they call the wage gap. And then they blame it on men, taking that away from women. And they blame it on men, the patriarchy, which no feminist can ever define. They blame it on men because it's more comfortable.
Woman anymore. So how do you define patriarchy?
If women were to make so much less than men, then why aren't companies just only employing women so that they can save money?
I don't know. I don't really care.
But I love that you also don't try to act like you know. Like, I love that you're real about it.
I don't know. All I know is that I'm passionate about, like, I don't know everything about history. During Black History Month, I sat down with one of my best friends and she told me a lot of information that I did not know. Was I embarrassed for being white? Absolutely.
How do you know it was true, though?
You shouldn't be embarrassed for being white just because some white people have done bad things. Like but some Black people have done horrible things.
Absolutely.
And it sucks. Like with bringing up the George Floyd thing, is that the left screams the names of drug addicts and people who have tried to grape people or who have raped people, and like George Floyd, who held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. Like, this was not a good man. They try to make him out like he was a good father, that he was dedicated to his girlfriend or his wife or whatever. He was not. He was a drug addicted piece of crap, basically, that did not deserve to die. I am not saying what the policeman did was right or whatever, but that knee on his neck did not kill him. He was dying of fentanyl overdose. But then look what happens. Is that you hear part of a story, you just read the headline and it blows up. And we made statues of this man. Like we were marching the streets. These people burnt down cities for like over 100 days.
Yeah, my salon was looted.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
They were literally burning down Black-owned businesses.
Oh, I know.
Yet they want to scream Black Lives Matter.
I agree
They
with
want to
that.
scream Black Lives Matter, yet they support an organization, which is just the abortion industrial complex, that kills over 400,000 Black babies every single year.
But I'm not just talking about George Floyd. There's many situations, Black men and women, that have been killed for no reason other
But
than
hold on.
being Black.
But who?
Wait, just a question for you though. So you're
I
saying,
mean, all the
but-
names
but
that everybody
just curious.
Trayvon Martin?
So
Like, sorry, I'm
let's
interrupting.
okay. So let's use George Floyd for an example, right? Let's just go ahead and grant that. Sure, let's say it was murder. Like, let's say I don't think it was, but let's say it was, right? What evidence from the video or anything else would actually point that he did it because he was Black? So, like, if bad thing happened to Black person, does it mean like bad thing happened to Black person equals racism, or can bad things happen to anybody and it doesn't, like bad thing happen to woman, bad thing happen to Black person, doesn't mean it's sexism, doesn't mean it's racism?
Yeah.
Right. So I get that George Floyd was Black, but what specifically would indicate that it was because he was Black that he was murdered?
I'm not saying there is anything to indicate, but some of the other situations where Black people have been killed for no reason, they didn't do anything.
Yeah, and that's not okay. I mean, honestly, we can all agree with that. But George Floyd he did not die, and he was not arrested because he was Black.
No.
Yet they burned down cities and screamed Black Lives Matter and put him at the top of the movement.
I mean, I don't agree with all, that was crazy. Like the amount of damage that was done over that, I don't agree with.
But so question to you then.
Great, yeah.
I was asking you previously, can women be sexist towards men?
Can women be sexist towards men?
Right.
Sure.
Oh, okay. So how do I want to approach this? Well, it's interesting you bring up the police killings or police brutality, because the rate of, if we do a comparison thing, so you might say, for example, or tell me if this is your position, Black people as compared to white people experience more police misconduct, police killings, and police brutality. Would
In
you
my
agree with
opinion,
that?
yes.
Yeah. What if I told you that the difference between black and white people, this is 5 times higher, but the difference between men and women. So men are much more likely to be victims of police misconduct, police killings, police brutality than women are.
Sure.
The rate is far greater than the discrepancy, the difference between Black and white. So would you then say that this is evidence of sexism in the police force, systemic sexism in police forces against men?
Guess if you want to frame it like that, sure.
So men are oppressed? I think they definitely are.
Sure.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Let me read a couple chats here. Let's see. We have Lucas, Chair 2. Perhaps it's true that we all have some level of baggage, but that provides you with license to project your baggage vis-a-vis, good word, Lucas, ad hominem insults onto others. Rest assured, I'm unimpressed with, and then he continues, with your I'm too strong to handle veneer. It's nothing more than the house of cards. Stop with the abrasiveness. Trust me, as a New York City attorney, I can sling it back at you by orders of magnitude. Damn. Okay.
It's personal now.
Do you want to respond to that?
I'm not phased by it.
Oh, phased by what?
By any, I'm not offended. I don't really, I don't really care. You're the one sitting there watching me.
Men should get. I think no, not men.
Nobody can
I
say
want
anything that's going to
reparations.
offend me because I know exactly who I am.
Oh, okay. I think. What do you think about me?
And I'm going to tell you, if you went to a certain, if you were caught doing a certain thing that wasn't necessarily right or illegal, like, what was that one guy that was marching down the street with a handgun during that thing and they arrested him? That was a black dude. He would have been shot down.
Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah. He was marching down the street with a gun.
But he looked like a Cub Scout.
Thank you.
He has the right.
I mean, he looks like a boy, a little boy.
Have a gun.
It's
on him.
what he looks like.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, look at that little guy.
He was also being chased by two guys who turned out to be pedophiles.
Yeah, and I mean, do you believe in the Second Amendment? Like, he should be able to walk around with a gun because he needs to protect himself. And if he wouldn't have been able to protect himself, he probably would have been killed that day.
But then he went and killed a bunch of people.
He didn't just go out and kill people. He was protecting
self-defense.
himself.
Yeah.
Self-defense.
Good times.
Okay, so what do you have to say about the Austin Metcalf situation? Have you heard about that? Where Carmelo Anthony, he murdered this white kid. So Carmelo is black, and he murdered this white kid, Austin Metcalf, at a track meet by stabbing him in the heart and killed him because Austin would not get out of his seat.
Okay.
And this Carmelo Anthony, the kid that killed Austin Metcalf, has raised over $500,000 on Give, Send, Go after murdering.
Did you hear his parents also bought a house? They bought a real big house?
But guess what? There's been no marching in the street by white people burning down buildings, screaming White Lives Matter. Like, why aren't we using the same energy as like the George Floyd situation? And think about if it would have been opposite. If a white kid went up to Carmelo and was like, you need to get out of my seat. And he said no, and he stabbed him to death. Imagine where our country would be at
totally.
right now.
Just like what happened earlier this week when this woman was calling this kid with autism the N-word, and they've raised like $500,000 for her.
Yeah, that's also wrong, but that's not equivalent to murdering someone.
Well, no,
I mean, she just called him a name. Should she have done that? No, but it's not the same situation. I think it's also stupid that she's raising money, and I've seen the very racist like donation comments, but also in Carmelo's, who actually he murdered someone and he should be in prison because he murdered somebody.
Yeah.
There's comments of people donating saying kill all whites.
No, that's crazy.
Like, it's this racism on both sides, but like,
there's
people
definitely
comparing the situation when she called a kid a word, okay, whatever, that's not okay. You shouldn't you shouldn't call little kids, bad names, but it's not like she stabbed him.
Sure.
Wait, you said there's racism on both sides, so people can be racist against white people?
I feel like they can be prejudiced. I don't feel like black people can be racist when they are the more oppressed.
So is your definition of racism?
Let's pull it up.
But statistically, they're
prejudice
not.
plus power.
But statistically, they're not more oppressed. I mean, when we think of who kills the most black people?
Black people.
Okay. Like, who leaves, like, which families are most broken apart and don't marry, like, men don't marry their wives? It's black people.
Yep.
So, like, I think, I'm brown, my dad is black, like, I'm mixed. I would say that it's the fault of our own community. And instead of fixing it, we decide to just go and blame it on white people because it's so easy to do that. It's easy to blame all of your problems and your stupid decisions on other people because you don't have to take responsibility.
So you're half black, half white?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my dad was also not in the mix. Didn't marry my mom. Like, obviously, they had me out of wedlock. So, like, I mean, it was both consensual.
That's actually a good question. If she's half, how do you apply the rule? Can she be half racist?
During this discussion that I had with my friend during Black History Month, because I want to educate myself more, she was saying that if a mixed child, if it is raised by the white woman, will be raised more white.
So then they could be racist.
I have a question. What does it mean to be raised white?
But what if the child has her skin color? Is it the same?
Because what do you mean, like raised white, raised black?
Your beliefs.
White beliefs.
But how can someone
what are white beliefs?
You're saying you're not defending your black side at all.
When did I say that?
You're talking about how
I'm just talking about facts, the statistics and the facts. I'm very grateful to be mixed. That's amazing. But I can tell you, as my experience of being a mixed woman who grew up and like, yes, was raised by my mom. Like, I don't, I've always been told I don't sound Black. You don't act Black, which I think is just like prejudice or racist statements because like, what does that even mean?
Yeah,
but I can tell you, I have received more racism from the Black community than I ever have from the white community.
Agreed.
Because I don't fit into the Black community.
I have a question here. Do you believe in reparations? Should Black people be paid reparations? Damn, you're such a racist. What the heck?
No or yes?
Wait,
can I have $5?
And how much does she get?
Should I just get half of what a fully Black person should get?
I don't
Right.
know.
That means I gotta
No,
get some of
Black
that
people.
too.
No, you don't want to give them reparations?
For slavery, because my ancestors
for that
maybe were
thing.
enslaved, but I'm not really sure.
Wait, so yes or no?
No, I don't know. I've never thought of it.
Okay.
But did
That's
it come
a
up
big
at the
part of the Black Lives Matter
date
movement.
or whatever you were doing?
Because
did you go to?
I think you could maybe give her a couple
you could,
bucks.
yeah, you could.
Give her
Like
some
$1.
$5?
Help me get back to my
$5?
where I'm staying.
We should ask the Chinese women what they think about all this. Are there Black people in China?
Her face said it all.
It's a good question. Like, yeah.
Are there Black people in China?
Maybe in those big cities.
Big cities. I was gonna say like
Big
yeah.
cities.
I don't think. I mean, maybe this sounds odd. I don't think that's like the first place a Black person would choose to go on vacation. Sorry.
I mean, okay. So,
I just want to add one more thing. You said she's not defending her half Black persona. There's your split personality now. There's a white you and a Black you.
I know.
But just I would say
You're
that's
both.
I would say it's the opposite. The first step toward loving Black people is listing the facts and facing the truth. And then you could actually work on something. But coddling and saying scapegoat, blame, scapegoat, we'll give you more money, blame other, let's figure it out. She's saying, no, let's look at the stats. Let's look at what's going on. Let's look what's causing it. And instead of blaming people, are you willing to fix it? If they say no, if fixing it means doing it yourself, if that's the answer, you can't be helped. I'm sorry.
And
There's no helping.
to take it even a step further, I feel like the whole race argument in itself is a distraction. I feel like it's something that government and the people in control use to pin us against each other because it's easier to do the crappy things they want to do to us if they keep us fighting and against each other. And if you keep paying attention to that crap, like, do you prefer to date white guys? Do you prefer to date Black guys? Who cares? I want a good man.
I do got to move it on a bit, but I want to, the two women from China, can you guys tell us how dating works in China?
How dating works?
How it works? Is it well, you guys haven't dated here, but like, how does it work?
I found it interesting because people here just date first and know each other better. Am I right?
Yeah, for the most part.
But in China, maybe I have a friend and she's my friend of my friend. And I see, wow, this guy is a little cute and I should test him. Maybe I can be friends with him first and then date.
So no swipe culture? Swipe left, swipe right?
Tinder.
Do you guys use that a lot?
I heard.
No? Interesting.
Because actually someone use that, but we
You don't.
We don't.
Those are for the lower class people.
That's weird. So
You're weird. Why are you so weird?
I'm just wondering, is it a class thing? Like, because the thing is, like, if your culture is get to know people, maybe there's a class issue there. I think classism is a real thing that you can't deny exists in any culture. Like, so I'm just wondering, is there differences in who uses apps and who doesn't use apps?
Actually, most in my mind, just in my mind, most people, like about 17% they do swipe the date app for sex, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Is it true that prostitution is not considered cheating in
I think
China? Or is that
that's
Japan?
I think that's Japan.
Does it bleed over though?
Actually, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, prostitution is not cheating? Or?
I think it doesn't bleed over.
Like
Oh, okay. Yeah.
selling yourself, like a man pays you to have sex with him. Is that a thing?
Is that a thing?
Isn't that what it is?
I mean, I'm sure it's a thing, but if they look down
Actually,
on
in
like,
those countries like Indonesia and Thailand or something, but yeah, but actually it's not. So it's illegal here.
Oh,
it's
okay,
illegal.
it's
It's already illegal, and we couldn't. I know we have things like this, but we can see it in the real life. They just how to say that?
Hide it.
Like behind us.
Yeah.
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 In the shadows.
Okay. Let's see here. We are going to, once she's back from back there, we're going to get into our next question. So, but while we're waiting for her, we have Taina, sorry.
It's okay.
You said that from the episodes you've seen so far, the girls are usually young, confused, and lack any form of opinion on real issues. These are the same girls who claim to be feminists with such strong views on equality and don't believe in gender roles. Recently, you saw an episode with two girls talking about how they agree with submission, but because they were much more vocal with their opinions, the host called them masculine. It drove you nuts. You finally see two women who understand the role women play in a relationship and vocalized it, and they were referred to as masculine. So confused. Can you specify like what episode it was?
I can't even remember because that was a few weeks ago. Actually, that was like the end of March when
You're like hiding behind the mic. You
Sorry. Yeah, that was like the end of March when I reached out about the show. But
okay.
But I still agree with what I said. Like every time I watch, I mean, I still see a lot of the same. Granted, this has been a very different experience, you know. But I feel like, you know, maturity comes with age. And if I would have been on this show at that age, I would sound totally different. I probably would have sounded more similar to the girls that I've seen.
Stifler says, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with you. Go ahead.
5.
5. Okay. What about you?
6.
6.
5.
6.
6.
Girls, what's up? I'm an 8.
5.
6.5.
Jimbob, would you?
6.9. Right under 7.
I give myself a 5. That's pretty. This is honestly, man.
Low self-esteem group here.
We're humble.
This is like
We're
pretty
humble
reasonable.
queens.
You wanted to say 10, though. Be honest.
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it depends on the day. It depends on how I'm feeling internally. And everybody's beautiful in their own way. Like, I look like the girl that dates the black guys. I'm the one that they want in the music videos. I'm the curvy girl. So society, yeah. The doors that open for me, they think I'm a 8 to 10.
I think we should
I don't
celebrate.
think I'm an 8 to 10.
I think we should celebrate that no one said everyone's a 10.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I was about to say nobody's a 10.
But beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
I can look at her and think you're gorgeous, and somebody else could think that you're not.
Yeah.
I think you're beautiful. I think every woman in this. I don't think women should be putting each other down.
Yeah.
But I
Or
think we
should
should
they?
hold each other accountable.
Sure. Girl, accountability.
Yes.
Have y'all heard of White Kia? Y'all heard that?
Oh my gosh, right here.
Holding each other accountable, like being realistic. It's not just people think that holding each other accountable means like you have to shit on the next person. No, like you can be honest and not be rude or mean.
Yeah,
just be honest.
How do you approach? This is for any of you. How do you approach a friend of yours who's a female who might not know it, but maybe needs your confronting her on, let's say, her health and her weight? How do you approach that?
Oh,
So-
go right ahead. You got it.
I go to the heart issue. I immediately go and I say, do you feel good about yourself honestly? I'm not going to weigh my opinion. Usually if we can get her to a place where she's able to be vulnerable, she'll say, not really. And I'll say, okay, what's going on there? What emotionally is going on to stop you from being better? So it is about approaching them in a way that they feel like safe enough to open up to you. And I know that's like such liberal language I'm using, but it really is. I mean, with emotional issues like that, you have to have them trust you first. And then you also have to know that they're not going to just turn around and bite you if you do bring it up, So the person has to have generally the humility to be approachable.
You were gonna.
For me, I feel like personally, I'm going through my health journey. I've dropped some weight, and that all comes from me wanting to just feel better and all of that. So, I actually do have a friend who I've had to have this conversation with, and it was very much before. I don't want her to feel like I'm attacking her. It was very much I use myself as an example. I'm like, since I've been eating better, since I've been working out, implementing this, that, and the third, I feel so much better. And then I feel like. Well, when I brought it up, she was very much like, oh, yeah, I want to do this. I'm like, yeah, it's more of I want to motivate you. If you're my best friend, if you're my friend, it's more like, all right, cool. So when do you have time during the week? Let's do this. Let's go work out. Let's do this. Hold each other accountable of like what we ate for the day, and it ultimately close off with, I love you. This is not coming from a hurtful place. This is very much, I want better for us.
It's creating an environment where they can feel loved even when they fall short.
Who here would call obesity beautiful?
Why
I'm not supporting that Lizzo
Anyways,
movement.
that's the right answer. Oh, going around the table, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking?
I'm in my prime.
In your prime, so that's a no. What about you? You're 40, better looking at 50?
I'll have my first mini facelift by then, so I'll probably look about the same.
About the same at 50? Okay,
Yeah.
fair. Oh, actually, wait. Going back to you.
Oh, gosh.
If we go back 10 years, are you better looking now at 29 than you were at 19?
I think so. I was way too skinny.
You're too skinny?
Yeah,
Okay.
I really was.
Yeah, girl.
And then you're 40. Were you better looking at 30?
No, I'm better looking now.
Better looking now. And then what about 20? Better looking at 20?
Better looking now.
Okay. You're 23, better looking in 10 years' time?
Who is asking, society or my husband maybe in 10 years?
Let's just say society. Why not?
If I take care of myself, then I could look equally as good.
Okay. What about 20 years' time?
In 20 years?
Yeah.
Same answer. If I take care of myself well, but probably with a downward trend.
Okay. All right. You're 20. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 30?
Well, I would like to say I'm good, I'm better now, but if 10 years passed, and I would like to say I'm better at that time. So it depends on the time I'm in now. Yeah, I'm always good now.
You're good now.
Yes.
It's in her
But
prime.
will you be better, more attractive,
More attractive.
better looking in 10 years?
Looking? Maybe, but actually it depends on my own think about that. Yeah, because I'm better now. But if I am 30 now, I would like to say I'm better when I am 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, in the next 10 years, I'll probably have a kid or two. Things might get a little saggy, stretch out a little bit. So I would say I probably would look better now than in 10 years.
Okay.
But
Sure. What about you?
I would say
Hopefully.
I think I'm better looking now.
You'll be better. Okay. What about you?
10 years.
So you're 33, better looking
Yeah,
at
I'll be 43.
No, you age, but
Okay.
I'm not going to be a dog. Like, but you age, so it's not going to
And
get
then
better.
you're 33. Were you better looking at 23 or better looking now?
I mean, society would probably say then, but personally, I feel like as a woman, I feel like after I had kids and I grew up, I feel like I like how my body changed
Sure.
more.
Okay. You're 40, better looking in 10 years' time at 50?
I mean, it's obvious that we're all going to age. I mean, physically, if you're looking at it from a secular stance, obviously, I'm not going to be better looking than I am like right now. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And then better looking now at 40 or versus 30?
Probably 30.
And then 20? Better at 20 or 30?
20, I tanned a lot, so I was like really orange. So I would say 30. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
What about you? You're 30, better
yeah,
looking in 10 years at
30.
40?
I would like to say yes, only because looking back at my mother, she ate it up. All right. At 40, that woman, a model.
Okay. 20 years time, 50?
20, no, it's a wrap at 20 more years.
And then at 30, going back 10 years, better looking at 20 or better looking now at 30?
No, now at 30.
Now
yeah.
at 30. Okay. We have we used AI, artificial intelligence, to age advance all of you.
No kidding.
No.
And if I look like a dog, I'm going to be a lot.
This is gonna be
All right. You ready?
It depends on the photo. I guess, right? It's like,
Did
you already Oh, okay.
All right.
Wow.
Here's the first one.
That's crazy.
That's not even the same person. No.
Okay.
My grandma doesn't look like that. Mom didn't look like that.
The second one doesn't look that bad.
And all that.
All right, let's do go next.
No, that's not accurate. There's
What
no
is she,
way.
100
gonna
in
have
that
plastic
last one? That's
surgery.
crazy.
Yeah,
That would
What the
never
fuck?
be.
Okay, but
You
no,
probably look
no,
like the second one at like 80.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Why did your face shrink?
Everything's just red inside. Like,
That would never.
That doesn't look like you.
That would never be me.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
oh gosh.
Can you make them a little bigger? Just control mouse wheel in on those.
Can you go back to that, Brian, for a second?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask her, in the middle one, would you be okay looking like that, or would you force
I think she's
surgery?
I would do surgery.
Really?
Why? I think she's cute.
You look really
Yeah.
trustworthy.
You look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
guys
you
don't
look
understand that I'm in the entertainment industry. It's
Yeah,
very
but-
hard.
Wait, do you do sex work?
No.
Have you ever done sex work?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I've never
Right.
been a sugar baby. I've never sold anything for sex in my
Okay.
life. No, but I live in Hollywood. It's a very different life, especially moving there from the Midwest. Like,
Have you had any plastic surgery?
I have.
Botox or?
Yep.
What? How many cc? What is it? CCs?
Yeah.
Milliliters? What do they use?
I don't know. I just had preventative.
They use
breast
CC.
It's what?
implants.
It's
Units.
units. Yeah.
How many units of Botox have you had?
I don't know. I get preventative Botox.
Preventative.
Yeah. It's small. It's microtox.
Preventative.
That's the whole point of getting it young. to
Micro what?
To prevent the aging. Microtox.
Microtax?
Tox.
Tasks?
Tox.
T-O-X.
Microtox.
Mhm.
But in acting,
What
this
is
is
that?
this is my problem with actors getting it, stuff with their faces. Like there is a point where you can't properly emote. Like in acting, you have to be able to make an ugly face. Actually.
Wait.
That's why you have to
Wait,
find the right
question.
injector. It's not. You're not supposed to be frozen
Wait, hold on.
because that will happen.
Yeah, Nicole Kidman looks
If you
pretty
go-
frozen. Oh God.
Hold
if
on.
you go to the wrong
Wait, check
person,
this
you
out.
will. Yeah,
Raise your eyebrows.
I'm not frozen at all.
Oh, okay. All right. That's
Yeah,
cool.
so you still have nice smile lines. and
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm not frozen. You have to. I've picked my people well, and
Nice.
I
Next.
know what I'm looking for.
Oh, really?
Wait,
That is so not accurate.
Lord help me. No one would want to
I
do me
so
now.
I was so want casserole from that woman.
You'll get it. I'll bring it to the church
my
function.
gosh.
Green bean casserole it is.
These
At least I look happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me after my 10 kids. It'll be awesome.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, 10.
Holy shit. Okay.
You're better than me.
All right. Fuck.
You're cute.
All right.
The next one's not gonna be accurate because like Asians don't age.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
True.
Like you're gonna look like this for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah.
That's true. They have to alter this program for.
Wait, hold on.
Asians.
At
Wait, wait,
95, she's gonna be the middle one.
Wait, she's gonna
Yeah.
be white.
hold
when
on.
she's older?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you look.
She's white.
You look white.
Yeah.
They did that
White
to
when you're
you
older.
too. The last one, you look like an old white lady.
Whoever did this AI.
Oh my god.
I need to have my team. They need to do it different. We got to change it up a little bit. It's too
much.
exaggerated, I think.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh gosh.
Next.
You look really.
Oh.
No, yeah.
Same white
You're
lady.
white.
Wait.
That will not be you.
Yeah.
With half black, that
Wait,
will
Mary,
not be
can you
you.
go back to the
Black don't
other one?
crack. Asian don't raisin.
That's a fact.
Hold on.
We're being haunted by an AI ghost that's white.
Wow.
The middle,
You look like your name would change
You
into
have a lot of
Donna or
blush.
something.
Yeah.
A
Next.
lot of blush on.
And the way they match the top
rosacea.
of the hair
That's
with the
horrendous.
That won't even be
Wait, but
close.
the middle one is actually I would trust
The
her with
middle
my
one
life.
I feel like is accurate.
The
middle one is what you will look
Yeah.
like at 85.
Yeah,
the middle one, you look like
The middle one.
you look like a very nice
But the
Dominican
last
mother.
one, I'm pushing 118
Are you ready?
at that point.
You ready? All right. Let's see.
Wait, the middle one is so cute.
The third is a fluke. I don't like
The
this.
middle one is so
It's not
cute.
incredible.
I love the like
They just put it on a
That
different.
is-
They just
Oh my God, I'm
note it on
scared.
a different page.
Nice.
Embrace yourself.
We all look
Same.
I'm gonna look like a dog in the last one.
Let's do next.
Ay, Dios.
Soccer mom vibes.
I love how
What
we all
happened
look
to
so
me?
happy and like trustworthy.
My grandmother don't even look like that. That's
We look
crazy.
really happy.
No.
Wait.
The last one's a little
No,
bit-
that's awesome. You look
No.
really, you look really good.
Yes.
Next.
I'm gonna hold myself accountable here.
She still has the beanie.
The beanie.
I don't even think I'm going to get that old. Like even today, people
I
don't
hope
even get
not.
that old anymore.
Yes.
They don't.
Not really.
Just die.
What are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
because when I
Just
was
die.
doing long-term care, I mean, a lot of people now are dying a lot younger, like maybe
Yeah.
65,
True.
70.
It's true.
That's
Don't
so
they have
bad.
that?
So, I mean, that right there would be like 100.
The third
Yeah.
lady,
Like
the
something like
third
this,
lady
actually.
smokes 2 packs a day.
Yeah.
Like,
Not
Literally.
drinking water, never used moisturizer.
Next.
You have to
And I
wear
will
wrap all
say
time.
the Asians that have
dang.
taken
Wait.
care of
like a liberal.
mentally prep me for that. Hold on.
No, you
I
look
love-
so cute. Like
look
I
cute.
love
Yeah.
it.
The second,
Middle, yes.
the
That
second one,
last
I'm
one.
still eating up a little bit. The third one, let's not do that.
All right.
That's funny.
Let's do next.
Oh.
You look like
Did they do you, Brian?
spent all the time in the Navy.
I feel like the middle guy.
The middle one
middle
looks
one-
good.
The one on the end, it's like
Silver
the
looks
angry
like
old
Mel
man
Gibson.
yelling at the kids
Yeah.
on his yard.
Or like Robert De Niro.
Get off my lawn.
All right. Next.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Oh.
I don't know about
Not
that
accurate.
Mm-mm.
one. Wow. Damn.
The middle and the last one look.
All right.
It's the same.
She went from like
Okay,
20
next.
to
Pretty much.
16.
Now
Oh
Oh, what
my
the
gosh.
Oh.
Who's that?
Oh,
This
that's-
is
that's you
podcast
without- this is like-
4007.
So this is like 10. This is a 10-year-old.
Yeah, that is.
We need to update it for
This
sure.
is old. Yeah. Aging's a bitch, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll still be doing the podcast when you look like the third one?
Nah.
I think it'd be pretty entertaining,
It's
actually.
crazy. All right. Wait. Is there a next, or this is the last one of these? Okay. Oh, and then the next thing we have is we changed your gender. So, you're gonna tell me if you would date the male version of you. Okay.
No.
I know some of you are in relationships. Hypothetical, if you
Yeah.
were single. All right. Go ahead and pull it up.
That
Okay,
looks,
not bad.
that looks
Oh.
just like my brother. No way.
You look like you're in the
Can
military.
you zoom it out?
Right?
just a bit?
No, that's so
And a boy band at the same
creepy.
You
time.
got a beard, though.
Oh my god, no.
All right. Let's see. Next.
That's boy band.
This is so good. Like, what? I know that's
Like
your
Nick
type.
Carter.
If I liked white boys, yes.
Okay, queen.
Can we put a wait? Put a black filter on
Can
it.
somebody,
You can't do blackface.
No.
wait, can somebody make this make him black. Let's see.
Yes.
Somebody do the AI thing.
Yeah, I'd be interested in
Wait, but would you date yourself?
Oh my God, no, I only date white boys. No.
Oh,
No, no,
I
no.
see. Okay. All right. Okay.
We would never have to fight over that.
Yeah, I know.
Ready? Set.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
Next.
Oh my gosh, not bad, honestly.
He looks like a super happy guy
No.
You're
Would
super
you-
happy. That's true.
It's like a science communicator.
Looks a little feminine.
The male.
Go back,
version.
go back. So I actually have worked with someone kind of like that. And it's giving
That guy likes men.
No, definitely.
and yeah, probably
Wait,
not.
it's-
To
Wait, I want to know who.
Hey. Yeah, hey sisters.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Not chiseled,
Yes,
masculine
bitch.
enough.
All right. We'll do the next one.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It's like a Japanese boy. I see.
Would you date the male version of you?
Maybe the second one, but definitely not the third one.
You don't really have facial
You don't like
hair,
facial
right?
hair?
Sorry?
Like Asian people
you
don't
don't
really
like-
have facial hair.
The beard.
Not just my side a bit. Yeah.
No beard.
Okay.
Cool.
Next.
No, not happening.
Not bad. Look.
He looks like a jerk. Typical light skin.
I would date you.
Okay, thank you.
Love it.
Good. The curly hair, though. I like the curly hair.
Crazy.
You know who it looks like on the end? Russell Wilson with hair. You know the football player, Ciara's husband?
Yes.
Ciara's husband on the end with the beard.
Oh my gosh.
Not now, you're beautiful.
Wait, is this? Wait, do you see the super chat
Is that
here?
your boyfriend?
You see this guy right here? Would you date this guy?
Oh my god.
You see him?
He has
You see the
sunglasses
photo?
on now.
I can't really see him.
He's a black guy, I think.
He has nice lips.
Yeah, he's black.
It's not the only criteria, I'm sure, that she looks for.
Yeah.
All right, next.
Still cute.
Would you date him? I'll pull it back up.
Probably yes.
I'm scared.
What? But do you prefer the middle? You prefer the middle?
Yeah, the
or
middle.
The middle.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. Let's do next.
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
Hell no.
Absolutely not.
He's definitely not straight.
No.
That's for sure.
Not straight. Okay.
It's a
All right.
hard no.
Hard no. Okay.
That's cute. Actually,
She's into you.
He's got some real sugar in his He's got sugar in his tank, for sure, the last one.
I've never heard that.
Now you have.
Sassy.
I knew a guy who looks like that. Would you date him?
No, definitely not. My husband is German, and he's like really tall and like, yeah, no.
All right.
I looked horrible.
Wait, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Everybody says
I see younger dad, so I'm like,
I see my father.
the last
It's
one.
scary. So
When
just
he
because
was
of that,
young.
I'm gonna have to say no. I'm not saying I can't get women, but not me.
Of course, of course. All right. Let's do next.
Wow.
That's like
wow.
No, that's
Wait, you
like-
look really good.
Okay, that maybe when I was younger, that would be the crazy girl that
What the
you'd
fuck?
that ends, it all ends really.
No, you
bad.
you actually look so toxic, but
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Like, that's a succubus.
Not fair that you got
That's
the
a
makeup
succubus
filter,
right
though.
there.
Right, and like look at how they made your outfit.
It's crazy. All right. Next.
Felicity.
Oh.
They did you dirty.
Definitely not straight though.
Definitely eats
That last
avocado.
The last one.
they did the Aaron Carter.
Yeah.
All right. Let's.
Definitely can
Right.
Why are there so
It's
many?
very
every
important.
time.
Oh, you look emo on the
I
right.
look
Yeah.
scary.
You look like a transgender on the right, but on the left is nice.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On the left is kind of giving like young Amanda Bynes.
I look like
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was thinking
Right?
that actually.
Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the right.
Wait, why did you change like skin tones?
Different picture.
Lighting.
Oh, okay.
The middle one on the left, though, that's like PTA All-Star Mom.
Lighting?
She's everywhere.
Very
Definitely
American.
soccer mom vibes.
What's that meme? The Wojak?
The Wojak. Yeah, the wife jack.
kinda look-
Yeah, you're the wife jack.
Were there any more? Did we get the black AI? Can you check the Discord?
We got the black
cannot
AI.
wait to see this.
Get it in. Clip it and ship it. All right. Let's see here. Getting back to the show notes, though, while we're waiting on that, we have Lily. That's you. Just like looking around. You dated JoJo Siwa's brother for a while. LOL. What's the story?
I started doing YouTube videos when I was 16, 17, 18, and I grew a channel. And I was at this conference called Playlist Live, met her older brother, and he is like a male version of her. And we fake dated for a year. I fell in love with my neighbor back home, did not want to keep him around. Really nice family, but I kind of broke it off with him because I felt like I was leading him on. So crazy. 1 year before she came out as gay. And I'm very glad that I didn't continue a relationship with him, because I would have had to make a very public, tough decision, because I'm not going to be associated with people who support gay marriage and things like that, especially as vocal as the family is now. I mean, her hair is like friggin' like.
But did you see? She also said she's not gay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that reality TV show.
Yeah, on a
Well,
show. Yeah, she was like, I'm not
Thanks to
gay
Mickey
anymore. I
Rourke.
found that I'm whatever the hell she.
Wait,
said
when you
she
said a
is.
fake relationship, not like a contractual entertainment.
No.
thing.
It was just for social media and for videos.
Oh,
Because I had a policy with myself. I'd gotten out of a kind of weird high school situationship. And I was like, well, I need to know the person for a year before I date them. And I told him that. And he was so sweet. He said, I'll be here when you're ready to decide. And then through that year, we would make content, surprising my girlfriend in Vegas, surprising my boyfriend at blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And it was really sweet and it was really fun. But yeah, it wasn't ever real. And then it kind of got up to the time where I was supposed to make my decision. And didn't want to continue.
When
with
that ends, do you tell the audiences it wasn't real, or how does that work?
No, we just let it fade away. We're not together anymore, different lifestyles. And then actually 2 months after I had made that decision, COVID happened. And so I was back home in Texas. And so it was kind of a series of decisions that put me into conservative politics as well. I'd always been Christian, always been conservative. And the guy that I ended up choosing over the brother was, I was thinking to myself, what life could this neighbor guy give me? And it'll be family, church, community, homeschooling our kids, all the things that I wanted. And I think the relationship with JoJo Siwa's brother was one of, very sparkly reality TV shows. You'd get everything materially you'd ever want. But I knew at I don't even know how old I was, 17, 18, that just wasn't the right lifestyle for me. So that's why I chose to leave that whole world. And through that transition from doing YouTube lifestyle content to doing conservative politics, I actually lost hundreds of thousands of followers over time. And it took about 2.5 years to really filter them all out. And then I'm on TikTok account number 5, I think, just because it keeps getting banned. So yeah, it's one thing about my story. It's kind of fun. The family was very good to me, though. I have nothing really bad to say about them. They're very, very generous people.
Okay, nice. You had this is another one that's interesting. You had I think a video about taking a guy's last name. What's your position on that?
I don't know which video you're talking about, but I'm very much in support of taking men's last names. Probably the video you're talking about is me acting like a feminist with that blue hair filter, saying, I'm not going to take my husband's last name. I'm going to keep my maiden name. And then the real me comes back and goes, oh, so your father's last name? And then the feminists say, no, I'm going to keep my mom's maiden name. And I'm like, oh, so your grandfather's last name. And there's really just no way you can get away from men's last names.
Yep.
Unless you just change it completely. So.
Okay. Let's see. You also, I think this was a tweet of yours. Don't girl boss your life away before realizing feminism is a scam. What does that mean?
It means don't fall for the lie that you need to give your most beautiful, fertile, exciting years of your life to a corporation that deems you as completely replaceable before you realize that the whole idea behind feminism is not only to get a doubly taxable population, but to funnel women out of the home so that the government can have more control over your children. That's what it means.
Yeah. Cool. Guys, couple announcements. I need to do some shout outs. Some of you have sent in some stuff via Venmo, Cash App. You can do so at Whatever Pod. They don't take any platform fees or cuts. So one sec, let me get that going. It's Whatever Pod on both Venmo and Cash App. It's shout out to Jake. Thank you for the 20, man. He says the meat shield was wild, bro. Thank you, man. Thomas, thank you for the 5. Those are both on Cash App. Jesse, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Coastal Operator, thank you for the 20 on Venmo. Thank you guys so much. That's Whatever Pod on Venmo, Cash App. If you want to send it in, guys, like the video. If you're enjoying the stream, also, guys, Mary, if you can pull up Twitch, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. You just check if you have a Prime sub available. If you have Amazon, getting tongue-tied here, you can link it to your Twitch account. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, check out our Discord, discord.gg/whatever, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something during the show, we'll give you a shout out, and TTS is 200, Reed is 100. Okay, back to the notes here. I want to bring it over to Callie. Callie, you write, you have many unique dating stories. To begin with, your first serious boyfriend got you pregnant as a very young teen.
Yep. When I was 15, he got me pregnant. And basically, long story short, I ended up walking into an abortion center and I was going to choose abortion, but I ended up choosing adoption. Somebody outside the abortion center told me about the option of open adoption. So,
okay.
Yep.
You're not with him, right? The guy?
No.
That's how old was he?
I think he was like 17 at the time.
Okay. So you guys were like high school together. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. You said for some reason your notes didn't pop up for me properly. You said why women and men should stop settling. What do you mean?
I feel like today, like in our dating culture, I feel like women are not just settling, but men are too. And that can be for a lot of reasons. I don't remember saying that though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You also wrote, you appreciate that the host often remains neutral on many topics, do I? Which creates space for discussion. However, there are times he seems very biased, especially in conversations about women's roles, faith, or parenting. I'd welcome a healthy debate on those areas. Were there any specific disagreements you had, or?
You said you weren't a Christian, right? I didn't know. Like I didn't know that. So
okay.
Yeah.
Probably the meat shield thing.
Yeah.
Probably the meat shield.
That's
which, by the way,
emoji. Can you get a meat shield emoji for the chat?
That was the
It
nail in
offends the
coffin.
vegans.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I don't think I got a good answer from anybody, by the way, on that one. Why should men die? Anyways, whatever. All right. Put them to the slaughter. Totally cool. All right. Were there any other things that you wanted to touch on, or?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Well, I can come back if anything.
I would love to touch on the topic of abortion, but
I think everyone here probably, well, most people here maybe agree with you. I don't know.
is everybody here pro-life?
No, there's probably one or two who are.
I had to change into
Pro-choice or?
If here, we'll
pro-life,
do this
okay.
time permitting. If there's time at the end, we can touch on that. Okay, Reagan. Oh boy. All right, let's see. What do you have to say here? Did you wait? I'm trying to see the notes for some reason. Okay, you're Catholic. Are you waiting until marriage to have carnal knowledge?
That was a joke.
Oh, that you're Catholic?
Gotcha. No. I thought you were saying for the dues, so I was joking with you.
Wait, the
I
what?
was a virgin.
No, but you could not be a virgin and still be like, well, now I want to wait until marriage.
I mean, like,
Sounds like a no.
yeah.
It's okay. You said you went on a date with a transgender. You didn't even say woman, you just said a transgender. A transgender. So was it a transgender woman or a transgender man?
So it was a man to a woman. I met
So
them.
it was a transgender woman.
Yes.
Okay, so are you bi?
Oh my God, no, I didn't realize it was a date until I was in it. So I befriended them at this rave. I could tell that they were kind of like by themselves. No one was really engaging with them. Me being Reagan, I went up, commented that I loved their Chemical Romance sweater, and we just hung out all night. And then we added each other on Instagram, and then we met up for drinks. And then I finally had that aha moment where I was like, oh, this person's into me, and thinks like, because I'm very friendly, that they probably thought I was flirting. So yeah, that was very eye-opening for me because of my political stance. A lot of people back home think I hate transgender people and that I have a thing against immigrants or whatever when I
Do you?
would. No, not at all. Like
You don't have a thing against immigrants?
Do you have a thing for immigrants?
Yeah, maybe.
So do I.
Are you an immigrant?
No. I was born in Boise, Idaho.
Oh, okay. Wait, okay, you're on this date with so it's a transgender woman.
Yeah. And so then I ended up just asking a lot of questions because, like, for me, I think that's a little crazy and whatnot to just want to completely change your gender. So I was just asking them about it. They were really open-minded. They were willing to ask all my questions. And then, yeah, we left it at that. I haven't seen them since, but we're still friends.
Okay. It wasn't like a full-fledged relationship. It was
No.
You initially knew they were transgender?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are there transgenders in China?
Ladyboys?
Ladyboys.
Well,
that's Thailand.
That's Thailand.
I thought that was the Philippines.
Maybe have, but
Yeah, I don't know.
it's very it's not
Rare.
it's not common.
Not common. Okay. Got it. Okay. You said also for you don't use dating apps anymore because the one time you used Tinder, you went on a date with a grapist, essayer, so you refused to use them anymore. Damn, that's okay.
Was that in their bio or
Was it in the bio? How did you find
You're
out?
getting catfished a lot.
You don't even know. So, are we dating the same guy? He actually brought up the post about him essaying women, and I was like, wait, what? And then I looked into it, and he has multiple things in another state. So I ran real quick.
Good for you.
Wait, he has like cases?
Yeah. So he assaulted women in other states. And I should have known it was a red flag when he's like, I hate cops, blah, blah, blah. Here's all my trauma. And I'm like, what?
What was his bio?
Oh boy.
I like it when they call me Big Papa.
And you were like,
You
yep.
were ex-wife,
And
right?
you matched with him.
That's the one.
He was a Thai boy that hunted. So I was like,
Yeah.
I got my strong, dominant man. And I was like, oh no, not the right kind.
Huh. Wow.
That's a lot.
You can't make this shit up.
Was he it was a white guy, you said?
Yeah, I said I only like white
Yeah,
boys.
you only like white boys. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, good times. Big Papa, though. That's kind of weird from a white guy. That's
Were you going on a date just to give him a chance? Like, just
Yeah, because I canceled on him before.
Oh, okay.
And then during the date, he's like, yeah, I thought you canceled and stopped talking to me because of my post on Are We Dating the Same Guy? And I was like, what? So I went to the bathroom, looked, and I was like,
Yeah, when you canceled,
like,
that was your
did you
gut
like cancel the
instinct.
date?
And stick to that.
Exactly.
Stick
That
to your
was
gut
gone.
instinct.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, yeah.
Did you go back to the date? Like, did you escape or?
He drove me there.
Oh,
So
God.
I had to get dropped
Call
off.
an Uber or
Take an
something.
Uber.
Yeah, calling a lift.
That's
Yeah.
probably when he gets them.
Nice.
Is like
Good
when he's
times.
taking him home.
Maybe takes them
You're
home.
really lucky.
Which home? That's not, you
Oh,
lucked
apparently
out.
we have the AI. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll wait. We are gonna wait for
The
that.
black
then.
version of
The-
herself.
yeah. We're gonna wait for that, but you know what we could potentially do? Is your friend still?
No, she went back to LA.
Oh, she drove.
Franco still around?
I was gonna say we could like
could
tag
be.
team her in.
Oh, she has some stories.
She lives in LA.
Yeah, she lives in LA. She's part of the music industry. She like throws festivals, puts on
If she's
shows.
down, we can have her just come on a different panel.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
She'd be fun.
It just we weren't. It was kind of like last minute, so we just weren't able to get her a seat on the panel. Garib, thank you for the soup chat. Sar, is this South African?
Is Brian okay?
I'm dying.
Sounds
I'm dying.
But not for his wife.
Right.
I am not.
Give
I
her the
will
sinus
not.
infection.
I have a question for you, Brian. Is this the like rare time that like you have women on here that are a little bit like the same when it comes to topics and agreement?
It's a pretty tame panel. that
Yeah, I was not
probably
expecting this.
Okay.
leads.
Right.
Yeah, I was
Like I've literally been watching every Sunday
Y'all are
for the last
awesome.
like month or so, and I am so shocked that there are so many like-minded women
Yeah.
here.
Mhm.
Well, it's you know, sometimes with the bookings, it just works out that way. That
And it's
it
refreshing
leans
too.
a bit
Mm-hmm.
more conservative or leans a bit more, you know, progressive or whatever. So
maybe we should pop up.
you guys could just argue with me if you guys want. Just argue with me on something. I don't know.
You said start debating you on something?
Yeah, you can argue with me about
Oh,
stuff.
arguing. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do devil's advocate.
Question for
I
you,
think.
right?
How about I'm trying to think. What's a good one? Well, okay, women should bow. We talked about that. Men should not have to die for their girlfriend or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Were you raised in a Christian household? Like how did that work out? How was that dynamic with religion in your home?
No, just no, not raised that way.
Makes sense. Why we all feel so differently then?
What's a hot take? I don't know. Women should do laundry on the first date for a guy.
You said
I
on the
think-
first date?
First date. She comes over and she does your laundry.
Well, that's just not safe.
Right.
Here's something I saw on Instagram, right? This
Well,
guy.
if she's
So
fine,
romantic.
go. What? She's looking at me like, what the fuck?
She's like, I'm never doing your laundry.
I'm never doing that.
Oh,
You wouldn't do it
Yes, I'm doing that. Never doing that for a guy.
ever?
Ever.
Wait, you won't do a guy's
Never do
laundry
guys'
ever?
laundry?
Never.
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 What? Why? Why is that?
He can do it by himself. Yeah.
What if you're like
Wow.
home all day and he's working? Would you do his laundry if he asked you to?
Ask me to. Maybe I would like to say, pay for me.
But like, what if you're already doing your laundry and like he just his stuff is just there, like just throw it
Just
in
mixed
with
in
it.
with
Are you
yours.
just gonna separate his from yours and just wash yours?
Yeah.
But actually, is that question on we live together? Why would we have to live together?
I have a question for you. Is there
Your
anything
husband-
in your life that you enjoy doing for other people?
Doing for other people?
Anything.
Anything. There's a lot of things. Like pay for them for free and
Oh, she's a sugar mama.
Sugar mama, yeah.
Sugar, you know what this is?
I'm not pretty sure about that. What's that?
So you know, like how women, they'll have a sugar daddy. So the
I know that.
I can't believe
it. I know that.
one.
But like a sugar mama
Yeah.
Opposite.
is the opposite. So like
'cause
the woman.
she's you want to be an engineer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's gonna make a lot of money because she's
Mhm.
smart.
Oh,
Would
you're
you
gonna have
pay-
a guy folding your clothes, basically.
Yeah.
Would you pay a cleaner to do your husband or your friend's laundry or whatever? Like,
Maybe because I would like to say I will be busy all the time, so maybe just pay for the cleaning.
she's a busy girl.
Yeah. Wow. Good times. There's like a bow to well, whatever.
I think women should cook for their guy on the first date.
I
On the
don't want
first
my
date?
husband
Yeah,
doing
that's
laundry.
a really
way of doing it?
He doesn't know how to
Mhm.
separate it like I like.
And it doesn't matter if you do it at either your house, parents' house, a neutral location, or his. I think she should do that.
Actually, with
interesting.
that takes a lot of trust, though. Like most first dates are in a neutral location. So I wonder what kind of culture you'd have to be in.
I guess I assume that they already have gotten
They know
past
each other.
they know each
Yeah.
other reasonably well to be able to hold a conversation. Because
Yeah.
he's sitting at the
would've-
counter, she's cooking.
Right.
If she would have went to that guy's house to cook for him on the first date, I don't know how that would have gone. But I think that's a very interesting point. Maybe not the first
Assuming
date.
he's not a criminal.
Maybe not the first date, but that's a really interesting idea for a date in general, just to get an idea. Like, okay, if we take this all the way, what am I getting out of?
But
you know,
come
a
on,
life?
like if it's a competitive dating pool and the guy is a high achieving guy, comes from a good family, imagine he goes home to his mom and he's like, wow, I've dated all these girls, not one of them ever mentioned cooking, and this one actually wanted to cook for me on the first date. I mean, that sets you apart because dating is very competitive. You got to
And the way
compete
to a
for
man's
the-
heart is food.
They should have like a new app that's only for traditionalists, and it's just cook and clean. And then like you just swipe.
They
and,
have
like,
Christian dating apps and conservative
But I
dating
feel
apps.
like they're just infiltrated by people who just want
to be influencers.
that
Yeah.
and yeah.
But that is honestly
Laundry.
the best thing to do. My
Dirty
first,
That was a good
my
idea.
first date with my man that I've been now for years, I cooked for him.
Aw.
And then after that, I didn't know him. We were friends for years.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
He wasn't a criminal.
And he's a
Yeah,
great
no.
guy, like great guy.
Yeah, no, 100%. So, and after that, he told me, I think it's like 2 hours into the date, he already ate. We're watching a movie. He's like, yeah, you're stuck with me. He was like, you can cook. Yeah, so I mean, that you should do that.
Let's pull up the AI stuff.
Oh.
All right. What? the-
Okay,
Wait,
that's an
that's
Indian.
not-
He looks like your
That's
husband.
literally my husband.
Your eyes went cross.
Would you date her?
The eyes went cross.
Henry, if you're watching, this is you. Oh my
What happened to your
gosh.
eyes?
That's so funny.
That is
Yeah.
not a black eye.
That is an Indian man.
Asian.
You
You
said
need
we
to
have
make
another
wait,
one?
put his like
He's
put
from
my
like
hair.
Bengali.
Oh.
there we go.
Wait, is that
Him,
No.
yes.
Oh.
Yes, to him.
yes to him?
Yes.
The last
that's
guy was
her?
from Bangladesh or something.
Yeah, I don't.
That's just a
There's
random
no way.
picture
You're not
of someone.
Is that the thing you face mashed it with?
I have no.
picture?
No way.
They just
She panicked and
Yeah.
found
Who's that
anybody.
they just put in a
Do we have his
black
Search like the NBA
Can we
or
get
something.
random black eye. Let's see here. I think I actually went through all my notes. Is there any topics anybody wants to hit on?
It's just something I thought about. I saw this thing on Instagram. It was this guy in Miami, and he's like viral. I don't know what for. I guess his like views, his personal views. But he was walking down the street, and it was a black guy, and he had these 2 white girls on a leash.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care what color you are. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Like insanity.
What was the intention of them being on a leash?
I don't know. I just saw a bunch of guys in the comments like, yeah, I think it's just like clearly he doesn't push Christian values doing things like that. So again, it always comes down to like the value thing, but like
That actually brings up a different topic on public indecency and whether or not anyone here has, let's say, a knowable threshold of when you should actually use force to remove people from the public.
and then like a lot of people are like, oh, but they're all consenting adults. Yeah, but it doesn't
that
make it
does-
okay. Like they're consenting because they're mentally screwed up. Like to do that is like weird. That's crazy. And
I would make that illegal if I could.
And then there were people saying, oh, that's a fetish, that's a kink. But kinks and all that stuff is for the bedroom. It's not for the street where there are children and like impressionable minds like seeing that crap. Like leave that behind closed doors. If you want to do that at home, that's not my business. But like if people are like, oh, well, it's still not your business in the street. You're making it everyone's business when you're displaying it for everybody to see. And especially if I'm walking down the street with my kids, I got to explain to my kids what the hell they're looking at.
Yeah.
And that should never have to be a responsibility that I have to take on because they're doing something that's completely terrible in the public eye. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah, there were women and men defending it. I'm like, what is this? Like, what have we come to?
In China, are there certain things you're not allowed to do in public, like out in the opening, out on the street?
It's illegal.
Anything like that? Yeah,
Mhm.
illegal.
Yeah.
Yep. And then if it was the other way around, if everybody wants to make it like a racial thing, if it was a white guy walking 2
Yeah.
black girls, forget it. We'd be burning down buildings and towns. Like,
Yeah.
I just don't understand why it's okay for thee and not for me. Like, yeah.
Anyone have any really embarrassing dating experience? Like the most awkward horrifying. Not well, you have a horrifying date, but that's
Yes.
that's not as comical. Anyone have like just a really embarrassing dating experience? Yes, she does. Let's hear it.
Where do I start now? Well, I've definitely been put in a position where I thought I was talking to just this one person and it was just us and that's it. And I've had a girlfriend pull up on a date. Yeah, I've had that actually with a woman and with a man. Yeah, so that, no, it was completely embarrassing. And I wouldn't say like I was embarrassed, but it wasn't so much I'm like, oh, I should feel ashamed. But scenes were made. One time, I was hanging out with this one guy, and we were at a restaurant that I didn't know he was taking his girlfriend to. Didn't know he had a girlfriend. She pulled up, and it was quite the scene. She kind of like. You know how like a magic trick, how like you like try to like take the linen off the table. That wasn't her purpose. She just wanted to make a mess, but she just like pulled that linen. Everything went flying. Like my food was on me. Yeah, and I was just like, oh, okay. Then I had to get like an Uber, go home. So that was fun. And that was at an early age. So I kind of didn't really know how to deal with it. And I went home and I cried in the Uber. So
Wow.
that was fun.
Wow.
Yeah.
How old were you? Sad.
That was, I want to say I was 20 or 21.
Oh, you were
Yeah. No, but trust me, there's a bunch of things that actually happened. Like,
Did he-
you know, like a lot of embarrassing things.
Did
but-
he own up to it and be like, oh yeah, I was cheating?
Oh my gosh, this guy really, he flipped it. He really tried to make this girl seem like she was insane. He's like, that's not my girl. That's not my girlfriend that I'm telling me. He's like, I don't know who this is. I'm like, no woman will come up to this table and just, you know, and start this whole scene, make herself look crazy in front of a bunch of people. You're not together, you know? So that was fun. Yeah.
I have it's going to sound like a weird question, but would you ladies rather have no lips or no eyebrows? You can't draw them on. It's no eyebrows
No
or
eyebrows.
no lips.
No eyebrows.
I would say no eyebrows.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eyebrows. I want to kiss my man.
Okay. What about you? It's a tough one, isn't it?
Can I get
Because
lip
you're half
injections?
black too, since
Well, I'm just
Got
saying Doja Cat looked hot, so
yeah.
Doja Cat. Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, I probably could just
Can't
like
shave your eyebrows.
cover
I don't
that
know.
area, but I don't know. I feel like I have a really expressive face because of my eyebrows.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think anybody looks good.
You,
No lips.
no eyebrows, no lips. Which one?
Oh, no eyebrows. Definitely.
Okay. What about
No
you?
eyebrows.
Okay. I have a harder one now. You either have really, really hairy ears, and you can't shave them. They're just you ladies just have really hairy ears, or you have teeth, and all of them are like really narrow and sharp.
No, the ears.
Oh god.
Ears.
Where do you get these things?
Yeah.
Oh, just
Yeah, that's
just
interesting
driving
to
and yeah.
Because
the
my
first
hair
thing everybody looks at is your smile.
Yeah.
and my hair can grow and I can just cover the ears.
Yeah, like my hair
Yeah.
already covers my
Yeah, I
ears,
guess
so they
that's
might as well
still
just be hairy.
cheating though. I'm thinking like they have to be seen.
You have to be out and about.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know. I might have to go with the teeth route because I
Yeah.
can keep my mouth closed. I don't want everybody looking at me with these bushes on the side of my head. Like
Your
I
earmuffs.
just
It's a tough.
won't
It's a
ever
it's a
smile.
tough choice.
I will never smile.
Yeah.
No.
well, we
That's a
could just
horrible
COVID
life,
mask
though.
it again.
Never
See
smiling.
what girl. And I wasn't even for it in that sense. I would be.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever seen anybody doing like plastic surgery and you know what not to do? Like there's like like you're like, no, not that.
Oh yeah.
Like how do you know when that's going to happen or not though?
So, I mean, I've done a lot of research in the plastic surgery kind of realm. Actually, one of the girls at my salon, like I've hooked her up with the guy that's going to do her facelift. Like I'm interested in all of that. So it's just doing your research on the doctor. A lot of research, seeing their work, reading reviews. There's plastic surgery communities you can join.
One of my best friends is a consultant and she has her own business doing that.
Mm-hmm. So that's what I need to be because
Yeah.
I love the plastic surgery community.
So, but why are some of the famous people obviously doing the wrong thing then?
That's a great question. And I bring that up because I'm here and I can't even afford a facelift with the guy I would like a facelift with in 10 years. But these celebrities are making horrible choices. I know.
So sad.
You think
Uh,
it's like
that
a
is
marketing
white
thing? Like they
privilege right
get
there.
deals and like
I think they just don't do their research. You know, like it's anything. You have to go to someone that's really skilled at it. Like me, like I am an expert at hair color. Like you go to a different colorist, your hair is going to look different than if you come to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some people are just better at what they do.
some places I feel like also have like deals where like, you know, when a celebrity goes to a club, they're getting free bottles, free sections and all that. Like if you go to a doctor because of your status and your following and all of that, they may do the procedure for little to no fee if you promote their business. So some people might just be enticed to that too.
So there is a famous, I'm not going to mention his name, but a famous plastic surgeon in New York that did Demi Moore's facelift.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when she got botched. And then another man fixed it and did an amazing job.
Yeah.
But after that man did her facelift, you do not see him anymore.
Yeah, like there's a big
once you
place
screw
in
up
New
Demi
York.
Moore's face.
Do they have plastic surgery a lot in China?
Yes.
They do?
Yeah, they do. Like one of my classmates in high school, maybe not one, like 3 or 4, they do this. And one of my classmates in college, he did that.
Do they do it to look like another ethnicity? Like, for instance, in Korea, there's a trend to make yourself look more like a European person. Does China have that trend? You try to look more like a white European person?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have. Yes, we have.
So no butt injections or implants. Nobody's doing that out there, right? That's like an American thing.
Maybe not usual.
Yeah.
Yeah. But most of us want to look more white. Yeah.
Do you have any plastic surgery?
No.
Do you have plastic surgery?
Oh.
No.
Are there any health benefits to getting injections at all?
No.
By the way, guys, we're going to do a roast session. TTS is lowered to $20 TTS roast session. I'm going to pull up a few things. So get the roast in. We have Walker. Oh,
Walker donated $29.99.
That's
items, one total $29.99 MSG. Birthday present for myself. Salute to whatever.
Happy birthday.
Walker, thank you. Yeah.
Happy
That
birthday.
was he bought something at shop.whatever.com. If you guys want to get some merch, thank you for that. All right, we have Lucas, the big
Lucas
100.
donated $100.
Thank you, man.
Seach 4, I'm baffled here. If you end up marrying a high-earning man who works 12 to 14 hours/day to provide and affords you the opportunity to be a Zam, you're telling me that you won't do his laundry? Wow.
That's to you. That's to you.
That's for you. Yeah.
Yes, but he earns a lot, right?
Yeah.
Then
And you-
maybe I could do it better. Yes.
Do what better?
Do my job and earns like higher than him.
What if he
Maybe you could do the
refuses
laundry better.
to do his laundry? He refuses to wash his clothes and fold them. He just says no.
He refused to do his laundry by
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah, like he just leaves it at home everywhere. He just says, "Fuck you, I'm not doing this." What do you do then?
I would like to say I'm not doing anything about that because he could find the cleaning for himself and others. I would. I won't be at home. Be at home with him because actually. If someone don't do laundry themselves, really?
Would you do the dishes for him?
That's fine. That's fine.
What?
I would do
Dishes
that.
are fine.
Dishes are so
dishes
much
are
worse.
worse.
Oh my gosh, like the food particles.
Is this like a cultural thing? Like, is that this thing just in China? Like, none of the women really do their husband's laundry, or is this just a personal preference?
No, just my personal.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because, actually, also often women steal those laundries. Yeah, and dishes often women's.
Wait, question. For those of you who wouldn't do the bow, would you bow if you could get the perfect man? Or would you bow for the perfect man?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes? Okay. Perfect man. Would you bow for him?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. Yes.
Okay. Over here?
My husband's a perfect man, so the answer
Okay.
to that.
Were you a no bow?
I
You're a
changed
no-
my mind because I'm thinking about my man specific. Oh, I changed my mind because I'm thinking about my man specifically. So like for me, he is perfect. So sure.
Love my man, love you, baby, but no, it's still a no. It's still a no.
Wait, you've been in a relationship for 5 years?
Mhm.
Your current boyfriend, he asks you to bow, you won't do it?
No.
So what if the ultimatum is do it or we're breaking up?
It's crazy that it would get to that extent in my eyes. So if you feel so moved as to do so, then I wish you the best.
But so just to be clear, for your you wouldn't for your 5-year relationship, you wouldn't do the bow to save it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him, why do you need me to bow? Why is it so?
I
Me
just
bowing would make or break our relationship. Then I think I'm good off you.
He just wants it.
This is what he says. He's just, I just want you to do it.
Couldn't he ask you why is it so important for you not to?
Okay.
That's a good.
Well, I think it's also like we can go back to the whole me being masculine, and I have certain views that I feel like just will never change, and I just think bowing is ridiculous. I'm not doing that. I'll put my life on the line. I think maybe it's a little bit of that, right? Also, I just feel like that is ridiculous. Why am I bowing to my man?
But
I will
what's
hug
funny
you. I
is
will kiss you. I will tell you I love you.
She said, "Yeah, I would do that," and she said, "I would just make it fun." Isn't it interesting that her context for it could be empowering and fun, and yours is like it's impossible to reframe the context to be fun or empowering? It has to be. This is abuse. This is not you said abuse, but like this is humiliating. I'm less than.
I wouldn't say all that like, oh, I feel less than. I just really see it as why is that make or break? I just feel like there's plenty of things that I've asked my man to do and he's just like, yeah, that's just not me, and I've respected it. Cool, not a problem. It's not gonna make or break. I'm not gonna put an ultimatum. If you don't do this, then it's not killing nobody.
Do you ask him to put the seat back down?
No.
Does he bow the seat?
No, he does what he wants. Listen, he does what he wants. You know what I'm saying? In the sense that I'm not going to nitpick small things. And I feel if he nitpicks something like, you need me to bow, like I cook for you, I clean for you. You don't have to think about your next meal. I love you to that. Why?
Can I just see what it would look like for you to bow?
To me, that's way more work than bowing.
Not to me.
If I want to do it for my man, I'm not going to do it at all. Like,
Okay, but like cooking and
Just wanna see
cleaning
what it
and like
looks
doing all that stuff is like way more work than bowing.
It is.
Yeah. So like, why is like?
I think I'm just hung up on the look of it, and call me prideful, call me what you want.
Well,
I just think that's
like
silly.
Brian said, though. He said he would. Many of you expected, and I'm totally fine with it, is the man standing closer to the disaster potential area of a street. That's like potentially paralyzed, dead. Your insides, losing a leg. And that's like a big bow. That's like 30. I think that's equivalent to like a whole year of bowing. Like
Just straight.
like a whole subscription.
So
of bowing.
wait, what about the bowing is so wrong?
I just find it unnecessary, and I see it. I'm like, okay, I will hug you, I will love you, I will like.
Kissing is unnecessary.
Why would you? You said which one?
Kissing is unnecessary.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Would you get down and like tie his shoes while he's standing up?
See, but here's the difference.
What if he said bowed?
No,
gotcha.
I'm gonna get you now. I think it's more of like I see shoes untied. I don't want you to fall on your face. Okay, let me do that for you. These are acts of love. Bowing is not an act of love.
It is if he loves it.
What's the
Cool.
difference
I love
between a
that.
hug and a bow?
A hug that is such a mutual thing. It's just loving. It's very endearing. A bow. What do I get off of a bow?
No, it's about what he gets. He feels respect.
Cool, but the way I see it, something. Let's say, what's equivalent for a woman bowing? I'm not talking about
Opening the door. Opening the
Okay,
door.
but I'm also not pressed if he doesn't open the door for me.
You seem more concerned about why he's asking you to bow.
And
right?
again, it could be a pride thing.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Like, why are you
100%.
asking me in the first place?
But also as
Yeah.
somebody who knows you, like you're a very sensible person. So that realization you just had about her
yeah.
is exactly that. It's not that she's like
insubordinate or like not willing to do things for her partner. She's just very like logical about things. Like there
I think
has
it's
to be
an
a valid
association.
reason.
I think there's an association to what bowing is. Let's imagine there's a society where every hug that you imagined happened was actually a bow. And then someone asked, "Would you hug your husband?" You're like, "Hell no!" Like that's a sign of that's like I'm submitting. This is terrible. I'm never gonna hug my husband. What's weird is that it's just a movement, a gesture. It's just it's literally. How about this? Would you kiss his hand if you went like this?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing that.
Isn't that
Why
what
do I
people
need to
use
kiss my
nowadays?
man?
Bow to each other when they
There's times where my
saw
man
each
will be
other?
driving and like we'll be holding hands out of nowhere. Like I'll kiss his
You're
hand.
talking about I'm thinking like you know what I'm
my
saying?
lady,
Like my queen. Like what's
like?
Oh yeah. Honestly, so you're saying what to in another world?
Wait, here. If let's say you broke up with your current boyfriend,
Okay.
is your current boyfriend the perfect guy?
Yeah.
He's perfect?
For me, yes. 100%.
So just be okay, well, I guess I don't even need to ask it then. So for the perfect guy, to keep the perfect guy, you're unwilling to do something that takes do you have back problems? Like why won't you?
Well, actually, no.
It takes 3 seconds and it's
Again,
is there harm? What's the
no,
harm?
I just see it as it's pointless. It's pointless to me. Just like there's certain things that I've asked him to do, right?
Did you ask him to open up the pickle jar?
Nope.
Is there anything that you ask of him?
Be a good person. Well, like, what do you mean? Like
Anything that's
like a
equally
task.
pointless and equally pointless he's trying to get to. Anything that's equally pointless that you've ever asked him to do.
And nothing coming to mind that I feel like everything I ask of him is intentional. I wouldn't want you to do anything. That
Does
doesn't
he
make any
pay?
sense.
Do you guys live together?
No.
You guys have been dating for 5 years?
The heck?
Bro,
We.
where's the ring? Bro? Where's the ring? Do you,
No, there are plans to get married, but I think it's also a matter of.
Wait,
But in a Christian household,
do you want him to get on his knees and say, "Will you marry me"? Is that not a vow?
Oh my God.
I'm not gonna press him if he's. I would never press a man if he's not on
Do
his
you
knee. I don't
want
care.
him to get
no,
on
what
his
if he's just
knee?
like he's got the ring?
I love the light.
Brian, just
on
in
it.
case
That's
Brian
pretty
meets someone,
awesome.
he has this ready.
in case he did.
And he's just like he doesn't get down on one knee. He just like
He just
throws
What if
it.
he just like chucks it at you? Like,
I
here.
got this. You want to put it on?
No, it doesn't. It's not my
So
style.
is going to like a man on one knee professing his love, is that necessary?
Going down on one D, no, you could stand up. It doesn't make a difference.
Is the engagement moment, even the ring and everything, presentation, is it necessary?
Sure.
No,
but it
it's
doesn't have
not
to be big.
necessary. It's not necessary.
Okay, so what about it is not necessary?
You can just say, "Hey, do you want to get contractually married at a boring courthouse that's sterile and dead?" You could just do that.
Sterile.
But to me,
You can just do
again,
that.
To me,
You said
this
sterile.
is I feel like regardless, I don't take things how do I say it so serious. So again, if you propose to me, great. You know, I'm not gonna nitpick how you do it and
But that is
which and what
serious.
timing and down on one knee. You love me that much and you're proposing. Thank you.
Did you
so
see
much.
what Brian just did though? Like if he threw this at you and was like,
This at somebody.
yeah, just throw it. Yeah,
Who's gonna catch?
someone catch the ring.
No single.
Yeah. Catch the
Yeah.
ring. Someone catch the ring.
All right, I'll throw
Ready?
it over
Let's
here.
go. Just be like,
Better be a good throw.
there you go.
Got it.
Kobe.
And say that.
Thanks.
And say that when you propose.
All right, now.
Again,
You don't get it back. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Y'all have
slide
been
it
together for
across the
5
table.
years, right? Is there a reason why y'all haven't
Goes to
gotten married?
Jimbob.
well, no, marriage is definitely something that's
Nice.
going to happen for us. I think it's just more so to be super transparent. As my sister stated earlier, our mother did pass. I want to say like 2 years ago, and there were reasons as to why, like, you know, I wanted my mom to see us get married, but then she got bedridden, and you know, there's a lot of things that when it's played life always happens. You know what I'm saying? And that doesn't mean that you can't get married to your partner. Yeah, I think it's just more of right now there's priorities. there's priorities aligned. And if right now marriage is not the priority, it's more of me working on myself, him working on himself, and being the best versions for each other, you know. And there's also that whole like, my sister's on the journey more than I am, but I need to work on my spiritual journey. You know what I'm saying? I need to do all these things, and until I get that, I'm not my best version to get married.
Wait, is your
You can do
boyfriend
that when you're married.
spiritual? I'm not sure what that means. To me, that's a meaningless term. No offense. It's just like
Religious
so
stuff.
vague. And
Yeah.
it's like,
I
is
agree.
is your boyfriend have any sort of theological foundation or structure?
It's very I want to say generic, not to be like an a-hole, but he believes in a higher power for sure. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in a household where mom, you know, is always talking about like, the importance of God and stuff like that. But to sit there and say it's something that he actively practices, no.
Okay, the reason I ask, I was wondering if your boyfriend leans more traditional, even if he has this ambiguous spiritual sort of lens. Like, is he traditional in a sense? Does he?
Yeah,
lean
no,
toward it?
100%. That's why, you know, I love that he was raised in the household that he was, because even though he's not, you know, super religious, the values are still there. You know, earlier when we were talking about, you know, would you risk your life for your wife? This is the type of man that he's risking his life for any woman or child he sees. He's somebody's in Indian. He's there. You know what I'm saying? He would never want to see me get hurt. He doesn't want to see me cry.
You
know?
hear that, Brian? Her boyfriend's not meat shielding people.
No, yeah, Brian. So.
She was saying her boyfriend is like a sacrificial type where he'll risk his body for something greater.
Especially kids, women. Like he's just the type of.
And that doesn't earn you a bow?
Nah. No,
But
sorry, the bow is just.
it's crazy that the whole like boyfriend husband must be willing to die, but I can't do a harmless, effortless
15-degree motion.
I just see it as pointless, and the man I'm with wouldn't even ask me to do that. So it's not something that's weighing heavy on me.
When you guys go out for dates, like go out to dinner, does he pay?
We both will pay. Like sometimes sometimes he'll pay, sometimes I'll pay, sometimes we'll go half. It's not anything too crazy that I'm pressed about.
What? But I don't understand. So I'm just going to go ahead and grant you that it's pointless. It's 100% pointless. So.
It is.
That's
That
not
is
how-
pointless. That would be pointless too.
Well, what are you saying is pointless? Him, like
Wanting the bow.
Yeah, I find it pointless.
Yeah, but just because something's pointless is like that would be enough reason to not do a thing because pointless?
Not in all. There might be small things that like, okay, if he wants to watch like an anime that or like some Marvel show that I'm just like, at this point, I don't really like this. I'm gonna watch it though because that's something that he likes to do. It will give us time to bond together. And moments like that, yeah, that makes you feel happy. Or sometimes even you want me to watch you play video games. I think that's incredibly pointless, but I do it because it makes you happy.
I think
That's
bowing
even harder than.
That's crazy.
Oh my gosh! I
That's
could
crazy.
never sit through an anime like.
That's
No.
Not all of them are terrible. Some of them I really like, so I can't
No.
really.
You're torturing yourself
Thank God my
through
man doesn't
him
like
playing
that.
video games, right? And you're like, okay, fine, yeah, I love you. But that's what's crazy is that the gesture of this, like,
literally 0.5 seconds.
it is like so like how long
Call
is
it
a
a
video
pride
game
again.
session?
Call it a
4
pride.
hours?
Yeah.
But in the video game session, you
Are
know,
you
like
Christian?
I'm
Are you Christian?
Catholic.
Oh, Catholic.
And again, I'm still working
Same,
on this religious journey, so don't sit and ask me to.
What is the women are to obey their husbands, or what wives are to obey?
She's not there yet.
She's Catholic.
But remember, she also said, like, I'm a lot further in my journey of growing up and realizing the truth and the bullshit that I was fed my entire life by society and all that other stuff. She's on her way finding herself through that too. So I feel like we also don't need to.
What is there to find? Scripture is clear.
Okay, just because you read
Absolutely.
something doesn't mean it clicks immediately.
Wait,
what is there to question? I don't understand.
It's not a matter of questioning. I'm
She's
not saying
literally
that
questioning.
I'm speaking about me. I'm saying I never.
Well, we're speaking about her though.
Okay, well, again, you can have somebody read something, you can have somebody experience, but until they're ready to see it in whatever
What?
way. What do you mean, boy? What do you not
No,
understand?
what,
Like
what
the
do you
whole
mean until
saying
they're
of-
ready? Like,
Yeah.
if it's God's word, I don't understand how it's like.
Well,
Well,
it could be
I'm
God's
not ready,
word.
but
But regardless, again, until you have a full understanding of something, you can wrap your head around it up to the point you're like, okay, I get it.
What's there to wrap? Boyfriend's husband says, "I want you to do the bow." Boom, you do it. What is there to?
Well, in Catholicism, there is no boyfriend. It's just
Sure.
husband. But yeah, I mean, do you go to mass?
Again, no.
Okay.
It's more of
How
right
long
now.
is it
You should go to
been?
mass because you can hear the
Look at
word
these
every
nails.
single
Look
week.
How long? Look at that. What if your boyfriend? What if your boyfriend was like, "Get rid of those"?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one.
I don't like the nails.
That's fine.
You get rid of them.
But you won't do
How-
a bowel movement?
How do
That
you?
sounded wrong.
Can you get her? How do you? How do
Get
you
these
wipe?
nails.
How do you
And they're
wipe?
press-ons, by the way. So it's
How do
not
you-
like the end of the world.
How do you wipe?
It takes some time,
But do you,
and
like,
you
wrap it around?
It's like a glove.
You got to be very careful,
Hey, can we get
strategic.
some toilet paper?
Toilet paper. You need baby
Yeah, let's do it.
wipes.
No,
So you should invest in a bum gun, which is what they have in a lot of parts of Asia. It's much cleaner. And it literally, you can buy it on like Shein or Amazon for like $5. And it's
Like a
just a
bidet,
sprayer.
No, I was gonna say,
No,
bidet,
but
yeah.
the bidet is one thing, but the sprayer, you can control it more
I
because
gotta
it's like
let
a
these
mini
come
shower
through.
head. And the bidets, in my
a bidet
experience,
gun?
they're really, really like pressure. And that's not really great
That's
for
not what I
a
meant.
girl.
Never
parts.
mind, it doesn't matter.
But
So-
isn't the pressure necessary though? Even though
No,
that's
but with the spray, you can control the pressure by how hard you press
Oh,
down.
I
But
gotta
the
look-
pressure is necessary for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay,
every
good to know.
bathroom, even like the dingiest ones in India, when I was there, they all have them. And then there's just like a little piece
Hasty
of
George
tower.
donated $20. This happened in Canada as well. After the signing of treaties, the Canadian government made the Indian Act and forcibly relocated Indigenous peoples to small lands called reservations. Cunt. The question is meant as the male version of a shit test. It's meant to assess female entitlement, pride and combativeness while, simultaneously, you expect men to cunt.
Wait, what?
That is.
Oh wait, this is out of order. Hold
You
on.
might as well spell it the right way.
Yeah.
Shit. One sec.
See when
My word of choice.
Yeah, that's my favorite word. Yeah.
Hold on.
Pseudomaster
Quiet, guys.
Chef donated $20. Chair 2, George
$20
Floyd
roast.
died from meth, fentanyl and fluid in the lungs from COVID. Also, other angle video footage shows Siobhan had his knee on the shoulder, not his neck. If you can talk, you can be.
That's
You
a
can
point
breathe, I
Candace
think.
Thank you
always
for
makes a
that.
lot
Thank
too.
you, Pseudo Master
The
Chef.
angle.
You pseudo master chef.
Coastal Operator
Thank you,
donated
Coastal
$20.
Operator. Thank you, man.
Brian, here's another $20. Invest it in some Dayquil or burritos. I'm not your dad.
Thank you, Coastal Operator. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Reap what they sow donated $20. The AI aging program loses credibility when doing Asians without context. Now it would be realistic if the first pick lasted till they were 60, the second pick was 60 and a half, and the third pick would be 61. Sons of Liberty donated $19.99. Minus racist chair 2. This was a based panel.
Thank you.
Savannah, please tell me you pressed charges.
Press charges.
W. Jimbob.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
Good.
Pasty George
Thank you,
donated
Pasty.
$20. Just as women have more privileges than men in first world countries, so do Caucasian men have more favoritism than non-Caucasians, and there's a reason for that. Yes, I'm going back into it. Cunt.
Wait. Oh, thank you.
Just the Other Life donated $20. Chair 1, 4, Chair 2, 3, Chair 3, 5, Chair 4, 6, Chair 5, 4,
Oh,
Chair
they're
6,
rating us.
6,
Oh, okay.
Chair 7,
Yeah.
4, Chair 8, 3, Chair 9, 5.
3?
Oh my gosh.
Fuck you.
More. There's a lot. And I can imagine.
I don't know.
I couldn't even
They
keep up
want a
with
man
that.
to die for them, provide, be a leader, and basically act how they want. But when it comes to buying, they draw the line. Take a bullet for you. Smiley face emoji.
It's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah. Oh, wait, we have this one. This is the continuation from Pasty.
Pasty George donated $20. We all know about the segregation of blacks to the hoods, aka projects. Moreover, Caucasians would deliberately make housing prices more expensive for non-Caucasians to keep them out. Can't.
What?
Selena
We're
Gomez
talking about
donated
redlining.
$23.45. Great panel. Savannah is the GOAT. Chair 8 being 40 is crazy. She looks 20s still. Chair 3 is the pinnacle of what most men want in a woman. Great values.
That's nice. Aw,
Yeah.
thank you.
Greatest
Selena
Okay.
Gomez.
Don't do
that. I should probably know that by
Wellen,
now.
you donated $20.
Thank you, Wellen.
Can everyone on the
Don't-
panel try
don't
to
say
say
it,
Tucker
don't.
Tucker 3 times as
Don't.
fast as you can?
No.
No. I think it's
What
trying
is
to get
it
you to
you
say the
say
N-word or
when you
something.
say
It's not. No, it's a meme from my stream.
Oh, okay.
Tickler. Tuckler.
All
Tucker.
right.
It's actually Tucker Tickler.
Lulu donated $20. For Chair 5, your thoughts on Chair 2 saying black people get murdered for no reason. Do you think she's just a complete fraud or just stigmatized by the BBC?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I don't think she's a retard. No, I would not
that's
say that. I think that just the media has taken over so much of what people consume, and I don't fault you at that. And I know that you like are more open, like you're open to learning more, and you're very like
Oh my
open
gosh, I'm
to have
sorry.
conversation, which is rare.
Yeah,
From-
I'm not right
yeah.
about everything, and there's a lot of different sides. Like,
Yeah.
just like when white people go into black neighborhoods and then they spike everything up, and then black, there's like.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is?
What are you talking about?
When like gentrification.
Wait, when white culture beautifies crappy culture's aesthetics? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
When
No,
people
when-
buy up property and then make it nice?
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
that's horrific.
What is wrong with that?
But that's forcing the people out of their communities.
Well, if
'cause
they
get-
can't keep it beautiful, and someone has the right and the ability to buy it and make it nice, why shouldn't they make it nice?
So stance.
Oh, like
it's a-
gentrification.
It's like
Yeah,
keep it
it's
crappy. That's their
gentrification.
culture.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. That's kind of like the Ebonics thing, where it's like they're not learning to speak properly. Let's just call it their culture.
Right, but the thing is that most of the money in America is from white men.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, but it also drives
Drives the economy.
drives other less fortunate people out of their homes.
Well, no, again, she's half black. Okay, talk to her half black side right now. She's gonna say, yeah, have you transformed? Okay. Who's responsible? Ultimately, who's responsible for their own generation of their skills and their income? You are, right?
Well, it depends on.
Are you?
Not necessarily. No.
No. You made it
Depends
on your own, right?
circumstances.
No. You've had tough circumstances, right?
I have had
right, really tough.
Yeah.
You overcame them.
Yeah.
Did you do it because you're white and you have red hair? No, right?
You did it because you're a strong individual and you persevere.
You're
Oh
an
my gosh.
independent.
I'm screaming.
Is this like Rachel? Do you want to be Rachel Dolezal or?
Do you wish you were black?
No.
Okay.
But if you could change, would you?
Why would she
No.
want to be underprivileged?
Why would I want to be? Literally, you just said it.
No, it
Blacks
was a
are
joke.
underprivileged.
She's being hyperbolic. The reason I
It's
asked
true.
this, the reason I asked is, if I said you've had a rough time at it, you've overcome addiction and all this, this is glorious, right? But you would never imagine you overcame your drug addiction and got on your feet, and then you busted ass and you made it happen and you lived a good life. Imagine someone came along and said, "Well, that only happened because you're white, toots." What would you say to them?
I think I've had certain privileges because I'm white.
Do you think ultimately it's all given because you're white? Okay, so what percent would you attribute?
There's not. I see both sides.
What percent would you attribute to your your ability to overcome circumstances, terrible circumstances? What would you attribute to your pure skin color, just your skin color?
Pretty little.
Yeah, like how much? Give it a number. We won't hold you to it. Just give it a number.
15%.
15. That's pretty low, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you not use the same standard you're using for yourself for black people that you also think are in situations that might be even better off than what you've overcome, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not all black people are living in poverty.
This is what's so horrific about it is like you're actually infantilizing them and making them, that's the true racism, is that you think people are so helpless that you actually train people to look at people as helpless, and then you're surprised that they act helpless.
It's not at all what I'm doing.
So are they less than, is it harder for them to overcome tribulations?
If they grew up in certain communities, yeah, that's what they know. It's a vicious cycle. Not having a father, turning to drugs, get murder.
I grew
But
up.
let's just think about every famous person or every very successful person. Most of them came from a really, really shitty situation. Like their dad was abusive. They grew up in the projects, but they didn't use where they came from as an excuse and why they couldn't work hard. Sure. I think if I'm living in a really crappy neighborhood and I'm driven out because a white man or just a rich man buys up a place, that would just motivate me to work hard so that I wouldn't be have to
I'm not talking about the whole Black community. When did I say that?
Anyways,
we just said Black people.
No, I'm not talking about the whole community. Everybody's different.
Canadian dollars
You
and
got
61
white
cents.
people.
Yeah.
You know, like
I will vote for you every day.
I have no idea who this is.
Wait, why 27.61?
Thank you.
You got to look her up, I guess. Right?
Canadians frightened me. Okay. Let's see. We had Pasty George. Oh, speaking of Canada.
Pasty George donated $20. This happened in Canada as well. After the signing of treaties,
you guys are
the
killing me when
Canadian
these
government
continues.
made the Indian Act and forcibly relocated Indigenous peoples to small lands called reservations. Cunt. Pasty George donated $20. And then the residential schools happened. A lot of children were taken and forced to attend those schools. A lot of children never made it back home, some due to sickness, others to homicide. Cunt.
That's something my friend and I talked about.
Pasty George donated $20. You had to be tough in the res, and any sign of weakness made you a target. Drinking and eventually drugs became the norm on a lot of reservations. Cunt.
Stop calling. Wait.
Lucas donated $20. It's not the Beaubasset. The question is meant as the male version of a shit test. It's meant to assess female entitlement, pride and combativeness while, simultaneously, you expect men to can't.
That's so funny.
Lucas donated $20. Traditional gender roles, duties and obligations without question or equivocation. You can't cherry pick gender duties that benefit you and reject those that otherwise impose a duty/burden on you.
Love it.
Lucas.
Great job. Well done, Lucas. You have a response to that, Miss? I won't bow for the perfect man.
I'm
I'll
not
do
dating
some
Lucas, so I
crazy
really don't
shit.
care what Lucas got to say. So
I would do some crazy shit for the perfect woman. Not the bullet.
Yeah.
But
Not the
I'll do some pointless crazy. I'll bow. I'd be willing to bow for the perfect woman.
So I don't even disagree with
L's
you
in the
not
chat.
risking your life.
Oh, go ahead.
We're dying for a perfect woman.
What's that?
No, he said no.
No.
That's his no point. What about lose a, I don't know, like a piece of your ear?
Lose a bit
Just
of ear.
a tiny bit of your earlobe.
Shot at like
Sure.
Trump did.
Okay.
Like Mike Tyson has to bite her off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let Mike. For the perfect woman, Mike Tyson can bite off. What the fuck?
Wow, see where you're at.
Oh,
See where you're at.
Really?
Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, jokes. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Okay, let's see. We have creamy. What the?
Creamy Siegel donated $20.01.
Thank you, man.
Have been watching the pod for a few months now and can't get enough. First time Dono here and just wanted to thank Brixton and Andrew for doing what they do. What up, Jimbob?
Jimbob.
God bless.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have Lulu. Thank you.
Lulu donated $20. Brian, would you rather have carnal knowledge with the lights on with chair 1 or chair 8? You have to pick 1, 2, 3, go.
What the fuck? I have to pick. So chair 1 or chair 8. Well, she's married, so I don't like to step on toes. So I guess I have to go with chair. Why is it between chair 1 or chair 8?
I'd be curious too.
That was random.
Thank you, Patty.
Patty donated $20. Brixton, did the hot sauce from the burritos mess up your voice? Hope you feel better, man.
Thank you.
Lily hit me up. Patty D wants some Lily.
Someone's shooting a shot. I'm flattered.
What are you looking for in a guy? Because maybe what info do you want from Patty D to assess if he's worthy of going on a date with you or protesting an abortion clinic with you?
Might be so boring.
Is that a romantic first date for a pro-lifer to
If
protest
a
an
guy,
abortion
if I
clinic?
wasn't married and a guy was like, "Do you want to go sidewalk counsel with me?" Like
It's a done deal.
It's in the bag. Like,
Okay. All right, if you're watching, that's a good first date. If you're like, it's a conservative girl.
The basics, though, I mean, are you Christian? But more specifically, are you Reformed Baptist? That's important to me. Or Presbyterian. I'll take a Presbyterian.
Right, you'll take. What about an Orthodox Christian? Oh, okay, there you go. All right.
Yeah. Are you ready to be a husband? Like, do you want a wife, or are you ready to be a husband? There's a big difference there for me. The other thing that I know I need is emotional availability. Not that you have to protect me from my emotions, or you have to make me emotionally happy every single day, but just don't like get mad at me if I do have feelings, and that you want to affirm that I'm loved regardless of what we're going through. That's kind of it. My standards are a little bit low right now, to be honest.
It's not even low. Most girls don't even
Gamer
have that standard.
2003 donated $19.50. W-based mixed girl. Chair 2 is lost. Blue commie is adorable and would like to make a good mom, although not a Christian. Elflower shirts on men. Q, who's the better decision makers? Should women vote?
Oh, hey, Jimbob. It said L flower shirts on men. Yeah.
Who's flowers?
L like lost.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're wearing a flower.
I'll rip that guy's face off.
Wow. So wait, Blue, do you want to respond to Blue commie is adorable?
it's calling you a communist.
But cute.
But he's also calling you
said
adorable.
You make a good mom.
Oh, thank you. I have to say that, but is that question that I have to be a mom or not?
No, he's just saying you would make a good mom. He sees it in
What
you.
kind of mom? Super mom?
Yeah.
One that folds laundry.
One that does
Tiger
laundry
and dishes.
Oh, she's not interested.
Wait, I actually have a question. Don't you think it's a good idea?
Jones donated $20
right after this.
Mike Jones. W. Bryan.
Do you think it's a good idea for someone like
Jones.
you're an intelligent woman who's intelligent enough to be an engineer? Wouldn't it be a good thing for society to reproduce your genes, and like let's say your intelligence was passed down to children? Wouldn't it be a good thing to multiply yourself?
Yes, that's a good thing.
Okay, all right.
So
cool.
would that make
was
you
easy.
change your mind?
It would be.
No,
If you knew your kid was going to be just like you, would you change your mind?
No, because I know all the parts of me and also all my weakness. So I won't let that happen to my child. Yeah.
But from the mistakes you've made, couldn't you instill them not going through it by sharing the experiences you've been through?
Actually, in my daily life, I just a little bit couldn't understand the mistake I made myself. So
Okay. All right. We have more chats coming through.
Just the Other Life donated $20.
Thank you.
So, nobody wants Detroit neighborhood homes for cheap. White people comes there and make it nice. Put gates to keep nice. Lives nice on cheap, and now they are bad. WTF? Chair 2, wake up.
Are you white?
Okay. Thank you.
Their Pseudomaster Chef donated $19.99. The white privileged people speak of is garbage. I wonder where mine is when I'm carrying 10-foot sheets of drywall up the steps. There's only advantages, such as having two parents that made smart choice.
Well put, pseudo master chief. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. What? Oh boy.
Puff and Bra donated $20.
That's crazy.
Can we get the panel to rate their queefs in the following category?
That's
1. Noise generated. 2. Vibrations felt. 3. Smell. I am a big fan of this stream. God bless.
What?
Thank you.
Selena Gomez donated $23.45. The soft bigotry of low expectations. Chair 2 is a racist and can't even see it.
Wow, you're such a racist. That's crazy.
Walker donated $19.99.
Thank you, Walker.
35. 17-year relationship. 1 child. Son 12. Worked 50+ hour while she went to school. Now she's breadwinner and let me sit back and hang out with my son. Long con.
Thank you. Wait, one of these is in Chinese. I don't know if I should play it.
Play it.
Get it translated?
Start from the
Yeah.
first. Okay, it might say
Ex-boyfriend?
something.
It's an ex-boyfriend.
It might say something really bad.
It might say something offensive, but
Hey.
fuck it, whatever. If it is something bad, you can tell us. But
Okay.
all right.
The Rosetta Stone donated $20. Wan Shanghao. B Zuo Shengnu. Jianjin Jai Hanbar. Buran Lao Ju Yiren. I wonder if cats are popular pets in China. When is Felicity going to start being the official whatever Uber driver?
What?
What?
Did it translate at the end or?
Wait, you know what? I can change the voice to a Chinese voice.
Oh, it's better.
And maybe it will.
Have an
It will.
accent?
It will.
I
Let
only
me
heard
do-
about the first sentence. Good night.
Here, we're gonna
Yeah.
do this. Here, let me try. Let me try it again. One sec. We're gonna do. Let's try this.
The Rosetta Stone donated 20 美元 WNICHO Byte su SHNGN GNJN GHN BRNLOGGDNYRN. I wonder if cats are popular pets in China. When is Felicity going to start
too
being
weird.
the official
Ah.
whatever Uber driver?
Is it?
Because he doesn't post the sentence, he just posts the how he spares of the Chinese sentence, but he doesn't write down the Chinese sentence, so we can
Oh.
figure out that.
Oh, it's not written
Yeah,
properly.
It needs some times, maybe.
Wow, that was.
Maybe he used
was a
Google
good dodge.
Translate.
So Rosetta Stone, that was a fail.
Yeah, Rosetta Stone. Like, come on, isn't that
Not
what you're
so
supposed
much.
to do?
Let's see. We have Coastal Operator here. Thank you.
Coastal Operator donated $20. I'm not a big fancy lawyer, can't.
Damn, they're so aggressive.
gets old.
Seriously.
So aggressive. Damn.
The first time you started hearing that?
I think it's the first time they started doing it. It's
Coastal
pretty funny.
Operator
Though. They should
donated
keep doing it.
$20. But apparently Lucas
Thank you,
is.
Coastal Operator.
Congrats
Appreciate
to
it.
him.
All right, we have some from Pasty George. Thank you, Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $20.
All these
This
continues.
dysfunctional upbringing from past trauma affected generation to generation until recently, where a lot of Reeses are now alcohol and drug free. However, the views on First Nations were set, can't. Pasty George donated $20. So, the Hoods and First Nations reservations were similar, and due to the crimes brought on by drugs and alcohol, the views on blacks and FN people were also comparable because of segregation. Cunt.
Damn, bro, chill.
Pasty George donated $20. Just as the black communities in America are trying to make it in life, First Nations are trying to as well, but the walls of prejudice and racial profiling are sometimes rigid to overcome. Cunt.
Thank you, George. Appreciate it. So for
Roth
you, Jimbob.
donated $20. Jimbob, do you own a normal shirt? Brian size him up
Size
for a
you up.
hoodie. Let him borrow a flannel.
No, I'm not boring like Brian. You know, I want to add some flair and color. It's good for the show.
Selena Gomez donated $23.45. I'd take the bullet and walk on the traffic side of the street for chair three. Where do I sign up?
Oh.
Are you a woman?
I think it's a man, but yeah.
Selena as a man?
Yeah, I'm sure it's
Using his wife's account.
I guess DM me.
Just the other life donated $20. Chair 4 just went +3 points on attraction level in my eyes for her being aware of people around her and letting other pass behind her. It's rare to see women notice people trying to squeeze behind them.
Wow.
Thank
Yeah, very
So
considerate.
sweet.
Inquisitor Zeal donated $20. I spent 3 hours listening audio only while working. Finally pulled up the video.
I mean, we're part black.
Despite sounding like one. Crazy.
Damn. You want to respond to that? They think you're a black woman.
A sassy one.
Whatever floats your boat. I mean, I'm
can
sorry
we-
to disappoint.
Can you guys
I don't know.
AI her, make her okay.
What do you? What is it? New Jersey or
New Jersey,
Bronx?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You about to say
We're very close to the Bronx.
Very what?
Very close to the
Yeah, it
Bronx.
sounds like
Probably throw a
my
rock.
parents are from the Bronx.
We have Patty here.
Paddy donated $20. Lily, I would love to go with you to convince others to walk for life. I am a cradle Catholic, serve in the military, and all I've ever wanted was to be a good
It should come with
I
a
don't know
picture.
how to respond. Yeah, send a picture.
DM her, Catholic wedding.
I'll
Slide
take a
in her
look.
DMs.
Yeah, could you imagine? I'm sorry, my dad would never let me convert.
You don't have to. You don't have to convert to get
King
married in the
donated
Catholic Church.
$20.
Oh, really?
Chair 4 and 6. Only 5 years till Shang Nu. Chair 9. No ring after 5 years equals he is not serious about you.
What is Shang Nu?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Chair 9.
yeah,
No.
chime- chime in.
Do you want to
Go now.
respond? Do you want to respond?
Well, I mean, I get people's interpretation of stuff, but I feel like he's serious for
Oh.
and that's all that I need. So
And I can vouch for the relationship. You know, as I'm there.
I'm sorry it doesn't meet your standards, but
If I knew who he was, I would slide into his DMs and be like, just ask for a bow.
Well, going home, we're probably gonna walk into that going.
Oh yeah, because they're probably watching.
I'm gonna
right
get
now,
home. My
so
man's gonna be like,
anyways.
"Where's my bow?"
and my man's gonna laugh. So
In Chinese, leftover woman.
Oh.
Leftover woman, Shang Nu.
Yes.
Is that that's a what is that?
That's like a lonely older woman who didn't get married and left behind.
yes.
So is that going to be you?
Can be me?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Shang Nu.
Maybe.
She's like, yes.
Maybe. Things go well.
You sound really hopeful about that. Do you want that to happen?
Because I'm not sure whether if I will be married or not. Because I'm fine to be myself.
Okay. We have I'm the Jazz. 13% of the population, 50% of crime is false. Those numbers are based off arrest and not convictions. It's funny how black folks commit all these crimes, but are exonerated at a 50% rate and 70% rate for nonviolent crimes. Okay, thank you for the super
Well,
chat.
I said 6%.
That's actually
Black
not
men are
true.
6%, and it's 50% of the murders, not just 50% of the crime.
No, look up the convictions. It's still disparate. So.
All right, guys, if you want, get a TTS in. We are doing $20 roast session. We have some more coming in. We have, let's see. Coastal Operator, Simtax.
Coastal Operator donated $20.
Thank you, Coastal.
Brian, I'm seeing
Yeah.
a lot of simping and no simp tax being paid.
Yo, Patty.
Call the simp IRS.
Patty, here's what we're gonna do. You do a champagne pop, Patty. I will get you set up with. I'll get you on a date with Lily, but you got to do champagne pop for
You
the
have to
penalty.
send a picture first.
Looks are important.
Yeah. All right. We have. Here we go.
Chair _1_ simp donated $20. I'm switching to chair _3_ simp.
What does that mean?
Well,
His
chair
name.
1, chair 3. So he's simping instead of normally he simps for chair 1. He's simping for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Guys are really building up my self-esteem after.
OJ Simpson.
O.J.
donated
Simpson.
$20. Hope everyone has had a great weekend. Share 2, you're not fooling anybody. We all know it stank.
What? That's so mean.
Damn.
My vagina. He's saying my vagina
Jackson
stinks.
donated $20. Share 3, Presbyterian, PCA, biblical divorce. Mixed black/white. 2 beautiful girls 8/6. Want to have a big family in the backyard table like parental show. What say you? Arrogant voice.
Was he saying that the Presbyterian Church allows divorce?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm not Presbyterian, and there are lots of sects of Presbyterianism, and they've had a
I
lot
think
of
he was just
splits
hitting on you.
recently.
I think he was hitting on you.
Oh, okay.
He says, want to have a big family in the backyard.
I
table.
do. I want to have
What
10
say you?
You said you
kids.
marry a Presbyterian.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
But
go.
I don't believe in divorce, though. It doesn't exist.
You want to have 10 kids?
Yeah.
How old are you?
23.
Nice.
Do you literally want to birth them all?
Yeah, of course. I know so many families that have between 8 to 10. So I have 5
How
siblings.
would a woman figuratively?
Are you like
give
adoption?
birth?
Yes. Oh. I don't know if I'm called to adoption. I'll see in the future. That's like a decision my husband and I will make. But yeah, like growing up in a community where it was normal to have 7, 8, 9. I know families with like 11 kids. It's so awesome.
Would you adopt if your husband said we want to adopt and you didn't want to adopt?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my God.
You're going to get more TTS now.
Wait, question. I have a question for you, Jimbob.
Yes, sir.
Let's say you got a Christian woman, gets married, and she's fully capable of having children. The husband's fully capable of having children. The wife, she wants to have biological kids. The husband is like, no, we're going to adopt, and I'm not going to give you children. Is that?
I
that
would
seems like kind of.
This is. I know this might sound like a cop out, but I would talk to my priest.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
What do you think the priest would say?
I'm not actually sure because, like, sometimes people, their lot in life, what they're capable of or not capable of, will direct their Christian obligation to certain directions. And the attachment for it to be looking like a certain way, for instance, tons of people who can't have kids, it doesn't follow that just because the Christian telos is to have children, it doesn't mean the only way you can live a Christian life is with children. So that's something to sort of explore with the priest. But the priest is basically an office seat holder to explore the Christian paradigm. So
I feel like that's also a conversation.
do the hypothetical again. It's my wife who wants kids.
Not necessarily your wife, but like she wants biological kids.
Right.
He wants to adopt.
I would go biological. Yeah, I don't even know if I could root it in something other than like a preference, even maybe to just want your own blood, multiplied.
That's also a conversation you should have before getting married. Like committing your whole life to someone without knowing what life commitments they also want outside of a marriage. Like that's something you should
Well, what
talk
if he
about.
changes his mind and now they're married and under this worldview, like divorce, would divorce be acceptable under the circumstance or no?
Oh, no, I don't think, divorce is the last thing you want to happen.
Okay. Oh. But like the woman wants biological children.
Yeah, I think they should shame the man. I think
the man should be shamed.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think
All right.
so.
There you go. Shaming works.
Public shaming.
Rare.
Hasty George donated $20. While there are blacks and FN people who commit crimes, there are those who don't, and because of that, the favoritism between Caucasians exists.
All right, Pasty. Thank you for that.
Can I
Yeah.
ask what FN means?
First Nation, I'm assuming.
Oh.
For like, we got, there's going to be a fight.
Selena
They're fighting over you.
$45. Paddy, back off or fight me. Also, I'm paying my simp taxes, hence the extra 3.45.
It's supposed to be 304, but okay, I'll accept it.
Winner pops the bottle.
Lucas donated $20.
Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it.
At Coastal Operator, perhaps I'm now a big fancy lawyer, although I would say that's debatable. One thing is for sure, however, not too long ago I was nothing more than a grunt.
Thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. We have, okay, I'll do this one for David. Brian rocking Silence of the Lambs, Buffalo Bill voice tonight. Rubs the lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again. I don't know. All right. Thank you for that. Vincent DeVetchis, thank you for the Australian 40. Imagine in the 1920s, men had a movement and didn't fulfill their obligation to be the enforcement arm. What would society look like? He's talking about like World War II, I'm assuming. Or no, in the 1920s.
Well, so
okay.
World War I was already finished by then
Yeah,
because
yeah.
World War I was 1914 to 1918. So I don't know what war you're talking about.
I don't think there's anyone on this panel who's arguing against that men are primarily and necessarily the force arm to keep society going.
I think we should send the women to do all the fighting. Jim.
I think women in war,
Be
like,
great.
can you imagine flipping it and just be like, okay, men don't do any of this stuff. Women have to do all the enforcement, policing, and go to war. Like just chicks fighting each other in war.
Yeah, I think we should send Felicity, honestly, to like
Yeah.
Ukraine
Sniper.
or
She's
something.
like a sniper.
She's a sniper. Yeah, we're gonna send everybody. I'm sending Mary over there. She's
Mary. Yeah,
she's going.
It would just
she'll
get
make it.
nuclear
She's
really
going to
quickly
Iraq
if
or
we had a
something.
bunch of women.
Yeah,
It'd just
no one
be-
would be killing
it'd
each
just-
other.
There'd be nukes.
They'd be like, can we talk
Yeah.
about this?
Yeah.
And then if they couldn't figure something
They'd
out,
hug
it'd be
each other.
immediately
Yeah.
a nuke.
Ironically, they would resolve by hugging each other.
We have Gracie here with some poetry or something.
Gracie_Abrams donated $20. You were the best, you were the worst. As sick as it sounds, I loved you first. I was a D, it is what it is. A habit to kick, the age-old curse. I tend to laugh whenever I'm sad. I stare at the crash. Cunt.
Rude.
Creamy Seagull donated $20. Question for everyone. Would you punch a baby square in the face to end world hunger?
Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it.
No.
No, that's
Can I kick it instead?
What? No. Oh, you want to kick the heart?
Would you?
No, because ending world hunger until the next meal is needed. So, like,
Right.
was it perpetual world hunger?
Let's say it's
No.
perpetual.
Nah.
I'd do it. Look,
I don't think so.
Sometimes the world needs men
to punch babies
who are willing to make sacrifices.
No. If Brian
for the
was
greater
willing
good.
to die for something, I'd punch the baby. It would be like a pact.
There we go.
If
Now it's
Brian
not on
didn't
you.
need the woman as the meat shields,
Yeah.
you would.
Yeah. If Brian abandons meat shields, I'll punch the baby. I don't know.
Wow.
That doesn't make much sense, but
It doesn't at all. But
And it
I
says, is
think-
it your baby or someone else's?
actually, an ugly baby, redhead baby. No offense.
I'm not actually
redhead babies are just.
They have no souls. We know.
Well,
would you punt? Would you punt?
Punt is lifting and.
No, I think
No,
a
it's
punt
kicking.
is
It's
a
kicking.
kick.
It's kicking.
Yeah, but
you
it's like
throw
a
it and
specific.
kick it.
Yeah, it's a specific. It's like really specific.
Can't the ball just be placed on
No.
the mound?
No, that's not a punt. A punt is you hold it, you kind of throw it in the air,
I'm
and
gonna
then.
fact check you
Yeah.
here.
But it was punching.
Oh no, that's
Close
true.
it.
That's true. In NFL, it's on a thing. Okay, fair enough. I'm
Where the
thinking
ball
like
is
soccer.
Dropped, then kicked before it hits the ground.
So drop kick. Let's just say drop kick.
I'll punt.
Just
I would
roundhouse
punt.
kick while you're.
Or Jimbob,
Yeah.
would you punt a baby to eradicate feminism?
How many
Only if
babies
it was a
would you
female baby. No, I don't. No, I still wouldn't do it. I still wouldn't do it.
I think.
What
I
if
feel
it was
you'd be charged
baby
with assault.
Hitler?
No, because baby Hitler, even if he was born with a mustache, he deserves the free will to become Hitler. You can't remove the free will.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta let him.
No,
you gotta
he
let
still
little.
becomes
You gotta little. You gotta let him. You gotta let him
still
grow up
becomes
with his
Hitler.
little.
Would you have let Hitler into art school?
Nobody should go to art school. That should have been a red flag.
Well, so for those who don't know, he was a painter before, and he tried to get into art school, and he kept getting rejected.
He was like, you know what? I'm just gonna kill.
And then he went to politics.
Yep, he lost it after that.
Yep.
Yikes.
That's crazy. Yeah.
What about
he's trying to find one.
Would you punt
any
a
animal?
baby? A chihuahua.
Any animal. Any animal.
Easy. Yes.
Any animal. The cutest little animal, even a chameleon. Little gentle chameleon.
Would you rather punt
a chameleon? A nice one too.
Wait, would you rather punt a golden retriever puppy
right in the face,
or a human baby?
In the right puppy, yeah. Stop looking at me anyway. They're always looking at you, asking for things with their eyes.
So wait, you
get away from me.
Pump the human?
No, never the human. The human's made in the image of God.
Oh, okay.
The rest you treat with some level of kindness, but never equal. Never equal.
Is there a religion in China? Is there?
Is it?
Is there Christian?
Buddhism?
So,
Is there religion?
I think it's manufacturing.
It's manufacturing. You mean the punch the puppies?
No. Is there religion?
Yeah, religion, like believe in God. Like, what's the religion? What's the dominant?
That's religion. There's lots of them, like Buddhists, Jesus, and others.
Some, yeah.
So there's Christianity.
If you had to punt a baby, but everybody becomes Christian, wouldn't do it?
No, that's a violation of free will.
The punting the baby
It's
part.
It's antithetical to Christianity. You can't mechanically force a belief. That's like it just doesn't work. You can't. You can enforce behaviors with law, but you can't force the belief. I would never. I'd keep that baby Hitler alive. Breastfeed him myself.
Would you two
Oh my God, that's another thing.
punt a baby if there was never an abortion again?
Oh,
I feel like punting a baby is kind of like part of what happens in an abortion.
But it's one singular punt. And
Yeah.
then like there's like
No, that-
70 million abortions or something a
violating
year or
like
something.
their autonomy, which is what we're all about.
But they are like really good at taking falls and stuff. I feel like it could recover. My cousin went down a flight of like
That's actually a good point.
tile stairs and
That's a
was
good-
fine.
No, better
Question,
analogy
how
is this.
old is the baby? Because
No, this
babies have like
6 months.
Okay, are their skulls like fully formed then?
No. But they can sit up on
You
their
can
own
kick it
legs.
in the torso.
So the baby
I'm
won't
gonna go
survive?
really brutal. This is the only way to do this. The question is, would you abort a baby if it ended all abortions?
Oh.
Ooh, that's a
Right.
good
No,
one.
it's a no.
That's a free will.
It's a no.
Yeah.
Damn.
You can never go
You
utilitarian,
don't
by the
stop
way.
killing with killing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
Interesting. Okay. We have more chats coming through. Uh-oh, Sim.
Sons of Liberty donated $19. I'm jumping in on this.
I'm flattered.
Selena, Paddy, I'll fight you both. Chair 3 is mine.
Wow.
This is a three-way.
This is an auction.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
married
Highest
by the
bidder.
end of this year. I already know it.
She needs pictures though. This is kind of unfair.
Yeah.
She needs a
Send
point
your
of
submissions.
reference.
You can DM me at It's Lily Kate.
Sons
y'all
of
even
Liberty,
fight?
we need a simp tax. Yeah, and I'm still waiting for the other simp taxes. We need a champagne pop. We need a champagne pop here at the end of the show for, let's see,
Creamy Seagull donated $20. It's an ugly baby.
Yeah, it is.
Creamy is so
Mostly
gross.
recover.
Yeah.
mostly
Moist.
Mostly.
Oh my God,
recover.
yes,
Mostly,
the other one.
so not
That one
recover.
bothers me.
Let's see. Got Lucas here. Thank you, man.
Lucas donated $20. Call it a hunch, but it looks like Pastor George is heavily immersed in Ibram X. Kendi's works of fiction.
Thank you, Lucas. W's in the
I
chat
have no
for
clue, but
Lucas.
some of these statements.
Whatever podcast
I mean, like,
attorney.
$20.
Like,
Bricks and I got you with a champagne
don't make
pop
sense.
once I get my bonus in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you, Patty.
Lily, don't pay any mind to the rest of the tomfoolery. Let me or Brixon know where to reach you and make it happen smile.
Well, I have to cook for you, I
This
guess.
could be the the dude she went on a date on, though, just so you know.
Yeah, well, so we have to perform a background check before I invite you over for me to cook for you.
The background check.
Oh, thank you, Patty. This one's for Jimbob.
Justin Martin
Thank you, Justin.
donated $20. Jimbob, what would Jordan Peterson think about the baby punting dilemma?
Well, it depends on how ugly the baby is. You know, it's like, let's say the baby has red hair and freckles. It's like, fuck it. Why not give it a kick and a toss? But hold on a second. It's not that simple. Depends on what you mean by punt.
You got to clean your room first.
It's like if one punt can save the world, would I do it?
Wow, this is really good.
It's like,
there's the tears.
The answer is no. I can't answer the question. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I really embodied
That's really good. I was
Take a
waiting
bow.
for the tears.
Take a bow.
I was trying.
Jack_M donated $20. Jimbob, could you punt a bear?
Yeah.
The one the feminists try to be friendly with.
I would fight a bear, yeah.
Oh my God. Can I just say how much that question irks me when every girl says bear? Like, you want an animal that could potentially rip your face off?
I actually changed my position a little bit on it because I grew up in the Catskill Mountains and I've encountered many bears and they're really frantic and they kind of run away. I think they chose the wrong animal. I would say a mountain lion or a cougar or something.
Yeah.
Or change the location. I always try to constrain it to like an elevator. Like how many times have you women been in an elevator with a man, stranger? Just
countless.
Many times.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, would you choose the man or a bear in that instance?
Still a man.
The man, right? Yeah. But that's why it's like I don't know who originated that
I have
anyway.
no idea.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Now I want to look it up.
But I do agree with the cougar because I've been stalked by one before and it's the most terrifying thing. Like they say, don't run from it. Oh my God.
What was her name?
Okay. No, it wasn't
Another accidental date.
I live in Idaho. It was in
Pam?
No. I have them buy me drinks.
Does anybody want a popsicle? No. Popsicle?
Red flag.
I think
Popsicle?
eating it on camera is going to trigger a lot of
Lot of super chats coming in.
Yeah.
Savannah's like,
Spyro donated
Spyro.
$20.
It's been a minute since I've seen you, buddy.
Would you punt a baby if it would solve all problems in the world, but burritos would magically disappear and never return?
Oh, man.
Yeah, is that what that is?
Look how disturbed.
Yeah, I would do it. I'll sacrifice the burritos. Got paste. This is pasty. Okay.
Hasty George donated $20.
Send these in French, you
In
Canadian
Canada,
guy.
Before colonization, the women in many FN tribes were subservient to the men, but the men were respectful and humble to their women. Important decisions were often left to the men. Can't.
Oh, Kant.
Continue.
Okay. I keep getting triggered that they're calling me a We have Lucas.
Lucas donated $20. The punting/aborting a baby hypothetical is much like the trolley hypothetical. Not good answer.
Yeah. It is. There's no good answer. Yeah.
Lucas, thank you, Lucas. Lucas, we need some background on you, Lucas.
What kind of attorney are you? Like,
kind
it's
of
giving
attorney?
PI, but I don't know.
Yeah. And then we need the story of how you met your wife. Okay. We have chair. This is for chair 3. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. $20. Chair 3.
Oh.
You don't have a mind of your own.
Oh.
Chair 5. You're a racist against your own kind. You should be ashamed of yourself. Next time, bring in a real black woman.
Wow. Do you want to respond to that? They're saying you're not a real.
Yeah, that's what they always say when their opinion is challenged, that I'm not a real black woman. Why? Because I don't have the same opinions as most black women.
Do they call you like an Uncle Tom or something?
Yeah, but Uncle Tom actually died while saving other slaves from slavery. So that's actually a compliment. But
I
they don't
wanna
even
see-
know the people.
I
whose
want to
names
see
they call.
Savannah and Candace Owens on here.
Oh my
I feel like that would
She's
be
been on here.
amazing.
Can I tell you that episode is what inspired me to want to come here?
Candace
just
is the
want to
queen.
point out that that person's name was Yo Mama.
Well, and
Yeah,
okay,
my
by
mom
the
would
way,
never say that.
about me not having a mind of my own, like, sorry, I don't subscribe to an ideology that feels like it owns me just because I'm a woman.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh snap!
oh snap!
Go off. Go off.
The
queen.
auction will continue. for
The
your
auction,
date.
yeah.
Oh no. Okay, more.
More Chinese.
Selena, you need to start paying a sim tax. There you go. Oh wait,
Selena
I guess
Gomez donated $23.04.
maybe
Bring it, boys.
We're going to
I
ruin
bury
this
you
girl.
where you stand. She's mine. Side note, we're going to ruin this girl with all this simping. You guys need to stop.
I'm boosting the sim tax. Did you hear the voice crack? I'm boosting the sim tax. It's going to be $69. You guys, if you're going to simp, you got to send in a $69 TTS. We have Spyro here. This is for you.
Spyro donated $20. Jimbob, how would Peterson psychoanalyze Brian's burrito eating disorder? Also, how would
so
Wes
good.
Watson view Brian's burrito eating disorder?
Look, I've been watching the Forever podcast for several years now, even when it was shit. And now I've come to realize Brian's attachment to burritos plays into his want and need to be back into the womb where it's nice and warm and contained. And so every time he bites into a burrito, he's remembering a past time before his own birth,
That was good.
What was the second part of that question?
I don't even know. Oh wait, we have this one here. Wait, one sec. I'm gonna change it to Chinese for this one. Where is it? Oh, whoops.
The
Hold on.
Rosetta Stone again?
It is Rosetta Stone.
The Rosetta Stone donated 20 元, sending Hanyu Pinyin, romanized pronunciation of Chinese in English. Here is the original that may not work. 晚上好，别做剩女，赶紧结婚吧，不然老了就孤单一人了。I don't think Chinese script is supported, but what you know now?
You know, mind. So you guys don't know. Don't know what he was saying about that. He was just tell me to not be a 剩女.
Oh, an old lonely lady, an old maid.
The leftover, yeah. All right, we got this one. Oh wait, I need to change it back. Shit.
Tasty George donated 20 美元. FM women ensured the camps were taken care of. The children looked after while the men hunted and taught the young men. Both understood their roles and duties and had no issues doing them at all.
Sorry, I'll play that. I'll play it again. I'll play it again with the appropriate.
I wonder why
Okay.
they changed it to a woman for the translation for Chinese.
Baby wants things donated $20. Come at me and you'll catch these baby hands can't.
Can't. Is there more? We have
Baby
Selena.
ends things. That's hilarious.
Bet.
Okay.
Oh my word.
Oh snap.
Shit, I guess I'm back on the market.
That's pressure.
Here, I'll replay this pasty. Pasty George, our resident woke guy.
Hasty George donated $20. FN women ensured the camps were taken care of and the children looked after while the men hunted and taught the young men. Both understood their roles and duties and had no issues doing them at all. Doctrine_matters donated $20. Chair 5, you said we don't stop killing with killing. You realize that's the direct end of our military and the end of any forced doctrine trying to stop killing. Chair 5, lucky man. Chair 3 keeps smiling.
That's so nice.
GMD Jim donated $20.
Thank you, Jim.
Chair 3, not sure what you mean by. You do not believe in divorce. Divorce is allowed in Christianity in cases of adultery. I had to let 2 go for that. The second one was a real cunt.
Is that for all Christian denominations?
What?
For
It should. There are exceptions.
infidelity? Is that divorce is allowed?
I don't know about every single position.
What about
You would have to talk to Monsignor.
I think it's
there's-
case by case. You'd have to explore what the situation
Well, no,
was,
Dead-
dead
how
bedroom.
you would.
And what
how
I
you
say
would-
when I mean when I say I don't believe in divorce, it's literally just like not something that exists in my direct family. It's something that, you know, two of my siblings are married, and you know, when our families were like merging, you know, my parents were like, okay, like how do you feel about divorce? And it's never going to be used as leverage in an argument. It's never going to be used as a threat in our household, like with my family. So when I say I don't believe in it, like in a very practical sense in my life, it does not exist. Like obviously it exists as a concept, and
It's like a secular distinction. It's a legal distinction.
You're just saying it's not an option for you.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay. All right, those are some super chats that came in. Thank you guys. He's asking about that. It is below the threshold. Guys, if you can, send it through Streamlabs, not through super chats, but we have AR15 Mama. Thank you.
AR15 Mama donated $20. Ladies, remember for future reference, please don't make claims you can't back up. Stop spouting mainstream media's BS headlines. Do your own research like Chair 5 does. She's based AF. Coastal Operator donated $20. Brian, play a smoke detector beep. Ceiling cricket/hood cricket. We need to confirm how Black Chair 5 really is.
Hood cricket?
Like the
beep.
smoke detector. Have you heard about that?
I heard about that.
Is it
Actually,
true that
I know
someone
what's
in the
going on.
Capitol plays that whenever Jasmine Crockett starts talking?
Screaming.
That's funny.
Hilarious.
Well, see, this is like what I'm talking about. Like all these stereotypes that are just like so ghetto and negative. Like not all Black people are like that. It's just like really sad that everybody thinks that there's like a certain way that Black women should speak and that should act. And yeah, it's just like I don't like what the current definition of Black culture is, which is like Cardi B culture, Jasmine Crockett culture.
That is exactly what a half white woman would say.
Yeah, you were raised white.
Yeah, you were raised to say
You
that.
need to ask which side of you is talking right now.
I agree with everything you
Would
just
go
said.
through pew to stop senseless death, or would you like to walk back? Killing doesn't stop killing.
Wait, I missed that.
Oh, they're challenging you on killing doesn't stop killing. I understand his point, but force can stop killing without killing. So I don't know if the contention in the super chat is
Also,
accurate everywhere.
a school, whatever you referred to it as, is not equivalent to an innocent unborn baby.
Be self-defense, basically.
Lucas donated $20.
Thank you, Lucas.
Commercial real estate attorney. Now partner at a 1,400 attorney firm. Met wife through my fellow Greek law school classmate when I got burned out by the NYC happy hour / young professional dating scene.
Yeah, I heard dating in New York City is kind of brutal. So thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it.
Demon Slayer donated $20. Black man, white man, or bear? Which would you prefer to see in deep woods if you were lost on a hiking trail tomorrow?
I feel like most serial killers are white men.
Do they exist anymore, though? I wonder if
Is the unkilled program
do you have-
still working?
Yeah, like serial killers. It's weird not to put on my tinfoil hat. I wish you had the music for it, but it's like, do you have it? It's like they don't exist anymore.
Serial killers, yeah.
Like they had their play and now they're gone, and you're like, what the hell was that?
I know. What are true crime podcasts going to do in 15 years?
Are you upset by that there's no more?
I'm just saying, like
dang, no more Jeffrey
maybe it was
Dahmers.
some sort of CIA
Probably
project.
because they don't get away with it anymore.
I do
you
consider
know?
that aspect too.
Middle-aged white women will have nothing to listen to. No more true crime.
Oh yeah. So to the answer to the question, a black man, white man, totally random, or the bear in the middle of the woods. What do you choose?
Is the intention for them to help us get unlost, or is it a
It's
fight?
just no. You don't even know. You don't even know what's going to happen. You have no idea. You're just in the woods. You just like a spawning, like in a video game. There's a spawn, just right in front of you. What do you
White
choose?
man.
Considering all else equal.
He's probably hunting. So
Hunting,
white
okay.
man.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say that. Yeah.
Nigerian prince.
Oh my gosh.
I know one. I could set you up actually. Are we
actual prince?
Not even kidding. I know one. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Black man, we know. We know
I mean,
your
well,
answer.
anybody but a bear.
Anything
Like,
but a bear.
hey, yeah,
Okay.
I don't
Yeah, I
care.
would say anybody but a bear. However,
Wait, Jimbob.
Yeah.
Did you drink?
No, I drank some of it, and I felt I was like, I can't do this. So I apologize for wasting it, but I didn't know it was that insane, dude.
You didn't see the
I thought it was like a novelty.
What is that? What is
Who did that to you? Who sent that to you? No, that would kill somebody.
What is that?
This beer would kill somebody if you drank.
All right, so this company sent me. It's the world's strongest beer, and the alcohol by volume content, it's 67.5%. So that's stronger than vodka.
It's like Everclear.
I had a swig though. I had a big swig still.
And it's a
But
beer?
Gross.
I should probably.
I was like, this is crazy.
So they sent it to me, and I was like, "Do you drink the?"
No, and I knew
You're
no one
about
else
to
was
die.
gonna drink.
It
that,
does have
too.
a warning label.
Yeah.
Can you?
Thought it was a joke. Okay, so anything but a bear. You can't choose a panda bear.
Yes, but still anything except for beer.
Anything but a bear.
Yeah.
Choosing a white man.
Nice man. Yep.
White man.
Okay.
I don't care what color the man is. I don't want a bear.
Okay.
Yeah, no bear for me.
No bear.
Yeah.
It's not a bear for me.
Just not a bear. Yeah.
Did anybody pick bear?
I would pick a bear. I don't want to talk to anyone in the woods.
Oh, okay.
Spyro donated $20. The second impression was Wes Watson making fun of Brian's burrito eating disorder. Making me pay twice. You guys know how to grift over there.
They did on purpose. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Wes Watson training Brian. How are you gonna get yourself together, Brian? You're gonna eat these burritos all your whole damn life? You expect to find a woman of your dreams, motherfucker?
That's pretty good. That was really good.
Well, he did yell at me right in my face,
that's
so
right.
it's burned into my soul.
I remember that. Yeah.
He told me to shave my arms.
Johnson69 donated $20. Why does Jimbob sound like the little white bat from movie Anastasia when doing the Peterson voice?
Dimitri, I think was his name.
I'm trying to think of what that is.
You need to watch that with your kids.
Anastasia?
Have you ever seen the musical?
Oh, where they clean with
It's
the
not on Broadway anymore.
with the music?
No, that's
Fantasia.
Fantasia. Yeah.
I think she was
They
like
have
Russian
like the
or
green
something.
little fairies that fly
don't
around
know
because
about
they're
that.
drinking absinthe.
Oh, okay. Next.
XT George donated $20. If Christians truly believed in free will, then the residential schools and the forced assimilation and abuses by priests and nuns would never have happened. I am FN Cree BTW.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
If Christians really believed in free will, then the act of evil men would never happen. That doesn't make punch yourself in the throat.
Like, wow. She wasted money on
What a
that.
waste.
Operator donated $20. Lucas is also well versed in bird law. He once proved a blinding at a wedding was due to a rare bird living in an old man's hat. And also, he has normal-sized hands.
Lucas, if you're still watching, do you want to respond to these allegations?
One Shotter 17 donated $20. Suck JB, but how would Ben Shapiro and JP discuss the baby punting dilemma? Also, since no one is simping for unvaxxed chair when I live in Meridian ID LMK, if you ever want to grab sushi sometime.
Well, it's a really good question. I mean, the question is, what ethnicity and what religion is the baby? That determines what is their stance on Israel. If it's a baby that doesn't stand for Israel, punt it in the head. If it is, maybe question the whole entire hypothetical. I don't know. You got to look at the facts.
Oh, what the hell? Okay, we have.
Ayo Daddy, who left donated 20.
Okay, we have Habib Jackson.
Habib Jackson donated $20. Just wanted to say hi.
Why'd you skip over the last one?
Huh? Oh, she's up from the table, but I'll pull it up.
Selena Gornes donated $69.69. Her DMs are going to be full after tonight, boys.
I'm open
Let the
to it.
competition begin, simps.
Yo, Selena Gornez, thank you so much for the big $69
Toast
TTS.
donated $20.
Thank you,
For
Toast.
Chair 9, would you rather be in a forest alone with a bear or bow to your man?
I got it.
Or bow to your man.
Alright, he'll get the bow then. Fine.
All right, now we have a bow
There we go.
situation.
There we go. All right. We have Vincent DeVetches. Clarification, I meant instead of a feminism movement, there was a masculist movement. Also, do you think the gender movement should be scrapped completely, or is binary gender still important?
I think there's only binary gender. And I also don't know what a masculine movement is. Like, from my perspective, like MGTOW. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, MGTOW, I think is kind of a silly view, but anything that's a feminist movement is basically permitted by men. It's just like a permission. So I'm not sure what he's actually pointing to in that question.
Okay. We have ID Bro. You don't end violins with violins. Agreed, except for one instance. Christ put to death by death? Put death to death by death? Okay, thank you, ID Bro, for that. Question, ladies, have you all heard of the phrase pick me girl? If so, define it and thoughts on it. Also, have you all heard of the phrase skip me girl? It's basically a counter to pick me girl. Anybody know what a pick?
I've been called that all the time.
What does that mean?
It means that you're a girl who posts social, as far as I know, posts social media content to get attention from men, specifically right-leaning social media content, so you can get a right-wing Chad guy.
It can be more broad than that too, because like where we live in the East Coast, it's like if you're a pick-me girl, it's like the desperate girl that will do whatever she can to please a guy, even if he's not, like if he's cheating and he has 5 other girls, she's like, no, I'll do anything to get him to pick me. Like that's also another version of that. Yeah.
Oh, and I would sorry to interrupt, but also my interpretation is that girl that's putting another girl down because there's like men around, just like, you know, no matter her views, just like, oh yeah, or like, you know, start talking crap about her or whatever in front of men,
Not
just
even
because she
knowing.
wants that girl wants to be perceived as the best female in the room.
That just sounds so toxic and gross.
Right. Yeah. No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
All right, we have Pasty George.
Pasty George
Oh my God, bro,
donated
this guy's
$20.
on one.
Remember, those nuns and priests were supposed to be all holy and such, but they still abused countless FN children and worse. So, Jimbob and Chair 5, throat punch yourselves.
Don't do it. You've already
Rachel
taken it.
Wilson donated
You're good.
$20. Jimbob, please grace us with an impression of Andrew summing up his opinion of each guest on the panel.
Well, looks like Chair 1 here. Maybe trusting internet dating a little too much, just a little too much. Chair 2, I actually had you wrong. I thought maybe you had an OnlyFans, you know, I don't know. It's a judgment, but after all, you seem pretty open. Chair 3, I thought maybe you might be a covert feminist right here, but it turns out not as much. Maybe on a future panel when I'm here, I can push back on maybe your theology a little bit. Maybe that's not for Jimbob to do here today. I can't go through all the way with that voice, sorry.
What theology?
Oh, I mean, like when you get into like the different churches, the authoritative stance of different churches.
Can women be...
No, yeah, that could come up. Like, what's the place of women in a church? Is there a true church? But that's, you know, most of the time that's outside of the bounds of this.
Okay, we got Lucas here.
Lucas donated $20.
Thank you, Lucas.
Bird law. My meager intellectual capacity fails me here. Not sure what my buddy coastal operator is getting at. He'll have to enlighten me.
Yo, Lucas, really appreciate the message, man. Thank you so much. All right, we have. Oh no, we're good there. Do you guys think a woman's past shouldn't matter?
It does matter
Okay.
a lot.
What do you think?
It depends. What do you mean? Sexual past?
Yes. Yeah, sexual past.
Oh, Yeah, it matters.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Matters.
It matters.
Matters.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think it does too.
Yeah, definitely matters.
Okay. We always do the segment. So going around the table, what is your body count?
Virgin.
Come on. What is it's obviously not true.
5.
Obvious.
I'm not answering that.
Do you want to give us a range?
No.
Under 20?
I'm not answering it.
You want to? Okay. Can I guess? Well, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. It's over 100.
That's hilarious.
It's funny because it's true.
No, it's not.
You should speak into the mic. Wow, you seem really defensive about this.
No.
Can you tilt your mic down and speak into the mic, please?
No, I'm not defensive at all. You've just been coming at me all night.
Have I?
Oh yeah, I'll throw it back.
What? How did I come at you? What did I come at you
Oh, you
about?
came out about the black men dating, how I look like I date black men.
Why is that? Why is that coming? That's not coming at you.
Yeah, it is.
Why would?
I can see the undertone.
What's the undertone?
You're not stupid.
What? I mean, I might be. I don't know.
You might be.
I could be. What's the undertone? I don't understand. I think you're the one who's being racist now. Are you saying that you're fat?
What?
What?
What are you even talking about?
Oh, did I just misread that completely?
I'm so confused.
Because I thought you were trying to say that like black men have a type.
I'm not fat.
I know, but you might be suggesting that I was saying
I'm
that.
voluptuous. I'm not fat.
I didn't say I didn't say that. I thought you were saying that.
No, not at all.
Of course.
This just got real weird.
Yeah,
really got weird.
Yeah. I'll make it weird all night, baby. I'll make it weird all night. Yeah.
No, but that's where you were going with it.
No, I wasn't.
No, because you're like, oh, he.
That is
That's
not where
so-
she was going with.
At
I did
all.
not
That's
get that at
definitely where she
all.
was going with it. Yo, Chad, is that not where she was going with
Okay,
it?
so you know which. Okay.
I didn't
Well,
get
you
that. Maybe
said-
I
you
did.
seemed offended.
I was not picking up on what
You
you
seemed
put down.
offended by it.
Offended by what? No, you were the one trying to make a joke before. Oh, I can tell she likes black dudes. You were the one
what's
trying.
the-
Like it's a
not a joke.
stereotypical. Yeah, you were just trying to be funny and whatever.
Did it land or not? Really?
No,
It didn't land.
it's
Oh, darn.
whatever.
Was it a joke though? I don't know if it was a joke. I think I was just being
No,
serious.
it's stereotypical
What
because
do
the
you
way
mean?
I look.
The way you look.
Yeah, because that's why you judge me on that. That's why I look like I like black men because of the way I look.
But if it was right,
Was it because of the way she looks, or because she said she had a Nigerian boyfriend, and you just like assume with that she
think it was
she
before
dates black
that.
guys?
No, I think it was definitely after.
Oh, was it?
It was
after?
definitely after.
Oh, definitely
Yeah.
after.
What was it
Yeah.
about her that made you think that?
You know, it's this ethereal thing that I can't
Pinpoint.
It's just it's a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Because she got a nice butt.
It's a feeling.
A nice butt, a nice boob.
No, it's not about the boobs.
It's about. Let's face it. It's about the cheetah print.
It's
It
really
could be.
wild.
The Africa reference.
So stereotypical.
But what's wrong with stereotypes, though? I mean, a lot of times they're accurate. Sometimes they're off.
Sometimes they're not.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like you can
like life goes on.
stereotype people. I mean,
Yeah,
you
sure.
can stereotype me.
Yeah, stereotype everybody in this room.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's,
When
not,
do-
it's not a
well,
judgment.
when do stereotypes
kind of
turn
women
into
do you
racism?
That's
think
true.
I date?
It's like
I
What?
don't because like if you
Like
say,
if you had to look at me and be like,
Oh, you date white women. A black woman would never date you.
"Whoa,
Well, he was asking what
I
kind of women
disagree. I feel
he
like
would date.
a black woman would date you.
would,
Not
but
the
that
black
doesn't mean
woman I know.
he's into though. The question is,
No,
what
yeah,
kind
but
of-
I'm just yeah.
what's the term for old maid?
Shun.
Shin.
Shangju.
Would you date a
she's saying though, it's not even the type of women. Like the black women just across the board
No, not across the board.
They wouldn't date
They
me.
wouldn't,
So I don't
generally.
even if I wanted to date
Mostly,
black women.
yeah, mostly
Not all. Not all.
Even if
of
I-
them.
Why,
That's
why do you
serious.
think they wouldn't date you?
I
The
didn't-
black women.
Wait, I didn't say that. That's what she said.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
I
you
think
just
that.
said that.
Oh, that's weird because I was agreeing with her. I was like,
Let me FaceTime some of my girls.
No, not the siding.
I don't think.
I think you're awesome. I love your hair.
I don't think typically black women like white guys.
That's not true. Again,
Generally.
typically.
No, they well.
It
It's actually
depends.
they've done
It depends on where they were raised,
Yeah,
how they were raised. Everything goes back to where you were raised, how you were raised, and how much money you have. Black, white, blue, green. I don't care. That's what it goes down to.
Yeah, but they've done polls, and they, for example, like black women have a much stronger preference of intraracial dating. Like they'd much more prefer to date another black man. Whereas like you look at certain other race and sex demographics, they like have more openness to dating outside their race.
That's a lot with lots of parts of the world though that don't want to mix their race because like eventually if everybody mixes a race, you
It's
know,
not going to be a race.
everyone turns gray.
yeah, that's how basically how they see it.
Yeah,
Like when I
diversity is
was
their
walking
strength.
around with, you know, when I went to India, I was just dating my now husband, and the looks that we were getting, like not only do people there not like show affection in public, like holding hands, hugging, there was people asking to take photos of us because they said they've never seen like.
Did
an
they have
Indian
that
dating
in China? Did they look down on and say no to cross racial dating, dating outside, you dating a white person or a black person, or do they want to keep it Chinese and Chinese, right? Mostly? Yeah.
Mostly.
Yeah.
I rarely ever see somebody who's like immigrated from an Asian country like marry somebody who's not Asian. Maybe that's just my experience, but I feel like maybe if you're an Asian American and you're born here, I feel like most Asian American like white women will marry a white man. That's just what I see in New York.
I feel like age also has something to do with it because I noticed like, okay, like looking at me, you would never think that I'm part black. I am. My boyfriend, he's black. A lot of people don't assume that. But who knows? Some people see it, some people don't. But regardless, what I'm saying is like, I've noticed when I go out with my man, I don't know if he's noticed it, but I definitely do. Like, I get more looks from like younger black women than I do older black women because I feel like older black women see more of the value in like looking beyond the color, and the younger women are just more of like keep it in our own. And I don't understand why, quite frankly.
Well,
but
they're
that's
in like
just
their
something that I deal-
competitive time period, maybe. Like they're being competitive. Like actually, there's something I saw. I could be wrong about this, the way I'm framing this, but it was that when a black woman dates a white man or someone outside of their race, it's seen as like, oh, go you.
Yeah,
But if it's
but then
reversed,
it's flipped. It's like, oh,
it's-
well,
I
it's
can
like,
speak to that.
Yeah. So what do you think that is? Is it just because the man ends up being the thing that you're really going after, maybe, or?
Good question. I mean, I definitely think.
She has something to say, y'all.
Yeah, like you keep trying to shut me down. Like, that's
What? That was
hilarious.
Jimbob.
Oh my God. I'm not gonna keep fighting back.
Give me this thing.
I wish I didn't. Black men was not my preference. I wish I.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah, because it's hard. Being a white woman dating a black man is hard.
Why?
And anybody that says it
because you
isn't,
get so much
you
pushback
get
from the black
so
community.
much pushback.
Is
They
it
don't
because of the
want,
black
like,
So it is possible
they're-
for
they're-
people
they
to be
feel like
racist
you're
against white
taking
people?
You know how
their-
much pushback I've
their
gotten
men.
from like just black men on the street while we're and this is in New York, of course, but like we don't experience this other places. But this black man threw a piece of chicken at my husband and then looked at me and said, "Why the F would you be with an Indian N-word?"
Yikes.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, wow.
Wow.
Like so
What kind of chicken was that?
It was like a rotisserie.
Well, it comes down.
No, just like part of
It
it.
comes down to black love.
All right. Anyways, we have
Black love.
Rachel.
Does it matter
Wilson.
the type of
Rachel
chicken?
Wilson donated $20. Okay, Jimbob, do Jordan Peterson giving
Oh,
the panel
Look at this. Now it's
advice.
just going to keep coming.
I love it.
Well, You know, giving people advice has gotten me into a lot of trouble. You know, it's like, maybe I don't have all the answers. Maybe how long is it going to take you guys to understand that if you see a grown man crying on television, maybe you shouldn't listen to him?
It's really good.
You know? Oh. It's like I want people to find the order in their life, you know? And it's like, you've got to organize your life to match the inner workings of your brain, you know? It's like...
End scene.
Yeah,
Right.
and cut. That's interesting. You said you wish you didn't have the preference because of like the hardship of it.
It's hard.
Yeah.
So wait, you just like get harassed or something, or
No, but like, first of all, there is, Black love is a thing. Black people want to stay with Black people. A lot of it because of slavery, what white people have done to them, like different economic things, like that's a thing. But
Right.
for some odd reason in the community, it is more acceptable for a Black woman to date a white man than it is for a Black man to date a white woman. A lot of it comes down to because of economics and when the Black man makes it and he's a football player, then he gets the white woman. Because then when he gets some money, we look at him. Because there is such a divide.
It would be interesting to see if Black men who marry white women, do they stay with them familially, like as the husband, in contrast to when they marry a Black woman or don't marry or have kids with a Black woman? Because the stats is that they leave, like the man leaves. That's the stats.
I mean,
but what would the stats
yeah.
look like? I don't know the stats, but like I wonder if the stats change with other races.
I think you could be right. I think Black women are one of the most disrespected people. And I love Black women. I'm going to sit here and say I love Black women. Like they are. It's hard.
I think
they're the most disrespectful.
I think they're disrespectful. I think they're masculine, and I think that
that's a stereotype.
It's just the truth. Like
true.
It's the Black female culture.
It's loud and like aggressive.
It's one sector of it. It's not all of them.
Of course, it's not all of them. But
that was my train of thought where I was from.
No, it's a lot of it though. It's a lot of the culture here in the West. It's like,
I don't need no man. I'm going to shake my ass anywhere I want. Like I was in Miami just a couple of weeks ago and almost every young group of Black women were either yelling, screaming, twerking, dressed incredibly inappropriate. And this is just my experience.
Yeah.
When I see a group of white girls on the beach, they weren't doing any of that. Why are they so loud? Why are they so aggressive?
That's one. That's just like saying like white people trailer
it's a
trash.
lot of them. I know, but it's a lot of them. And look at all of the rappers. Look at the Black women who are in Hollywood.
This is the difference,
nowadays.
though. This is the difference. White people will appropriately categorize white trash and not say that's just they want that elevated. They don't say defend white trash, right? Because it's their culture. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to go, no, elevate yourselves a little, get it together. Like this is, get some decency. We can do that to each other. But if you try to do that, if you're saying what's parallel to that is like ghetto culture, the moment you try to do that, you're like, no, you're racist. Like you're trying to correct their culture. This is their culture. Well, no, people like her are rejecting that should be the culture. You shouldn't.
Not the culture.
That is a culture. Yeah.
We can be so much better than that. Like,
exactly.
And if you think about like, why do all these very successful like football players and basketball players, why do they always end up with a white woman? Because those white women aren't acting so aggressive and loud and obnoxious. It's not because they're racist. It's not because they only like white women. It's just because it's just less likely to be so aggressive and ridiculous. And I don't know.
A lot of the things they say is white women are easy to push over. That's one of the things.
You mean more traditional and submissive?
Yeah.
And then this culture she's referring to is this masculine, loud, like sort of combative nature that's just kind of comes out, and you're like, you call that strong Black woman. It's like that's not doing them any favors.
The Bible
never said that.
The Bible calls
I'm
that
just saying.
a quarrelsome woman.
Quarrelsome,
or a reviling wife, and that's just That's not good for a marriage at all. I mean, we've all
No.
torn relationships apart with our words, and we
Yep.
should never encourage women to
True.
go with that.
So true.
But I think it is
Based
that
on red
stereotype
pill.
of
Forgot
black
to
women that
my
makes it
lane.
hard for a lot of them. Because the women that I
Anyways.
Yeah, but
surround
they need to
myself,
stop because they're making it
Anyways.
seem like all black women are like that, which is not true.
No, it's not true.
Anyways,
$23.04.
thank you, Selena Gomez.
Imagine Jeffrey ends up with one of these guys and having to explain to their kids how they met. It was really romantic, actually. He paid $23.04 to talk to me and simped harder and better.
Yeah.
There was a girl you had on a couple weeks ago who actually started
Coastal
dating one of the
operator
people from the
donated
That is true.
$20.
Yeah.
Or come on, Lucas. It's an Always Sunny reference. Charlie tells everyone he's a lawyer. When they call him out, he claims his focus
bird
is
law.
mostly just bird law. Google McPoyle Court episode
great
for
show.
ref.
Good show. Yeah, good show. Thank you, Coastal. We have Rachel Wilson.
Oh God,
love
just put me to task.
Rachel Wilson donated $20. Share 2. I missed the middle of the show, so I don't know if they already told you, but you were an addict hanging out with addicts. It's not men who are the problem, it's you.
You want to respond to that?
what are you even talking about? I've been clean for 15 years.
And she's been celibate for.
I was
Half of
celibate for
that.
8.5 years.
Proud of
Intel
you.
Wild donated
Yeah, I'm not celibate now, but I
$20.
was.
W. Jimbob, goat emoji.
Thank you, Intel Wild.
goat.
Thank you, Rachel Wilson.
Apparently. Greatest-
Oh, this is for
This
you.
demographic is funny.
That's the one I
I want to
deserve.
know what it is.
Yeah.
Mostly
Taylor
white
Griffith
men.
Simp donated $20. Is it just me or does Chair 6 look like an
Oh,
Asian
yeah.
Sydney
She does.
Sweeney? Nice shirt, Jim Bob.
That's funny.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Who's Sydney Sweeney?
Yeah, who is
The
She's
that?
girl
an
from
actress.
The
I've
blonde girl
never-
from Euphoria.
Never watched
I didn't watch it.
Oh, I can
That's
see
a-
the eyes a little bit. It's like
It's a
Sydney
compliment.
Sweet. Yeah.
Or
she has
yeah,
a
here.
little-
Mary, can you Google?
She has
just
like
Google
She doesn't
image.
have very
eyes.
deep eye sockets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Sydney
like
Sweeney.
I mean, sad puppy.
Take it
eyes.
as a compliment.
Donated
I have-
$20. Wow. Shit just got real. Chair 2 went from being okay with being decimated on topics tonight to projecting all that internal frustration onto Brian in one fell swoop. Then Brian threw gas on that fire.
Do you want to tell me how you really feel?
I don't care enough.
You should care more. It hurts my feelings. Just get it all out there. Just get it out. Tell me how you feel.
I really don't care. I was asked to be on this show.
Yeah,
I didn't
no,
ask to be on the show.
Wait, what?
No, okay.
you
Do you
did
want to?
come.
Do you want to get?
I
get
did
it?
come. Should have
Yeah.
watched the show before I came, though.
Yeah. What? Oh, why is that?
I didn't know it was this.
Yeah. What is this?
Just bunch of people debating topics like about like spending money to like insult people. That's I
Nobody
mean,
insult.
it's funny to me. I'm entertained.
Yeah, but what is this? What do you mean by this?
The whole thing. I thought this was just a podcast. I thought I was being
No.
interviewed.
It is a podcast. It's a dating talk panel.
Yeah. We're talking about way more than dating.
Yeah. Sometimes it gets into other topics.
Mhm.
Sometimes related. You know, that's the nature of conversations. You're talking about one thing, leads to somewhere else.
Mhm.
Yeah. But so what's your objection?
Objection to what?
I should have watched the show before. What do you mean? Like, what determination have you made about the show that you should have watched beforehand?
I mean, it just wouldn't have been for me.
It's not for you. Should go on Fresh and Fit. That would be more your.
Oh my God.
What's fresh and fit?
A joke. It's a joke.
It's a
Fresh and fit.
podcast.
Are you calling me fat? Because I mean, look at you, baby. You're about 40 pounds overweight.
I am chubby, but like Fresh and Fit is literally a name of a podcast.
Oh, okay.
You took that really personal.
Fresh and fit. I mean, I would assume what it sounds like.
No, it's a dating podcast.
Oh.
Similar to this.
Damn, this
and
chick's out of
vegan.
pocket. You're out of pocket, lady.
I am.
You're kind of you're a little upset.
No, I'm really not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you don't want to see me upset.
Should we go to Weight Watchers together? What do you think?
I don't need to lose weight.
Well, I mean, we could probably both stand to lose a couple.
I'm 145 pounds and I'm 5'4".
You're not.
Yes,
Can we
I
get a
am.
scale?
You want to see
Mary.
my waist? My waist is
No,
28
I'm okay.
inches.
Please don't show me that.
Yeah, 28 inches, honey.
Honey, ooh.
All of it's here and
Fighting
here.
words there.
145?
I weigh 145 pounds.
When's the last time you weighed yourself?
This morning.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
What do you think, Mary?
I weigh 145 pounds.
You weighed yourself this morning?
Yeah.
Is the scale broken?
Could be 145 to 148. I fluctuate.
Yeah, fluctuations. You eat, there's, Intel Wild here has some words for you, though.
Intel Wild donated $20. Chair number
What is
2
wrong
looks
with
like
these
meth
people?
head
Really
balls.
mean, though. Like, come on.
Like mean.
I mean, honestly, I really don't care because, the people that I surround myself, they love the way that I look. And like I said, I have a small waist. It's not like I'm curvy. I'm not fat.
It's kind of a
Regular
shame
scale.
too.
We can weigh me right now.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have a scale.
Yeah, we
so
literally can.
Sorry.
145
Okay, we
to
have
148.
Olav here.
Olav donated $20. Wait, black women ain't into white dudes. Say what? Nah, I think the opposite is true actually. Brian gets the brown sugar.
Sugar. Okay. Isn't brown
Sons
like
of Liberty
Latino?
donated $19.99. Always
Thank you, Sons of
blaming
Liberty.
white men. White men ended worldwide slavery. You do know African tribes conquered other African tribes and sold them, or traded, to the world? Roots was an admitted fiction.
Oh, thank you, Sons of Liberty. Appreciate it. Pasty George here again.
Pasty George donated $20. In Canada, some black men and women are rude, disrespectful, and aggressive. However, some are kind, respectful, and hard-working. The same is for FN people and Caucasian Canadians. Cunt. Selena Gomez donated $23.04. Notice how some people spend money to insult and others spend it to simp? The problem is you, Chair 2. Chair 3 isn't getting roasted. She's about to get my yearly salary and lifelong commitment.
Did you just propose to me? You straight up asked me to marry you? Wow.
You want to respond to that one?
No.
He's saying the problem is you.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to ask you about the proposal. What would it take in proposal form for you to say yes without a photo?
Ooh, Love is Blind vibes.
Wow.
What would have to show up on that screen, absent a photo, for you to say yes?
An entire resume and a personal manifesto, in a good way, of their philosophy of life.
Okay.
It'd have to be pretty in-depth, though. My dad has almost 8 degrees. We take intelligence very seriously in our family, so you would also have to probably get on a couple phone calls with my dad.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck, bro? Hey, why? Chill out, dude. She's just winked at me.
Who did?
She's got you in her sights.
I'm too pale. I'm too pale for you, okay? While it is true that nuns and priests in many different religions abused kids, Pasty, do you want to tell us something? Not that you were abused. Well, that came out really weird. First Nations children, it was FN children that died en masse at the negligence and homicide by priests and nuns, more so than Caucasian children in both Canada and America. Facts. Pasty George, what First Nations tribe do you belong to? Are there Navajos in Canada? I don't know. Thank you. Tell us what First Nation. Okay. One shot. Thank you, man. JB, the baby punting dilemma isn't complete until Don Petit has graced us with NASA's wisdom. Also, Chair 2, it's not the way you look per se. It's because you're wearing leopard print unitard.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with wearing animal print, okay? Timmy Hashart, Australian 30. Thank you, man. Chimmy Blop Prop Tompkin. Oh my god, bro. That's ridiculous.
I can try it. Chimmy Blobby Prop Tompkin Blobus Bomble Widget. Grimmy Bimble Plob Plob Womby Skibby Wibby Gabby Whammy Bam Bam Tanny Bobbler. Thanks for your time. Is that tweets from the streets?
Could be. Excuse me. Let's see. We have Wait. New show segment. Oh.
Coastal operator donated $20. New show segment, The Way In.
Nice.
Like a guess the weight carnival game, but without the carnies. Brian, give Chair 2 a Snickers. She's clearly hungry.
You're not yourself when you're hungry.
Mm.
Do you want a cupcake or?
I was promised a popsicle.
Oh, do you want
I just forgot
Felicity?
about
Can you
it. I
ever?
know. It's really sad.
Do you want some chocolate milk?
No, I'm good.
You want some applesauce?
Would
Do you want a muffin?
Do you want to fight?
I do want to fight.
Who?
Do you fight?
Me or
I do.
Jim?
Usually I don't agree. I just throw hands.
Oh shit!
See, you shouldn't do that.
I know. See, I should have watched this first.
That can get you in jail.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Trust
No,
me.
I'm not going to.
Would you grapple with Jimbob or?
No, he hasn't irritated me.
Really?
My popsicle.
I feel like
I
I've been
haven't.
pretty.
He's also sick, so you're not
That
you when
sinus
you're not
infection
100%.
is no
That's
joke.
true.
I used to get those. They're no joke. They suck.
JB Peltier says.
JB Beltier donated $20. Quick drama farming Brian, you slubby goofballs. Acting like a catty little girl.
I'm not. No,
See, everyone gets roasted.
that is ridiculous. Okay.
Can somebody roast me?
Yes, please roast Savannah.
Sims donated $20. Instead of punching me in the face to end world hunger, we can just start forcing Chair 2 to share her food and achieve almost the same result.
Yeah, you're
What
not
is
gonna-
wrong with
What
you?
is wrong?
Everybody. But y'all, I don't know. It's
I look good as.
Yes, you do.
I look good as fuck.
You're
I know.
beautiful.
You like I know, bitch.
Queen.
28-inch waist, booty on. That's where the 145 is.
in all the right places.
Shit.
They were waiting for that. That's why they
Yeah,
were
exactly.
They were waiting for the body
I
check.
look good. Nobody can tell me I look good. The rooms I get in, I have to look
Disgusting.
So I think we need a crystal pop for that.
Yes, definitely. That's just what they were waiting
Straight
for.
in your-
You gave them what they
Exactly.
wanted.
Nobody can tell me I don't look good. Nobody can tell me I don't look good. And you can break. I don't care. I was 166 pounds. I lost weight.
Fucking liar. You're
No, I'm not.
Who keeps pressing those fucking buttons? That's crazy. Okay. Is there anything else you want to share with us? Anything you want to get off your chest?
No.
Okay. Good talk. We have Lucas here.
Lucas donated $20. At Coastal Operator. Got it. We'll check it out. Never watched the show. We'll brush up on the treatises, restatements, porn books, and perhaps even take a CLE on bird law. Promise to be ready next time.
I like it. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
farted donated $20. Question for the ladies. Your toilet paper roll, over or under? If you say under, you're wrong. Chair 5, keep up the good work.
Yeah, over.
Toilet paper?
Over is definitely more aesthetically pleasing.
I broke up with a girl
Over.
once because she
No kidding.
she fucked up the toilet paper. Yeah.
What's fucked up though for you?
The toilet paper has to go over,
Over, right.
not under.
How long were you guys together?
3 years.
Over, yeah.
What was her reaction to that?
Are you sure that wasn't the straw that broke the camel's back? Like,
No, it was perfect up until then, and then I just she fucked up. She had to go.
I think maybe you shouldn't get married or have kids.
Right. Yeah. Not everybody should get married or have kids.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
that's
had to
also
go.
very big.
Had to break up with her right away.
What did she do? Was it just the toilet paper?
Yeah.
That's what I just asked. Was
You-
that-
Did you
you
correct her
literally
first though, and she just kept doing it, or was it like
No,
one?
it's just one and done.
One and done.
Yeah, I
No
you know,
second
You
chance.
gotta respect your rigor. I mean, that's
once,
sharp.
once the toilet paper fucker upper, always the toilet paper fucker upper.
Have you ever been in love?
Oh yeah, I loved her.
Oh wow.
But if you fuck up the toilet paper, you're fucking out.
Ladies, take notes.
That's so funny. I love you, but
Yikes.
oof.
Hey,
Joe Wild donated
Oh my
$20.
God.
hey, be nice to my
Chair
homegirl.
number 2 is a
Hey.
stupid fat 304 joyful.
You know, I have a question for you. Are you my Caucasian?
Hmm?
Huh? Are you my Caucasian?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you my Caucasian?
I don't know what you're saying.
Are you my Caucasian?
I'm not getting it.
Just yes or no.
I'm not answering because I don't know what you're saying.
Are you my Caucasian? Like, watch, Lily. Are you my Caucasian?
Well, I don't know what that means.
It's like my brethren. Like
It's my bro.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Are you
then,
my
I guess.
Caucasian?
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah.
You know how, like, do I have to explain it? Well, you're Latina, so I don't know if I can ask you.
Yeah, I know exactly what he's saying.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
Are
I know.
you-
Now I know what you're saying.
Are you my Caucasian?
No.
You're not my
Are
Caucasian.
you my Caucasoid?
Jimbob, are you my Caucasian?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
That sounded like a Pokemon or something.
Oh, we got one for chair.
Jason donated
Chair
$20.69.
Thank you,
I
Jason.
just hopped in. Hope you're well, Brian. I just wanted to point out the Asian cutie in the middle smile hello. This is so much cheaper than the TikTok dance competition aka strip club scene Lamau.
He likes it.
All right.
Felicity Admirer donated $20. JB, what you go back in time to abort Hitler if given a time machine today? Salute brain running show sick. Wink wink at Felicity. Q2 brain, which is the first whatever episode for Andrew, and is he coming back?
Oh, yeah, he's coming back. He's just been busy with travel and stuff. We're gonna have him probably in like 2 weeks or something. Do you want to respond to?
Oh yeah, no, I would take care of baby Hitler, feed him, rock him to bed, play him some music, do all the things you should do with a baby, give him all the love he needs with his little mustache, his little baby mustache.
All right.
Selena Gornes donated $23.04.
Oh.
I already sent a DM and bought the ring. We're getting married this fall. We'll work out the details later. Also, where did all my simp competition go? They drop out of the race already?
I think you're winning,
Pasty
Selena.
George donated $20.
Thank you, Pasty.
I'm FN Cree. My people are peaceful and pacifist. They were among the first tribes responsible for initiating Canada's first welfare food system for the early settlers during the winters. Cunt.
Wow.
I think that's, I mean, the pacifist thing isn't like necessarily an advantage. That's probably why you guys are dwindling.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a hard election,
Minish
guys.
Cap King donated $20. Not enough attention is being paid to Chair 4. She is way too perfect to be here. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Let's go for hot pot sometime. Because I am in love with your smile.
Bro, she's not Korean.
Hot pot.
Also, you have like a boyfriend or
Yeah.
Committed.
Sorry.
She's not available. Sorry.
She ain't doing your laundry, bro.
and she won't do your laundry. So.
Mike Jones donated $20. Chair 2, you don't look good. Chair 3, don't accept a simp.
Wow.
You're right. Okay. You're right. You got to fight for it.
It's your opinion. Different strokes, different folks.
Coastal Operator donated $20. Toilet paper goes under, so when you fold it, assuming you're right-handed, the soft side is facing out.
Wait, what?
Yes, there is a soft side. Go feel Brian's TP if you don't believe me.
Is all toilet paper on the right side?
I didn't know that there was an off side.
To be, mine is on my left.
Where it's printed.
Like if you're right-handed or left-handed, kind of.
Selena Gornes donated $23.04. I don't think Chair 2 looks bad, but sitting next to Chair 3 isn't doing her any favors. It's like a short guy standing next to a really tall guy. It's quite the discrepancy.
That's someone's opinion, though. That doesn't hurt my feelings.
You guys have two totally different body types. You guys
No,
have different
literally.
heights and
Like-
it's the angle of the camera.
Well, not only that, I mean, the people that I'm more attracted to would pick me any day over her. It's a matter of not
Wow.
like she's not beautiful, but like she's not.
What are you trying to say? You're saying black men?
I'm
Wouldn't like
saying-
me.
Like,
I'm
Black men
saying
don't like me.
I'm saying that everybody has a preference.
She may be right.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has a preference.
04 donated $20. At Lucas, can confirm with Coastal always sunny is epic.
Thank you,
At
man.
Brian, sorry you're sick. Get well
Thank
soon.
you.
That chair too, oink
Oh
oink.
my
What
god.
the fuck? Damn, they're going.
Part of
It's
that
the
$20
roast.
is going
It's
to
the
me.
roast
$20.
session.
6-2, they're picking on
What
you
is the
to
roast
get a
session?
reaction, and because it's a very agreeable panel.
Oh, I
Don't
know.
fall
Yeah.
for it. Don't give a reaction. Have some fun. You're perfectly fine and look great.
I know. Thank you,
Very
Davey.
nice.
So I really don't care.
Wait, did this not?
I
go
mean,
through?
they're acting like she's like Lizzo. Like,
Someone
geez, she
donated
is nowhere near that. Like,
$29.99.
And it's offensive for the women in this panel that weigh more than me.
One total $29.99 MSG.
Which one are those?
Well, I'm not going to feed into what you want.
I don't know. It just seems kind of sus a little bit that you're just, you're calling out.
No, I'm not. I didn't call out anybody.
Can you point to the ones who you think?
No, because I know you want me to so bad.
I don't care. But just point.
You want me to so bad.
But chill out, bro. Chill. Okay, I guess that's a no. All right. Thank you,
Martin's
Justin.
donated
Thank you,
$20.
Justin. Appreciate it.
From the sound of your voice, Brian, it seems as though you finally found your dream burrito. You still need to chew, though.
Is that poetic?
Yeah.
Do you lift?
Me?
Yeah.
I've done CrossFit, weightlifting. I've been doing kickboxing for
Get a
15
double.
years.
Show us the double bicep.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
that's right, girl.
Oh.
Wait, we can't see your.
Here we go.
Wait, you have armpit hair,
I get waxed, so I have an appointment coming
bro?
up.
Here, lift that. Show it. Show it on camera.
No shame.
Oh
What
my
up?
goodness.
Wait,
What up?
pull it down.
I thought you were a liberal.
What? It's because of my lesbian
you.
haircut.
You have
My
a-
mom.
Oh my
God. You do. The bangs are giving daddy
No,
issues, for
100%.
sure.
My mom, before she passed, she saw me get this haircut, and she's like, "Oh my God, here's my lesbian daughter," and I'm like, "Oh."
That's hilarious.
And then I wear rainbow, and people think I'm queer. So
Wow, good times.
Good times.
Can't even wear
go.
rainbow anymore.
no, I can't.
You know what? We need to a rainbow is dope. We need to
Take it back.
take that shit back.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
We
My
can't.
son looks at a rainbow and people are like, oh, I'm like,
Yeah.
Like a rainbow is this like beautiful thing.
It's God's
It's
promise.
it's beautiful.
Well, and
We
actually,
gotta take that shit back.
very
son.
interesting too. A technical rainbow has the color indigo in it, and the LGBTQ flag doesn't. And so we know it's just a distortion of something God created.
They
that
didn't.
was beautiful.
Wait, it doesn't?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I have
It goes,
I have a tattoo on my back with it though.
Tramp
I
stamp.
knew it.
Yeah. Technically, it should have
We all
indigo.
knew about you. Okay, wait. Did I read this one? Here we go. It's Simp for Chair 3 o'clock. The Romanian Orthodox
Romanian
has
Orthodox.
entered the chat.
Oh, never tried that type out.
All right, we have here we have Lay saying what each chair looks like. 1, cult survivor. 2, discount slutty Adele.
Cult Survivor is really funny though. That's fun.
3, raised as a toddle in tiara. 4, Gina.
That's kind of funny.
5, Candace, no ways. Okay. 6, Gina. 7 to 9, boring Jimbob dressed like a flaming
Boring.
Brian
The
Rage
opposite of
Master
boring.
Vader. Okay, thank you, Lay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll fight that guy.
Why am I always a Candace Owens? Like,
I love Candace
Thank you,
Owens.
Nor.
Because you
it's not
enunciate.
an insult.
It's not. She is
She is
literally.
I mean,
Wonderful.
I love her.
Love her so much.
All right.
That she made this sweater. This is
Selena Gornes donated $23.04. Whoa, whoa. I said you don't look bad, Chair 2. Chill, there's just a bad seating arrangement happening.
I know. I didn't go off on you.
So what would they pick the seating arrangement to be?
That's a good question. I don't know. Do you shave your legs or
No, do you want to see them? I got a tattoo.
Wait, do you don't shave your legs?
No, at all.
I don't really want to. I'll just take your word for it.
I had to get one little patch shaved for my tattoo that I got, so I just have like one hairless.
When's the last time you shaved?
For my brother's wedding last September. It takes too much work, so I will tell a guy. if
How long have you?
Wait a
been
second.
single?
What did you wear to the wedding?
I had to wear a dress. I
Wait,
was a
so
bridesmaid.
I know, but like a dress is long. Why would you need to shave your legs for that?
Because it like came to my ankles, and I.
Oh, did you do like opposite hair socks? Like where there's no hair in it and like
Okay,
There's
we're
like a-
getting really personal. So I used to wear capris for my first job. So I used to only shave like the lower
Just the
half.
section,
So
yeah.
it's really hairy right there, and rest
Yeah.
of it's not hairy at all.
Oh, it's like the reverse.
Because
Yeah.
it grows in like thicker and
Yes,
towards, okay.
yes.
It makes
So
sense.
You don't need a tattoo. You just shave the image that you want into your hairy legs.
Intel Wild.
It already
I
happened.
can't pull this one up. Intel Wild, if you want to send another one in, I can't pull that one up. Let's see. We have Pasty George here. Man, this guy.
Pasty
this is
George
Pasty
donated
George.
$20. My people were too friendly and hospitable, which was our downfall. However, the elders insisted that we had to help the settlers and that change would come no matter what.
This guy's making me want to finish the job.
Right. Whoever gave that boring comment, that guy is like killing me.
It's like, stop whining.
Jason donated $20.69. I just want to know what you all think about what's going on with Pokemon cards right now.
I have no idea.
And thanks for the time in the discussing it smile.
Hook me, Jason. Get me a Charizard. Get me a holographic Charizard. Pasty George, are you drunk right now, Pasty
trolling?
George? Pasty George, are you a little tipsy?
Yeah, because Lily doesn't like alcohol, so
I don't drink at all. Ever.
Sweet.
I'm so lame and boring.
Any final thoughts from any of the panelists on anything? Speak now. You got something? What you got?
No.
I know you're all doing the.
No, I'm hot.
You're hot.
Hot as a bitch in here. Hot as a bitch in here. All this money coming in, you think you could afford a van?
Yeah, I'm a starving college student.
You're looking rough for college.
Yeah, I know. It's tough, you know.
Wait,
how
can
old
you
are
guys
you,
just
actually?
roast each other? Can we just do that for a few minutes?
I think she did. I'm operating at like 10% right now because I'm sick. So
I still want to see it though.
I think if I was at 100%, I'd go bar for bar with her. But isn't that? I don't know.
Bar
Okay.
for bar?
Bar for bar, I guess. I don't know.
That's
But
like
right now, you don't think you
freestyling.
can handle it.
Truth donated $20. Seating arrangement. Remove chair 2. Everyone else can stay the same.
Thank you, Truth.
I think he likes you.
Definitely.
Yeah. You know, when you're like little and boys pick on you
Yeah,
because they like.
yeah, that's a good point.
Riley_Forbes donated $20. Great panel. Chair 3, you mentioned the past engagement. If you're comfortable sharing, what led to that chapter closing?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not at liberty to share. Just out of respect for him.
Yeah, that's fine. We have B-Boys Forever. Chair 6 looks dangerous. I think she has a knife. Watch out.
I mean, if we're going for stereotypes in Puerto Ricans usually are the ones that are told they have knives.
You're not chair 6.
You're not
No, I know. No, I know.
But
I didn't
she's
say that.
not Puerto Rican.
No, I know. I'm saying she said she looks like she has a knife, and I'm saying, well, it's a
Got
funny
wrong
stereotype.
stereotype.
Oh, he
Right.
got
So
the
you're
wrong
saying if
chair.
anyone had it at the table, it was you.
Right, like
Her.
Have
stereotypically,
you
I
ever,
would have been the one.
Have you ever stabbed somebody? No?
She's like, no. I didn't think you'd ask me that.
Oh, let's see. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh boy. Okay, that's
Rachel
crazy.
Wilson donated $20. Here's $20. Can you buy Pasty George a smallpox?
That's Rachel. Oh boy. How do you say your name again?
Roxy.
Selena
Oh,
Gomez
Roxy,
donated $23.04. Brickson can't afford air conditioning. He spends all his money
wait.
on burritos.
Has this been left out? All right. Thank you, Selena Gomez. It's true. It is true. Going to Roxy, your notes. Let's see, one sec. You said you broke up with an ex-boyfriend. It was in your sophomore year of high school, and he chased after you and cursed at you for 2 years until you graduated.
Know him when I was 15, 16, 15. I can't remember. And we are not in the same class. I don't know how to say.
Say it in Chinese. Like what? You said he was insulting you?
Um.
Oh, me so horny. Me love you long
Sorry.
time.
Sorry. Wait. Sorry. Mary, why did you play that? That was Mary.
Of course it was.
So he was saying bad words to you.
No, not really. He just
He cursed at you. That's what you wrote. You said
yeah.
he cursed at you.
Yeah.
So what was he saying? Sheng Nu? What is it? Sheng Nu?
Are you fighting?
No. He just
Okay, I handle that.
Yeah, sure.
Because I thought his boyfriend has a friend, is a girl, and what was that about? And the girl broke up with her. The boy broke up with her, and then just 2 weeks later, the boy just being a new relationship with a friend of her, the best friend of her. And then they just made something bad to her, and even those who didn't know her, they were talk to her like bad words and saying what did they say? What is that to you?
I don't know how to say in English, but it's not very bad, but it's hurt me.
Okay, all right.
Regan fan donated $20. Chair 1 deserves more recognition. She has such a warm and positive energy, always smiling, and always happy. Her attitude is uplifting, and her natural beauty shines through effortlessly.
Wow, there you go, Reagan fan. All right, we have Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $20.
Are you drinking,
It is
though? Have you
just
been
facts.
drinking?
History shows that whenever an
on a
advanced
rampage.
civilization comes into contact with one that is not as advanced, the advanced one always wins. Also, Caucasian diseases did the part 2 LOL.
Bro, we won.
Good times. Intel Wild. I can't pull this one up, man. But if you send in a 10, because there's 2 we had to skip over, have me. You can send it in for 10. That's the threshold for me to actually even be able to see it. I'll read something else for you, but I can't pull this one up. Let's see. We have Mistake Theorist. Thought I could smell bacon. It's hot. Thank you for that, Mistake. Appreciate it. Hey, Kat. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, if you want $20 TTS, get them in. We're going to get this wrapped up here pretty soon. Once again, any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we get this wrapped up here shortly?
Yeah, I just had one thing. I noticed that when particularly Chinese people move here or come here, they change their names to something more American to assimilate. Yes? Like, is there your name Roxy doesn't translate to Roxy in Chinese, right?
I think it's because white people don't know how to pronounce.
I know. Yeah, like it makes sense,
white
right?
people.
Or well,
Americans.
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 well, hold on a second. The reason I'm pointing to this is, there's this this view that people look at resumes like employers and they look at a name and there's this trend that says if it's a black name, they're like that. But I just think it's interesting because the Chinese who move here, if they were to submit a resume, they have names like Cindy and Roxy and Luann, and it's clearly not their names, but it kind of makes sense. It would maybe get them in the door. And I'm wondering when black people hold on to these names that are maybe more difficult to say or just hard to practice. I don't even know what it would be. It would be like some wild name where you're like, I don't know how to pronounce it. Why is it that the Chinese are totally fine changing their names to assimilate to the culture, to match like European culture. But the blacks that are already here don't attempt to change their names. They make it more, individual to their culture. And they're like, it's not fair that you're not, choosing us based on our names. To me, it makes sense. It's like a practical approach. You would want to assimilate to the culture, right?
Wait, are you asking them?
I'm asking, well, no, for these two, it makes sense. It's more of like an open panel. Like, isn't it reasonable to have a society that sort of assimilates and normalizes names for functionality?
I mean, I think, but the thing is like, are you saying like names that sound black?
Yeah, if it's like,
I think they can be pronounced by
most people, but yeah, I'm saying like, is the judgment totally invalid though? To look at a name and be like, I'm not dealing with that. Practically, just practically. I think it is. I think it's a valid thing to look at and go, I'm just not gonna.
Oh no, that's a hot take, Jimbob. That's a hot take.
Yeah, because like my name is very Puerto Rican, Taina Rivera. Like it doesn't get any more Puerto Rican than that. So it's like, should I change my name to Sally Johnson because I want to get?
Literally.
I mean, it depends how crazy the name is, though. That's what I'm saying. Is like there must be a threshold where it's just it's too much, like where it's reasonable to go. I'm not dealing with that.
But at a certain point, is it like? The sticky part would be like, are you also asking somebody to like give up, like to sacrifice their culture in other ways? Like, because
maybe
that's where it's sticky. Like
it is, it's a touchy topic, but if you move to a place, is there any obligation to assimilate? And if you're in a place, do you have any obligation to assimilate?
Culturally, but I don't think my name would determine whether I assimilated with the cultural norms and practices and all those other things. I don't think my name would affect how well I pick up the culture wherever I am.
Not your ability to pick it up. It's like if they didn't change their names and they stayed here, like someone looks at the name and it's like, they can't understand it at all. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, shouldn't they alter their name a little? No,
it's their name. I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm
donated $100.
Oh, thank you, Kat.
Hey, Bricks and my
thank you, Kat. Clip it and ship it. Kat, you are my Caucasian. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the big $100 donation. Thank you. We have Jay Nico coming in here in just a moment.
Nico04 donated $20. What's the price to mute Pasty George?
Oh boy.
Permanently.
Yeah, this
Take
guy's
your meds,
taking
bro.
over the show, man. All right. Can you crack the door, Mary? Sorry, let me.
Michigan Christian donated $20. I think I saw Chair 2 with a walking stick on the forest moon of Endor in that exact unidad. Yub yub. Chair 3 is totally dateable. Who is the better decision makers? Men or women? Should women vote?
Ooh. I have a hot take about that. I don't think everybody should be given the ability to vote. I think if you are active military or veteran, you own property, not an apartment, you're not renting, you like actually own the land that the house is on, that you are not on welfare, or if you're married, then you should be able to vote. You got to qualify for like maybe one or two of those. So if that disqualifies college students, oh well. If it disqualifies some women, oh well. If it disqualifies people on welfare, oh well. You don't have skin in the game in the same way that.
You don't want Hawk Tuah to vote?
Oh gosh. No, where did she go after the crypto crash thing?
She's hiding. Having a rough time.
Pasty George donated $20. At Jimbob, the descendants of oligarchies won. Like George Carlin said, Canada and America are one big coast-to-coast shopping mall now. Did your family win? No. Did my people?
Yeah,
No.
but I wouldn't
Wake
have.
up, dude.
Yeah, but dude, I wouldn't have won if I was sitting around doing smoke signals either.
Intel Wild. I can't read this one. You can send in the 10 and I'll read, but you got to make it a bit more. I'm sorry. And there's just certain considerations.
Olav donated $20. Chair 1 deserves more respect. She doesn't need to shave. She's good enough being how God created her. Also, Pasty Joe, I colonized your mom.
Oh shit. All right, thank you, Olav. Appreciate it. Intel, bro. This is number 4. Intel. I can't pull it up. I don't know if he's trolling me. Intel. Sorry, I can't pull this one up. Be nice, okay?
One Shotter 17 donated $20. JB. Don
Somebody's
Pettit arguing with Pasty George about why smallpox was needed for
I'm
NASA.
not doing it. I'm not doing it. Sorry.
George Zimmerman donated $20. Just donated my entire 401k to Shiloh Hendricks.
Oh, crazy. Nice. George Zimmerman. That's crazy. Any from the panelists, any other final things any of you want to touch on? Okay. All right. Okay. If anybody wants to get in any TTSs, you can, but we're going to start winding this down here. Let me just double check a couple things. Was there anything else we had to do that I'm forgetting? The body count, the bear. I'm curious for the 2 women here from China. Just curious, what do your parents do for work?
My parents are engineering too. Yeah.
They're both of them are
Both of them,
engineers. What
yeah.
kind of engineering?
For estate or something like house, like personal house, not for country or something.
Architect.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, company stuff.
Company stuff? Yeah. Both your parents?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're like business people.
Probably almost.
Okay. All right, there it is. Here.
Christopher Scott donated $20. I'm with Jimbob if I moved to another country X. A Spanish-speaking country to assimilate, I would change my name to Cristobal.
Wow, thank you, Christopher, for the TTS. All right, let's see here if there's anything else we need to touch on, but I think we're pretty much all done. Really? Nothing else? Okay, it's gonna be a short show.
Well, real quick, not that I care or I don't know if anybody else wants to answer, but the body count question, you stopped that chair too. I don't know if you want to go around. I just found that funny. I'm like, you really just stopped at her, like gave it up.
Thank you for catching.
I got
that.
you. That's what I'm here for.
Appreciate it.
He's sick. He doesn't have his wild oregano.
It's true. Body count.
Regrettably, 2.
Okay.
Because I have lost. Sorry, I was saying.
Well,
She said she was a virgin already.
She's a virgin.
So, body count means how many people you've had sex with.
0.
0?
I am not sharing. At least 1.
Okay. Would you want to do a range or no?
Respect.
I'm
All
with
right.
her too.
What about you?
0.
0?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with her too.
Your husband.
Give us a range. Give us a range.
I'm at least 1. I like her.
All right. What about you?
I'm not sharing that. No, I'm married, so no, I'm not sharing that.
Ooh, I'm
What
sorry
about
to
you?
bring it up then, ladies. My bad.
I was like, what?
My bad. Well, so we're including the men and women. Do you want me to decipher? No, what, you want me to decipher like
Yeah, break
men?
it down.
Okay, I'm
how
like,
many men, how many women?
You can't
okay.
have sex with a woman.
Next time. We'll talk about that. But
No, let's talk about it now.
I'm like, well, my version, yes, you can. But with women, 4 women and 4 men actually, so 8 in total.
Jimbob, what's your body
I'm
count?
not telling anybody.
Multiply by 3.
Married
That's a
man.
real number.
All right, there you go. We have a few more chats coming through here. Let's see. That's weird. Wait. Yeah, that should be. Oh.
Demon Slayer
Oh,
donated
shit.
$20.
The last part, I didn't see
Mexico
that.
had 2 genocides before
Jesus
whites even
Christ.
showed up. Olmecs killed Mayans. Aztecs killed Mayans. Stop the BS Beaners.
What about the Incas? Forgetting about them. Yeah, there it is. Anybody seen Apocalypto? Good.
Yes.
Good movie.
The
You don't like it?
I don't own a TV actually.
Oh.
I watch you through my phone on YouTube. I don't like to be distracted. I have 3 cats, 1 dog, and I own my own landscape company. So I stay really busy.
Wait, did she answer the body count? Did you answer the body count? What did you say?
I said virgin.
No, what was it? Did she said 5?
I said 5.
5, all right. Okay, this for Savannah.
Eric Vigilant donated $19.99. Savannah, this one if for you because you asked. I hope you like it. Good morning, pineapple, looking very good, very nice. Signed, your husband of the Brahmin caste. India #1 sir.
India number what?
Liz, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you.
Selena Gornes donated $23.04. JB's sorta right on the name thing. If it makes life easier when assimilating, you should do it. If people are gonna see Shaniqua and not hire her cause they think she's combative, it's wrong.
Thank you, Selena.
Can I just add one more short thing?
Donated $20.69. Middle Asian cutie, I hope you're still studying like your Asian parents told you to. You seem like a kind person. You deserve an equally kind man. BTW, accent is cute, smile, we need more Chinese virgins.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say it's a pretty accessible argument to say people who move to a country should adopt and assimilate to the language itself. I guess it's cleaner to say their names themselves are a part of the language. So like it's kind of like a follow from that. If you should learn the language, then you're changing language. You're changing your language and how you speak in the place you are. So your name would be included in the language. That's why.
So what would your name be if you went to China?
Yes.
Jimbob.
What's that?
Is there James in China? What's James? James.
詹姆斯.
James.
Mhm.
So it's James. It's just with an accent.
Just James.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my name stays the same. Privilege.
We have Steve here. Thank you for the Australian 20, man. Those who offend easily, a little brutal honesty is a good thing. A society unwilling to offend may be comfortable, but it won't be excellent. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Well put. Richie Ricardo, I'm not one to bag on that. What the fuck? An addict, but can the whale stand up again? What the hell, bro? The waves are great for my jet ski. Chair 2. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Jimbob is the shit.
What in the world?
Okay, Richie, thank you. Thank you for that super chat. All right, Intel, I will let this one come through. Oh God. Okay.
Intel Wild donated $20.
Crazy, bro.
Chair number 2 is very unattractive, obese, not very smart, and a race trader.
Oh, actually, I don't know why I let that one come through. That was probably still bad, but okay. Thank
I
you.
really, honestly, I'm not offended.
Caxo donated $21. Brian, have the panel read this. My coochie's Harry Alpha Kenny body.
I don't know. That seems like a bait for a slur or something.
That's terrible.
What? What?
It's like my coochie is something. I didn't get to finish reading, but just reading my coochie was hilarious. Like, what is wrong? What is wrong
Oh,
with you?
I see.
Balkan donated $20. Traditional values, but like to do snow off my girl tartas and do the dirty after. Is that a deal breaker?
Probably.
I like to show off my girl tatas.
Richie, I'm not going to pull this one up. It's a bit racist, so we're not going to pull that one up, Richie.
Racist toward who?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Not
it.
you.
Dang.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna do get this Twitch raid going. I think women should take the bullet, to be honest. I think, you know, I want my 5 foot tall, 5'4" woman to just dive in front of the bullet.
Good luck.
You're welcome.
I hope you find
And
that.
if she did, what would be her reward?
What would be her
Yeah, like how
reward?
would you thank her for her bravery?
Oh, she's dead.
Find her
She doesn't need
replacement.
a thank you.
Oh,
She's dead. She doesn't
A
need
good
a thank you.
ceremony.
Would you give her a proper funeral?
no, he's already looking
Actually, I
for
have
the
a
next
question
wife
for
at
you,
the funeral.
Brian.
Yeah.
If there was a humanoid robot, you know, like Westworld level,
Yeah.
would you just end up getting one of those in the end? Like if you had the choice, like if it was like all pragmatic
robot?
and utility, if there was a woman looking humanoid that was convincing enough to you, would you just take the robot over the actual person?
Oh, what? Oh, Jimbob. They can't have children.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking you, because you don't want children.
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you'd.
No.
Really?
No, I want
Oh,
kids.
okay. You do want kids.
I want kids. I mean, if it's just like a girlfriend.
They could adopt.
Okay, I guess I didn't realize you actually do want kids.
Yeah, I
I
do
thought
want-
it was like a either or whatever.
They could
No, I
adopt,
do-
right?
I'd like kids.
But
Oh,
you don't
okay.
want to
If
get
it doesn't
married.
happen,
Okay.
I'm not. If I don't have kids, it's not a big. I'm not going to be too upset about it. But
Okay, let's say you don't have kids and you reach a point.
but so what's the other option? So it's like
it's a
I-
real
like
companion, a person, a human, a real woman, or
but she's just like a modern, like 10 body count.
yeah.
Like not.
Oh, here,
not submissive.
I'll make it stricter. Okay, so it's a woman who's pretty much perfect, but she just cannot seem to put the toilet paper on correctly. And then the other thing is a humanoid who's not a real person and can do it. Got that?
But
part
she's
sorted.
perfect.
Well, she's
Oh, I'll
not.
take-
She's not a human though.
She
I'll take the
doesn't have
real
big
human.
labia.
Oh, that's it. Maybe.
The robot does not. The woman does.
Right.
I'd probably take the human then. I'll take the human. You said the human has the big labia?
Yeah, but she doesn't put the toilet paper on the way you like it.
Oh my god, bro. You guys are taking that too seriously. Yeah, I'll take the human. But it's like bring me the robot, bro.
Just take a look at it and just check
Bring
it
me the
out.
What man is going to be like, well, I guess this would make more sense if it was just a comparison between two real humans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what man's like, oh, she does everything that I ask of her, and I'm going to go find some disagreeable woman who complains a lot. Give me the robot. I'll take the robot.
Yeah, but what if the complaining somehow, even though you don't like it, like adds value and then you just don't know it?
How does complaining add value?
Well, I mean, like challenging.
Challenge. I don't want to be challenged.
You don't want to be challenged.
Do you want to be challenged? Do you want a quarrelsome and nagging one?
Not quarrelsome. I think challenging is different than
Like one that
quarrelsome.
holds you accountable, one that calls you out on your ish.
Yeah, like go to
what ish?
what if there? I guess you
never
could.
make mistakes, obviously.
What if someone
perfect?
What if the woman better encouraged you to like keep your health and the robot just didn't do it?
The robot could do that too.
No, if it just didn't, it couldn't do that. Little things like health, like your well-being, your mental well-being.
I don't know.
The little things.
Chat GPT is pretty good
at that.
That is so toxic. What are you talking about? It's just like porn. It's just
What?
as toxic.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Chat, what is it? GPT? Yeah, y'all Californians are like all on this shit. I just found out
Do you-
about this.
Do you
and
even
it
know
is-
what Chat GPT
No,
is?
and I'm not going to download it on my phone. It's so creepy. My friend was showing me because I was in Long Beach and she's
Uh-huh.
like, have a conversation with it. And I was like, I don't like this. So don't you think it'd be your robot wife or whatever you want to call it would be just as toxic as porn because it's basically feeding all your nasty desires and giving you that easy reward instead of a woman, like you said, holding you accountable?
I don't know. If you were dating a guy and he asked you to shave your leg hair and armpits, would you do it?
I tell him, do it for me. You want it done? Do it. My ex did.
But if he's like,
So
no,
romantic.
What if he's like, no, I'm not going to do that, but I want you to shave your armpits and leg hair?
I get waxed. I don't own a razor. I will never do that again. Only wax.
So you'd get waxed.
I do it just when I feel like it.
So what was your question?
It ends up being like, do you value a who or a what, like an object? Like there's a who that comes with all of these things that you don't like, but a bunch of things you do like. But then there's a what who comes with all the things you like, but it's not a who, it's a what. It's just an object. So do you value the object over the who?
It depends in comparison to what.
So like, 2 whats.
I think a lot of women would pick a robot too.
No.
Is that true?
No. Oh my God, no.
No.
Bruh.
For what things do you think?
Never.
Women
No.
have a lot of complaints about men. Y'all
I love men. I love men. Like, don't get me wrong. They seriously do all the nasty jobs I would not do. I see arborists, I see firemen, and those are like some masculine men, and I'm just like overheating like I am.
Wait, is there any woman on the panel who, if I said the same thing, would pick a robot if it did everything?
No, never.
No. You'd take the flawed man? What about you, engineer? I see you. I see you contemplating. Would you take the robot? It's like a man, but it's not a man, and it does everything you want. And
But maybe I have a robot to do my job, or do the cleaning, maybe do the laundry, do the cook. But I'm not gonna let him to be my boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the robot's gonna do your man's laundry.
Yeah.
There you go. That's right.
So it'll be a female robot.
Female robot.
Yeah. Okay.
Question for you, Jimbob.
Yeah.
If you have a choice between, and let's assume like children isn't necessarily a component of this, a woman with BPD or a robot, which do you pick?
What is that?
Bipolar disorder.
Borderline personality
Or
disorder.
to be with, like if I was just like, and it was like a companion, like romantic companion.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd take the nut job.
You take a nut job over,
totally. Yeah.
over like a perfect robot.
Absolutely.
You can't cuddle with a robot, a warm body at night. Like you can't do
well,
that.
it would be.
Yeah.
It-
That's my favorite time of day when I jump into bed
Yeah, I
at
would
night with my
just-
man and just cuddle,
yeah, it
watch
would-
TV, be together.
Yeah, you could do that with a robot.
It's not a warm body that's comfortable. It's
would-
like a hard thing that's
Well,
like
we're assuming.
awkward.
No, he's saying that it's like the Westworld.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty
if,
convincing.
if you didn't know it was a robot, you would think it's.
That's what we're talking about, like that level.
Well, I feel like it's just soulless. And like if you believe in a higher power, spiritual at all, like that is not going to fill your human need. And you're just going to basically, like I said earlier, you're just going to get everything met, but it's not going to give you that gratification that you want and just like, I don't know, fill your soul. You could play the crickets, it's fine.
All right. Here, I'm going to let these come through. Oh, whoops. Not sure what happened there. We have Lucas.
Lucas donated $20.
Thank you, Lucas.
Jimbob. Not with you on the name change. As per Greek Orthodox tradition, I'm named after a Greek Orthodox saint and also my paternal grandfather. Not changing that.
Thank you. Oh, that's below the threshold, but something about
My name, my saint name's the name of my name though. So
Toast
it's like
donated $20. Brixton, if they aim for your head and the women is 5 feet 4 inches or 4 feet 11 inches, you're gonna have to make sure to pick her up so she can take the bullet.
It's a good point. Thank you,
Pasty
Toast.
George donated $20.
Oh, boy. Thank you,
I am
George.
not Caucasian blaming, and I understand that today's generation had nothing to do with the past. However, we must never forget the past sins in order to avoid repeating them. Cunt.
Oh, man.
How dare you?
Demon Slayer donated $20. You're French. You came here to talk about our women when France is a literal African slum. I take offense, B. I like you, but fix your own hood.
I mean, look, I was born in France, but I'm American
donated
first.
$20. Please bring back Jimbob, Brian. 100 emoji.
Yo, thank you, Intel. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Wait. Oh, there it is.
Big Sass Energy donated $20. All desired looks being equal. Robot also has reproductive capabilities. Human, who challenges you and has its own sentience, or robot who will adapt to you and your desires, etc. Panel.
Human.
Anybody pick robot?
Just you?
I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, I wonder if, but if it's like, what would be a example of a bad man? Bad man. I don't know if we should go to the extent of he's abusive. You know,
Or
He's
something
I don't
just
know.
like perpetually annoying, like forever, your whole life.
Because men don't really nag.
That's right.
And quarrel. I guess that. I mean, they could, and
Or like
perhaps
a cheater.
Oh, like a perpetual
Narcissist.
cheater?
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yeah. All right, we have Selena here.
Selena Gornez donated $23.04. I love men unless they're short, fat, poor, ugly, weak, or has standards. You're taking the robot, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Not true.
Thank you. Kat, thank you for the super chat. Go to sleep, George. Thank you, Kat. Speaking of, while I understand that Orthodox churches derive from Christianity, I do not have any contempt for Orthodox beliefs. It's the main Christianity I have contempt for, especially the Vatican. Okay. How much for the champagne tonight? It's normally 1,000. Do you want to pop one? I'll give you 5 minutes to do it. Otherwise, we're going to wrap. It has to be through Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/whatever. Send another soup chat. Let me know if you're going to do it, though, because we do have to get this wrapped up here pretty soon. Thank you, Pasty, for the message. Say V, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to wait. Wait, did this one? Oh, yeah. I already did these ones. Damn, I shouldn't have told him 5 minutes. Jimbob. Yeah,
2 minutes?
2 minutes. I'll give
Tell
him
him
2
2
minutes.
minutes.
I'm dying. I think I'm dying, Jimbob.
Well, if you're not going to die for someone else, you'll just die for yourself.
Facts.
I'm dead.
Who's taking over the podcast?
Andrew.
Nobody. Nobody.
Gonna be free for all.
I'll, who's
These two.
which ones?
These two.
Oh yeah, Kiki and yeah, that'd be good. I don't think. Okay. Savvy, do you want to get one in? Yes or no? Let me know. Otherwise, this is getting wrapped. Well, I'll just start saying my outro, but I'll give you a bit. All right. So GG. Where is it? Oh my God. Sorry, guys. GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Sunday with another dating talk, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Let's get some 07s in the chat, please. 07s in the chat. We have this one here from B-Boys.
Boys for Eva donated $22. Didn't you see that? Jessix went for the knife. Y'all in danger. WTF wrong with you all?
I don't have.
Have you ever seen... you don't have a knife?
I don't have.
How do you say knife in Chinese?
Oh,
No, how do you say it?
Dao.
Dao. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we have Intel.
Intels.
I can't read it, bro.
Can you read some of it?
It says chair 2 is a total blank. That's all I'm gonna read.
Total babe.
Yeah, there you go. Fill in the blanks. Love it how people keep trying to get my reaction. You're paying for it, so I don't give a fuck. You're being paid for it.
Here, I'm gonna do a Twitch raid, guys. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Also, big thank you to the panel. You guys were really cool. A little different show tonight. Probably good because I was sick and operating at like 10%. So thank you guys. It was a good show. Who should I raid on Twitch? We're gonna raid. I'm gonna send you guys to Grayson. He's playing World of Warcraft. Thank you guys for watching over there on Twitch. Gonna get this wrapped up here. All right, gonna send the raid out in 10 seconds. Looks like he's playing. Is it Season of Discovery or no? He's playing. Okay, he's playing World of Warcraft Classic. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Gonna send you over raid now. All right, that should be sent. John, thank you for the super chat, John. Appreciate it. All right, we have like the video. Let's see, what else do we have? No, I think, oh, no, that's it. Okay. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. I hope you guys have a good night. 07's in the chat. We will see you guys on Sunday. Good night.